The guy was holding a wooden shield and a stick, heard some screams and thought about the fact that his name was Ye Chin, and he only had level 0. He looked at the monster and realized that he couldn't deal with the demon beast as he survived by scavenging. By the way, people like him with level 0 are considered a burden by most people in society. The young man looked at the beast and thought about how he was completely useless to many people. But he still clutched the wooden shield and the stump of a stick harder and shouted as if furious. He was well aware that most would say he was living like trash. The young man fought the monster. Then he began to attack the demon beast and screamed that he would never die like trash. A system message appeared in front of him saying that he had dealt lethal damage to the wolf spirit. The guy was in City G. He stood in front of the Class C Abyss gate and stared intently in front of him. Literally, after a few seconds, he entered the portal as he was a senior scavenger. As the young man suddenly heard a voice, a kid who was a little to the side shouted at him for being too slow and called him a sucker. Importantly, E's job was that he needed to collect and sort the trash that was left after fighting monsters every day. Why is this important? The thing is that the management doesn't want this resource to leak out to ordinary people. Chin looked in front of him and realized that in front of him were C-grade crystals, and one such is worth 50,000 yuan. The young man was very scared. He didn't expect his partner to put his foot on the box and even call him a rat. The kid noticed that they will divide the reward piece by piece, and if E steals even one piece, he will not only not get the money, but also go to jail. Our hero calmly replied that he knows the rules. The fact is that the work of the Abyss Scavenger is done by those who are at level 0. If the battle team has not dealt with all the monsters, then the life of the scavengers is at risk, and this job is very dangerous. The guy knew that you can earn 300 wen for returning from the basement. You also need to share with the management. And after all, he has a debt of 670,000 wen, so you need to work harder. His partner came up to K and said that there was a job that paid 3,000 wen and asked if the young man was in business. He was very surprised by such a large amount of money. The man clarified whether the guy does not need money and said to pull up. Our hero immediately said that he was with them. After a while, they were already riding in the bus to the destination because they had to overcome some distance. The young men were on their way to the Shenfeng City Shopping Center, and the news said that there was a Class A Abyss. Someone from the men remarked that it was now clear why the reward was so big. Someone said it would be necessary to take the equipment of the poor people who didn't come back, while an opponent remarked that capitalists treat people like pigs. Our hero looked out the window and thought about something, and his partners talked about the fact that someone in his head came to monetize the Abyss. And after all, 10 years ago, an amazing event happened. The gates of the Abyss rose from the underworld. Then man came face to face with a huge number of creepy creatures. The amazing thing is that only a special class of people could defeat the creatures. When the first monster was defeated, people discovered not only magic crystals, mysterious weapons were also available. So after exploring all the continents, humans began to explore the Abyss. The economy changed its direction, traditional businesses closed, and all funds went to support the industry of the Abyss, and people with 0 were denied everything. Doctors talked about how they ran a hospital, not a charity, and if a guy didn't have the means to pay for his sister's treatment, then she had to be taken away. He begged to wait a couple days. That wasn't all the trouble. The landlord was banging on the door, demanding rent for 2 unpaid months. The landlord threw bills in the guy's face and yelled at him to get out if he couldn't pay the bills. Everyone was chasing and yelling at the young man, and he sat on a bench in the pouring rain, fully aware that the employment situation was extremely grim for those with 0. He knew that they were doomed from the beginning, as he suddenly saw a hand in front of him with a business card on it, indicating that a mini loan could be obtained in a second. Chine raised his head. His face was all wet from either rain or tears, and heard a voice asking him if he needed money. He held out his hand for a business card and heard that he was told that he had to leave his organs as collateral. He sat on the bus and listened as his partner told him that he had borrowed 1 million and lost it all in the stock market, and if he didn't pay off the debt, he would lose his kidney. He pulled his cap over his eyes, his face covered with drops of sweat, and heard that he has to pay for his little sister's treatment as the medical bills are huge. The man summarized that E would rather die than raise the required amount, and he would have to work as a garbage man until he dies. The scavengers started to get off the bus and were met by the young men who noted that they were taking their time and ordered them to move faster as they could die at any moment. And those quickly moved behind the team that was going to explore the Abyss dungeon. Our hero raised his head up clenched his teeth, and thought that this time he would try to make money and return alive. The guy Stas entered after his partners into the underground city of the shopping center. It was a Class B abyss. The young man began to look around. He opened his mouth wide in surprise and thought that it was the first time he was in such a class abyss. The young men stood aside and looked at the guy with a disdainful look. They didn't have time to say anything to him as the monsters appeared completely unexpectedly. The jock immediately called out to his partner Lao Chen. The latter cursed as they had just arrived and had already met a monster. Someone in the group pointed out that it was just a bunch of wolf spirits and not to worry. And Lao Chen put his hands forward. He started to use his special skills against the monsters. And those could not do anything, they yelled, and only rolled their huge toothy mouths. And just a few seconds later, the monsters lay aside and posed no danger. The jock clenched his sword tighter in his hands and shouted to his partners not to let their guard down, because demons could attack from anywhere. The guy with the glasses asked him where their destination was, and he pressed his lips tightly together. After a few minutes, he raised his sword up and reported that he was on the 5th floor. The girl noticed it seemed to her, but the first floor had gotten 5 times wider and 3 times taller. The kid with glasses noticed that this is how the abyss works. From the outside, it seems normal to the outside world, but inside its structure changes, and wondered where the traces of the past group and the corpses were. He turned to the scavengers, called out to them dismissively, and ordered them to find the bodies, then added that they weren't on a walk. One of the guys sat down and started tying his shoelaces and said that it didn't matter where the zeros went, they would only be messing around. And then our hero suddenly tripped, fell, and stretched out on the floor. Lao got up and yelled for the guy to watch where he was going. He took E by the scruff of the neck and began to lift from the floor. The young man's face was covered with drops of sweat, and he began to ask for forgiveness. Chen lifted the kid up and yelled that it really pissed him off when he stepped on trash, then added that he thought Chen was a monster at first. The jock called out to Lao, telling him to stay focused as they had business to attend to. Our hero barely whispered that he couldn't breathe. The guy let go of the guy fell down, and then stated to the young man, if he knows he's trash, he shouldn't go near him. Chuan started to get up from the floor and thought about Chen being an arrogant jerk, and the guy in turn remarked that they had a dream team. Thought not of his partners, with whom he had traveled to the abyss to establish himself in his abilities. He was thinking about the scavengers he considered a burden, which was what he called everyone who was at level 0. Our hero squinted one eye, pressed his lips tightly together, and stared intently in front of him. He was thinking about something. A system message appeared in front of him saying that he had 99 points out of 100 and would soon move on to the next level, level 1. He stood there and reread it several times as it was a huge surprise to the guy. Suddenly, people started shouting that a demon beast had appeared and they should run away, but you froze like a pillar. His face and neck were covered with drops of sweat, but the guy didn't realize that the kid from the battle group was such a coward. The monster's eyes lit up with anger, and a message appeared in front of the young man saying that the wolf spirit's health level was critical. The young man glanced at the monster with a drop of sweat appearing on his face. He saw a level 1 wooden shield in front of him, as well as a level 1 wooden stick. The young man looked at the wolf that was growling, opening its mouth wide and showing its fangs, and thought about the fact that the monster had a critical health level. He understood perfectly well that it would not be easy for him, and mentally persuaded himself to give up all doubts. The guy began to fight off the demon wolf with his wooden weapon. He was well aware that this was his chance. The beast bared its teeth, its eyes glowing with hatred, but the young man was not even going to run away. He accelerated, jumped on the monster's head, and shouted very loudly for it to die. The guy smiled as he saw the message in front of him that he had spent 0 damage points. He heard his partners behind his back talking about how Chin was dumb since he had just arrived. They were surprised that he was still unaware that only a battle group could deal with monsters. The young man clenched his teeth, attacked the monster, and thought about the fact that he was aware of everything. Just a few seconds later, a message listing his characteristics appeared in front of him. The wolf demon began to run towards our hero. He was rolling his huge, sharp teeth. The guy began to run away rapidly. He was well aware that with such equipment, he was unlikely to be able to break through the defenses of even the weakest monsters. Qianan clenched his teeth, looked at his opponent from the side, and thought that he still had an advantage. And he was well aware of the position he was in and needed to use more strength. Suddenly, Chen appeared. He started laughing loudly and noticed that the gnolls were running with their heels glistening when they saw the monster. Near his feet were killed wolves. The jock noticed that killing a monster can earn a couple of points of luck, but if it's a demon beast, then it's gone. Then the kid said that they were taking the expensive items and the rest to the scavengers and ordered them to clean up the place. The girl pointed her finger in the direction and informed the boss that one monster had survived after all. Someone shouted loudly that it was a demon beast and they should run away quickly. The shout was so strong that it was the moon. Lao pointed his hand at the purple equipment and ordered no one to take it as it was his. At the same time, a huge, strong monster attacked our hero, and he clenched his teeth in pain. The young man screamed out of his last strength that he would never die like trash and began to beat the monster with a wooden stick. He was so angry that he was able to put the stick right in the demon wolf's eye with all his might. A message appeared in front of E that he had dealt a fatal blow to the monster and caused damage to it. The monster posed no danger. The guy kneeled in front of it and scrutinized it. Sweat dripped down his face. He squinted his eyes and laughed, a reaction to the stress he was under. Then he rose to his feet, clenched his hands into fists, and began to laugh very loudly. So loudly that it echoed through the dungeon. Suddenly, Lao came up to him and remarked with a sneer that it looked like a lone horse was able to defeat a low-level wolf. He grabbed our hero by the pecs and asked if he thought he was a hero, then reprimanded and called the guy a suicide. Chen shook the young man and stated that they weren't here to drag his corpse, as the battle group had many career paths. Yi knew that once one reached the first level, one could join the battle group and even get a special specialty. But to achieve this, one must think about how to gain experience points. Zero can't defeat a demon beast. It's like going to certain death. The guy was well aware that the player risked his life for so many years to find someone early who could just be finished off. To do that, you also have to be able to wait very long and hard, waiting day after day, sometimes month after month. And killing one very strong demon beast would only give you one experience point. Xin looked carefully in front of him and said that this was the only way to gain experience points, and added that these were the ideal conditions. A system message appeared in front of Yi saying that he now had 100 experience points. Just a few seconds later, a new one appeared, from which he learned that he was moving to the next level. Lao was covered in droplets of sweat and shouted with all his might that the young man was a little asshole and asked if he had leveled up. A slight smile appeared on the young man's face because the message that he had reached the first level appeared in front of him. But it quickly disappeared from his face, as he was still a scavenger, albeit of the first maximum level. Chen frowned, pressed his lips tightly together, pouted shockingly, snot dripping from his nose. He began to laugh so hard that tears flowed. The kid shouted that the young man had reached the first level, but was still a garbage man, and added that their maximum level was the first. Lao grabbed our hero again, continued laughing, and noticed that he couldn't hold back his laughter. Then added that this was a once-in-a-lifetime chance, and that E was still a garbage collector, and this job suited him. He approached the kid and noticed that the other garbage men had already left, and he would have to clean up the mess alone. The kid turned around and started shouting to the guys that he had something very interesting to tell them. He looked at his hands, which were bloody from the fight with the wolf demon, and thought that a scavenger was weak. He realized that if it was level 1, he couldn't use gear to get up. He walked closer to the monster that was no longer a threat and asked what the scavenger gear was. As the corpse of the monster began to illuminate with a bluish light, it was quite amazing. Then a message appeared to find the recyclable trash, the body of a wolf spirit. The guy looked at the message carefully, whether to send the monster to be recycled or not, and drops of sweat appeared on his face. The young man answered in the affirmative. He stood still, and a creature with a huge number of hands appeared behind him. Sweat was dripping down his face. He watched carefully and asked if this was the garbage man's gimmick. Paws with huge claws and glowing bracelets pulled the monster's body towards him. He thought it was creepy and said, "Wolf just got sucked in." Our hero stood quietly, and a few seconds later he saw a system message that recycling was in progress. Before he could even blink an eye, there was a notification that the recycling was complete. The system message informed him that he had obtained the ghostly dash skill and had 3 equipment points. The young man was very surprised that cards and equipment points could be obtained from corpses. Qian opened his eyes wide and decided to open the system summary and began to peruse the information. A notice appeared saying that one needed to have 3 dexterity points to use a map. This shocked him. The young man didn't think long, but immediately decided to convert his equipment points into dexterity points. A message appeared saying that all conditions were met. He had 4 dexterity points. The system clarified if he wished to use 3. The young man looked intently in front of him. He didn't think for a second and immediately answered in the affirmative. A greenish-yellowish light illuminated him. He closed his eyes and spread his hands apart. After a few seconds, he looked at them, opened his eyes wide, grimaced, and asked if that was it, as he saw no visible change. As suddenly he heard someone called him very roughly. The guy covered in drops of sweat and said he was coming. He started to run very fast, and while running, he screamed very hard. Chin's facial expression changed very much. The young man didn't look under his feet at all, so he got caught on the roots of a tree. The guy couldn't stay on his feet, lost his balance, and fell down. He looked in front of him and wondered if there was such a skill before. He recognized from the system message that Ghost Jerk was recharging and shouted happily that it was recharging. He slowly began to rise, assumed a sitting position, closed his eyes, and exhaled. After a second, the young man opened his eyes. They were large, and his pupils were very narrowed. He saw a huge amount of system messages, that there was a recyclable trash found. E said that he could get abilities as well. He was surprised that it was a scavenger's primo. Our hero smiled, thought for a bit, and noticed that Abyss Trashmen were incredibly cool. One by one, reports began to appear that he had gained experience points. He noticed that the first time he recycled the corpse of a wolf spirit, he got the Ghostly Jerk ability, but after that, no new abilities came out, and fewer points were given each time. And he wondered if in order to get another ability, one had to recycle another monster, then the output would be more. The young man decided to familiarize himself with the information about himself again, and found out that he had 111 points so far. He looked carefully in front of him and wondered what skill to pump, because he did not know when he would still be able to gain points. The young man did not think for a long time and decided to divide them equally, so it was easy and simple for him. After that, his scores changed and naturally increased significantly. The young men were fighting the demon wolves. The jock was cheering them up and talking about how there were only 2 monsters left. Then he turned to Lau and asked if our hero had really changed his job to a garbage man. He was silent for a while and noted that he didn't even know it was possible. The kid with the glasses smiled and said that 3 hidden occupations were added every year, but the rankings of the most valuable jobs never changed, and most hidden jobs were just for fun. Chen frowned and noticed that the guy's maximum level was level 1, and he was barely stronger than 0, so basically nothing had changed. The jock clenched the sword in his hands harder, said there was no need to talk about that guy, but to move on, and ordered the guys to keep their eyes open. They agreed, and the young men went forward through the tunnel to where they could see a bright light. After a while, the jock stopped and looked around. He clutched his weapon tighter in his hands as he felt the danger. The guys frowned, sweat dripping down their faces, and their mouths opened wide in surprise. All because they saw a huge, very scary monster looming over them. Lau noticed that the mission objective had been found, and in front of them were the remains of the captain of the Falcon hunting group. The girl asked how such a big thing could fit inside the trading hall and still on the 5th floor. The guy in glasses said that not even 48 hours had passed since the transformation of the Abyss, and the corpses there were like 10 years old, and it looked like magic. The girl pointed out that they had only met weak beast demons, and the Falcon was B class, and wondered how they could have failed. They looked under their feet and were very much surprised as the monsters started grabbing the young men's legs. Someone noticed that there were more than just beast demons here, and the news announced that a chasm had appeared in the mall, and also reported that 27 people had been reported missing. The jock frowned, drops of blood dripping down his face, and he shouted with all his might for everyone to get ready. The young men were well aware that this was an ambush. Some of them had noticed they were surrounded. Chen put his hands out in front of him, began to use some skill of his, and yelled loudly. He asked where the corpses were, and they were right there. The jock yelled that the low-level beast demons were only there to bring them here. After a while, he started pointing his hand somewhere in the distance, and all the team members looked there. His pupils became like dots, and he whispered that the final boss of the Abyss was in front of them. From the system message, he found out that it was an Abyss carnivorous plant that was a Class A class. Lau had droplets of sweat dripping down his face in rivulets and shouted very loudly for the group members to look up. When they looked up, they saw a hunting group of zombies in front of them that was approaching them. And our hero was sitting calmly, holding his backpack. In front of him was a system message that a recycle was in progress. He was completely calm. A few seconds later, a notification appeared that he had gotten the achievement for recycling 50 corpses, which he was insanely happy about. He rejoiced greatly as the system message informed the young man that he would receive the reward. He read that he had received a heart-shaped weapon, as well as a card that the ordinary dagger was now also his. He covered his eyes, covered in sticky sweat. He was shaking with anger, and the guy noticed that even the rewards were for trash, junk. It was quite ironic to him. Suddenly he jerked up, closed his mouth tightly. His eyes became as big as dishes. Chin heard a violent rumbling sound. He turned his head towards the sound and listened. Then he noticed that something was approaching him. Just a few seconds later, the young man saw a terrifying monster in front of him. He was very much frightened, opened his eyes wide. His pupils became like dots and clenched his teeth not to scream from fear. Our hero saw that the monster is already very close, and at the last moment bounced away from him. A system message appeared saying that he had activated the agility skill. Excellent evasion. The guy said that the monster scared him very much, and he was already thinking that he was already dead. He froze in place and realized that he had become more agile, probably because he had improved his agility. He pressed his lips tightly together and thought about the fact that he also felt that he had become more agile. While the young man was in the clouds, the monster came very close to him. It was already a few centimeters away. The young man did not run away from it, but began to actively attack and use force. The zombie was very angry, but Chin was not afraid of it at all already and felt confident. He looked at the monster and thought that now he was not only more agile, but also stronger. After a few seconds, our hero decided to activate a skill like ghostly jerk. He clenched his hand into a fist, his eyes glowing with hatred, and shouted very loudly that now it was his turn. The guy attacked the monster and shouted loudly that there would be more damage from it this time. A message appeared in front of E that a power skill had been activated and it had shattered the enemy's defense and dealt 100% damage. The young man clenched his hand into a fist. A slight smile appeared on his face and said that this version of him was simply incomparable. He looked intently in front of him and read the notice that his intelligence skill was able to find the opponent's weaknesses. The young man saw the monster approaching him and making strange sounds, and there was also a notification in front of him that it was a high-level zombie. It yelled and screamed, and the guy from the notice learned that the monster's weaknesses is fire and the weak point is the neck. One didn't think for a long time, but accelerated and began to approach the monster very quickly. Our hero very actively and with all his might attacked the zombie, and that was very much enraged. The guy gathered his strength and remembered the notice that the weak point of the monster is the neck. That's why he activated the skill of luck. Activated the dagger, his opponent began to bleed. The young man clenched the weapon harder in his hands and looked at the monster. He was ready to attack. But a message appeared in front of him that he had killed the zombie and that a second later collapsed right at his feet. He had traces of the infectious substance that the zombie had left on his arm, and something had to be done about it. A notification appeared in front of him, a notification that engaged the skill of body-resisting plant poison. The young man gripped the dagger in his hands tighter, smiled, and said that it was the first time he had killed someone. From the system message, he learned that a recyclable trash was found, a zombie body, and was offered to recycle it. Chin didn't refuse it. After a few minutes, he found out that the recycling was successful, and he gained a new skill called poison resistance. He looked at the card that appeared in front of him and learned that the effects of poisoning were converted into beneficial effects. The young man wondered if he could now drink poisons like water and decided to use the card. A notification appeared that a new skill had been added, resistance to poisons, and that he had gained 5 points. A system notification appeared in front of our hero with his detailed characteristics. He summoned decomposition, which was the name of a tainted poison that was very toxic and could not be consumed. The young man held a vial of poison in his hands and said that with poison resistance, all poisoning would be converted into beneficial effects. He began to drink slowly and remarked that he would see what would come of it all. A notification appeared that due to the resistance to poisons, the toxic effect was converted into a healing effect. E shouted that his wounds were as good as gone. The guy was notified that the duration of the effect was 10 minutes, and he shouted that this skill was so powerful that he felt a surge of strength. A sign appeared in front of him, and he said that he remembered that the better pumped intelligence, the more weaknesses he can see in the opponent. So he made the decision to invest in it. And just a few minutes later, the characteristics of our hero changed. Intelligence was 10 points more than other indicators. The young man was looking carefully in front of him when suddenly he heard some strange sounds behind his back. He slanted his eyes to the side and asked himself if he had missed the monster again. But when E turned around, he was speechless for a few seconds. There was a huge number of zombies in front of him. Suddenly, he thought that he had only been called a burden, trash, completely useless, everyone treated only like that. The young man held out his dagger in front of him and thought about what he was about to show everyone. The guy mentally said that his name was Ye Chin, and he was a garbage man, and shouted to the zombies that they were garbage and to come to him faster. Meanwhile, the young men were fighting in the zombies, and it used to be the Falcon group. The jock covered himself with his shield. It was very difficult for him. He clenched his teeth from the tension. He frowned. Drops of sweat appeared on his face, and the kid was swearing and shouting that even though they were corpses, they were very strong. But the most discomfort came from the carnivorous plant that was also attacking the young men. And the kid thought of nothing else but to start retreating, which he shouted to his team. Lao flew forward at the speed of light. The appearance of the young men left much to be desired. Some had already been struck by zombies. The guy with the glasses couldn't be saved. The monster jumped on him, and there was no turning back. The jock yelled that the zombies were right behind them, but Chen ran with his eyes wide open and thought about the fact that the monsters were so strong. He ran forward without recognizing anything in his path, and the blonde was still trying to fend off the attack. Lao clenched his teeth and thought about the fact that he had only come here for money and equipment, and to die here would be stupid. The jock turned his head towards the trader and was very surprised to see him running away like a rat off the ship. He shouted to Chung what he was doing, since they were on the same team, and the zombies were coming closer and closer. Lao delayed just for a second, apologized, and told his partner that he would have to hold off the monsters. He started running even faster and yelled to his boss that he would definitely pay for his funeral. There were so many zombies, and the jock didn't stand a chance, and he started calling Lao, who was already near the door, out of his last strength. His face was covered with drops of sweat, and the guy thought about the fact that he would lose nothing if he ran away. He also managed to collect a couple of items. He was tormented by the question of what excuse to come up with, that their team had died. He did not look around and bumped into our hero. From surprise, Chen fell, covered his mouth with his hands, and looked in front of him. The kid quickly came to his senses, since in front of him was a garbage man. He asked if it was true that Lao betrayed his captain to escape. The one answered nothing, only looked behind the back of our hero. Drops of sweat appeared on his face from fright. He got to his feet, began to look around, and asked the young man if he had done it all. Chen heard some shouting and thought about how he couldn't leave the guy behind, as he would definitely tell everything. He turned at Qing Yu and remarked that it was about time he got stronger, and added that he would feed him to those things right now. Lao wanted to hit the young man and had already put his foot in for a kick, but at the last moment everything changed. A system message appeared saying that the use of physical force had been blocked and the reception would be directed towards the attacker. Chen fell to the floor, cursed, and started yelling at Ye what he had done, and started calling him names. The young man looked at his opponent with hatred and said that Lao was scum, and being a traitor was worse than being trash. And he immediately used his strength against the opponent. He swore and shouted like an eel. Our hero calmly stood and read the system message that the recycling process had begun. But just a few seconds later, a new notification appeared that the garbage was not recyclable. The garbage monster threw Lao to the floor, and E noticed that sometimes garbage should just be gotten rid of. A message appeared in front of the young man saying that the trash recycling skill had been improved. Trash abilities could be recycled with the trash's consent. He also received a 3-minute Spellmaster experience card. Shin looked intently in front of him and noticed that silence. It was a sign of consent, and then added that it was very convenient. And the young man decided to use the card he had just received. The guy got the skill Flame Lord and learned that to use the skill Fireball, you need 15 points of intelligence, and he had 50. And also the skill can evolve into a Big Bang. And the zombies kept yelling. They were coming closer and closer as they sensed that there was their victim nearby. Our hero turned around and saw that there was a whole horde of them behind the glass doors. He stretched his hand forward, but did not yet understand how to activate the fireball. Just a few seconds later, there was a very strong explosion, and the young man could barely stand on his feet. The fire was extinguished as quickly as it had appeared, and the boy stood in a completely empty room. Literally after a second, he screamed, as he had plans for the zombies and wanted to recycle them. But all that was left of them was ash. The young man stood at a loss, and from above, an armed man began to jump directly on him. But our hero felt that someone was approaching him and at the last moment was able to bounce aside. The stranger did not stop. He had a goal to destroy the guy, and he dodged the attacks in every possible way. And just a few seconds later, a sword appeared in Chin's hand, and he was able to attack the enemy. His face was covered with drops of sweat, and he thought that his melee skills were lame. So he shouted for help to hold out if they didn't want this thing to rise again. A card appeared in front of the young man that he could now use a golden shield. He didn't think for a long time and immediately started using it during the fight with the stranger. And just a few minutes later, the opponent no longer posed any danger. He reached forward and said that he would have to recycle it as well, and added that the kid would rest in peace forever. A notification appeared that the kid had obtained a dagger mastery card, and he could wield the dagger like an assassin and be invulnerable to stabbing attacks. The young man immediately decided to use the dagger mastery card and said that being a scavenger wasn't so bad. Our hero fought the monsters, and a message appeared about whether or not his mission was really to find the Falcon hunting group. The young man attacked the zombies, defended himself against them with a golden shield, and answered in the affirmative. He realized that the mission would be considered a failure if he didn't deliver their bodies, and no reward would be received. A notification appeared that the recycling had been successful, and he had gained the brutality skill, his strength and dexterity stats had increased, and he would also gain immunity to control. The young man looked at the zombie and replied that he knew the rules of the game perfectly well, and he didn't need to repeat them. The boy was asked again about whether he found the Falcon hunting group or not. He read the message carefully and replied that he had found one, but he couldn't pick them up as they had already been recycled. The message came up again asking if they had indeed been recycled. The young man replied that the man had dragged them into the abyss. It was about our hero. Lao was in the interrogation room, and the monitoring committee members talked about how he was the only survivor, and when they found him, his level had dropped to 1, and they had never seen such a thing before. Chen yelled that that man recycled his abilities. This is the proof, and that man is a scavenger. The members of the supervisory committee noticed that the guy's pollution level was high, and that's why he might be hallucinating, but he yelled that he was telling the truth. Our hero stood near the entrance to the B-class abyss. After the incident, he sold all the magic crystals on the black market, but he only got somewhere around 30%. The thing is that the business built on these crystals has always been a monopoly, so private transactions are considered illegal. So the black market set the tax rate at 70%. You thought about using his refining abilities in front of other people and worried about them not reporting something to the supervisory committee. He looked at his hand and realized that he had awakened to a hidden profession. They would immediately lock him up and start studying him. The young man thought about the fact that he had to make time to make some money while he was still out. The chief who had gathered everyone said that this abyss had just appeared and it was still unknown until the end, so they would be rewarded double. And he said for those who can change professions to come up, Yi stepped forward and asked what the kid thought of him. He clarified Chin's level. The young man showed his hand and said that he was a level 1 garbage man. Someone in the crowd laughed loudly, and the head of the group asked where a sucker like our hero got so much courage. The kid from the group yelled that he should be among his own kind. The young man thought about the fact that if they thought he was weak, it would confuse them, and he would be somewhere in the Knev, on the back of the group, and no one would notice if he started recycling corpses. Such was his brilliant plan. Someone shouted to the man in charge to let the guy go. Those present began to whisper that this was the daughter of a famous Liu family, and she had just awakened to her God-chosen profession. The girl told the young man to take the young man, as they didn't have enough people as it was. She was the rising star of the hunting group, the chosen one, and her name was Liu Xingjian. The head of the group called Ye a stooge, who is at level 1 and doesn't know how to do anything. But the blonde calmly replied that it didn't matter since they were only here for the numbers. The kid smiled and stated that they were only here to protect her, and she had the last word. And Chin was already thinking about being expelled again, and this wasn't the first time he had to play the role of a complete lowlife. He stared at the girl and thought about the fact that he had seen her somewhere before, and the name seemed familiar to him. The young man thought for a while and remembered that he had met Liu Xingjian 2 years ago. He was fighting a huge bear, and a message appeared in front of him saying that 1 point of death blow had been given. Just a few seconds later, the bear had already been killed and posed no danger. Liu looked at all this with amazement and then asked if the guy was really a scavenger. She also wondered how he managed to kill the huge animal. Our hero smiled and shouted that it was his first time and he got 1 experience point. He had turned to Xingjian and asked if she was okay, and she said that she had heard that this was a way to level up, but she had never met anyone who used this method. The girl opened her eyes wide and asked if he really got experience points that way. She wondered why. The young man calmly replied that he was only doing it all for money. Liu had drops of sweat on his face. She said that she didn't believe the guy as it was too risky. And Qin collected crystals and said that there were a lot of them, but they couldn't all be his. The young man started to look at the crystal and remarked that it was risky, but she was lucky to have a profession, and she can't even imagine how others have to survive. He collected the crystals in his backpack and talked about the fact that he has no team, and when he meets demon beasts, he just throws himself on them. The girl said that she wanted to become stronger in order to be the first to conquer that place. Yi's face beaded with sweat. He was very surprised by such a statement, and Liu asked why he really wanted to change his profession. Our hero smiled and replied that he wanted to do it for the sake of his family, to protect them. The beauty smiled back and asked what the young man's name was. The man smiled back at her, looked intently in front of him, and replied that his name was Ye Qin. The girl said that her name was Liu Xingjian, and she was sure that he would be able to change his profession one day. And when he did, she was ready to invite him to join the team and offered to conquer that place together. The young people shook hands. The young man asked the girl not to stop him when the time came, and she said that first you need to change profession, because on her account of 30 monsters and on his while 1. Suddenly 2 guards appeared. They ran to Liu, shouting that they had been looking for my lady for a long time. One of them asked why she had fled into the bowels of the abyss. The second shouted at the garbage man to keep away from the beauty. The men grabbed Xingjian under their arms and talked about how their boss was furious and almost snapped their necks, while the girl screamed for them to let her go. No one was going to listen to her, so she pulled out a crystal, threw it to Yi, and yelled for him to catch it. The boy was very agile. After a few seconds, the crystal was in his hand. It scraped his finger a little. Liu looked at the young man with wide-open eyes and shouted that this was his first reward. He raised his hand with the crystal upwards as a thank you, went forward and remembered what that girl's name was. And the leader of the group ordered Yi not to stand like a stumbling block, but to move those crystals. He moved closer to Liu and said he would try very hard not to drag the others down. She gave the boy a hard look and told the young man to grab his gear, and they would be moving out. The group approached the portal, and the boss ordered everyone to go forward, which everyone did with great enthusiasm. Our hero clutched the handle of his backpack and thought about the fact that this time, he would try to make some money and come back alive. He remembered that back then, when he was getting out of the past abyss, he had mastered the golden shield. But that wasn't all. He got a dagger skill card. He could wield the weapon like an assassin and be invulnerable to stabbing attacks. And our hero also got a card with the berserk ability. The abyss brought him a lot of plushies. Qin remembered how he fought a huge number of zombies. It was a titanic labor. Back then, he had obtained the abyss boss ability, the super regeneration of a flesh-eating plant. The young man was well aware that now he could choose any profession and there would be no disadvantages, and he distributed the extra points evenly among all the characteristics. He realized that he was someone who had cleanly recycled everything recyclable in the past abyss, and thought about what level would be equivalent to 100 points. A system message appeared in front of the boy that the all-seeing eye skill and its additional capabilities had activated. The young man looked at the man and realized that he had only 12 points on strength, and intelligence is his weak point, because there is 1 point. The team members walked down the long corridors. Suddenly, the stone walls shook. Everyone turned back, and the one in front asked if it was really an earthquake. Qin put the brick back in, laughed, and said that this underground structure was somehow unstable. Suddenly, someone ahead shouted happily that they had found the chest, and our hero exhaled in relief. The boss reprimanded and noticed that there were no dagger masters in their squad, and this chest was at least A class. He put his hand up and indicated that he could try to open the chest, and everyone fell silent. In just a few seconds, the chest was opened, and the young man was thinking that picking the lock was a breeze. The boss came closer and remarked that only a dagger master above level 4 could pick locks. Qin remarked that a level 1 scavenger could handle it as well, since they often found locked chests. The blonde man stated that they would share the entire contents of the chest after the mission, and needed to keep moving forward. He turned to the girl to stay near him and noted that he thought there was something up ahead and that she was scared. The young man threw the pebble he had in his palm and it flew, ricocheting, hitting the walls. From some bricks, after a small impact, spikes appeared, and it could be dangerous. The brunette asked the young man if he was really on the first level. He answered in the affirmative and remarked that traps were common when they were scavenging, and he could easily figure them out. Lu, who was standing to the side, listened attentively to what Chin was saying, pressed her lips tightly together, and thought about something. A system message appeared that the trap check was successfully passed. The target became more imposing. Everyone was surprised, and the guy was thinking that it was all thanks to his intelligence. A card appeared in the guy's hand. He received a broken mace, and the boss noticed with a smile that it was his personal reward and said, "Accept with gratitude." He thought he was still useless in the eyes of the group. But the young men didn't stay in one place for long and set off. Some remarked that it was easy to get here. There were some who thought that there were no monsters in this abyss. They entered the room and saw a notice that it was a reward room, and there were no monsters in it, and the players had entered a special type of abyss. Lau remarked that it was too early to rejoice, and they should watch where monsters might attack from, and the man picked up the stone tablet and remarked that this tablet was the only reward. He held the stone tablet over the red-filled vessel and shouted that they had come as far as the main treasure and could turn around. Just as suddenly, all the liquid fountained upwards from the vessel, and a notification appeared that the blood trial was beginning. Chin, who was standing behind, thought to himself that the man was an idiot and this wasn't a reward room at all, but a trap. Several monsters appeared in front of the team, clanking their teeth. It was a bloody nightmare. Sangjian clutched her weapons tightly in her hands and shouted very loudly for the players to prepare for battle. But the monsters, while there was a hiccup, surrounded the group of players and began to gradually approach them. And our hero thought about the fact that he needs to fight using only 25% of his strength, so as not to burn his skills, and he wore a ring of weakness on his finger. There was a system message that the owner of the ring can choose how much his characteristics will be reduced, but before he thought that this item is not useful to him. The members of the groups were standing near each other, monsters were approaching them, and the players were confused. The young man, as always, summoned his assistant trash spirit. He did so without anyone seeing. And Ye immediately rushed towards one of the monsters. He started to actively attack it, and the other members of the group were very surprised. Lu turned her head, a drop of sweat appeared on her face, and the girl asked if the guy had struck one blow. And our hero clenched his hand more tightly, in which there was a dagger, and near him lay parts of the monster. Xingjin was surprised by the situation that happened, but she didn't have time to think about anything, because she was also fighting monsters. A man wearing a metal helmet with horns was shouting that it was all bullshit, and the monsters would shatter into small pieces after a single blow. The monster began to approach him. He was very much frightened and shouted that it was all suspicious, and after all, the natural state of the bloody nightmare is very unstable. And the man did not think long, began to attack the monster. He waved his sword with all his might, then to the left, then to the right. The brunette, who was behind with a smile, noted that this is not bad and the man is very proud. But his expression changed after a few seconds as the monster started walking towards him. The monster began to attack the player. The player fell backwards on the floor and screamed with all his might, and the girl said that decapitation was of no use and asked if this thing was unkillable. Lu used her special skill and froze the monster while stating that the group members were so helpless. She began to clear the snow near the man wearing a metal helmet, and the man looked at her with fear. The girl declared that the players in front of them were nothing but a bloody nightmare, and the players were so pathetic, and she was ashamed of them. Shijian looked around, thought for a bit, and summarized that they were all just trash. And the monsters didn't think of retreating. There were so many of them. They were coming closer and closer to the group members. The girl shouted that the monsters were very fast, and she didn't have time to read the spell. Kay frowned and remarked that since the sword was useless against them, we should finish them off on the spot. The young man applied his skill that he had recently learned, and there was a big explosion. The brunette immediately realized that it was a C-class spell. She was surprised that Chin was so quick to do everything. Our hero calmly looked in front of him, and someone from the group asked if maybe it was all a bug. After all, as a first-level player, he was capable of such a thing. Two monsters began to approach the young man. He did not even think of running away, but clenched his fists. Literally after a second, the guy screamed very loudly and the monsters froze in place. A message appeared in front of the young man that the bloody nightmare had a shock. This is what E wanted. Our hero was collected. A system message appeared in front of him that berserk abilities had been unlocked, and he began to actively fight the monsters since there was no hope for the other members of the group. The bloody nightmare shattered into several factions and began to approach the guy. The brunette, who was standing aside and did not show himself in any way, asked in surprise what was wrong with that monster. The young man smiled, drops of sweat appeared on his face, and he stated that the monsters had gathered into a large monster. Someone present remarked that it was too strong a monster for a B-grade abyss. Indeed, it was a king-level bloody nightmare. Chin thought that there was something wrong here. After all, a blood monster could imitate its opponent and become stronger. But he wondered who this monster was imitating. But the monster was not going to stop and began to approach the young man. He managed to bounce at the last moment when the bloody monster hit the floor with all his might and pieces of stone flew off. The young man began to think that the monster was imitating him and came to the conclusion that he could not cope with it. The guy was approached by Liu, who was carrying a huge sword on her shoulder. The girl told Chin to step aside. She went to the monster and said through her teeth that she would deal with the monster herself. And the bloody monster roared, opening its mouth wide and reaching out its clawed paws towards the girl. But all this did not scare her at all. She accelerated and began to approach him to attack. After getting closer to the monster, Xingjian began to use her special skill. Our hero carefully watched everything that was happening. He opened his mouth in surprise as he saw that Liu had frozen the monster's claw. The beauty was not going to stop there and began to freeze his mouth. She stared intently at the monster. Her pupils narrowed very much and drops of sweat appeared on her face. But the bloody monster did not calm down and began to attack Liu. She barely had time to bounce aside. The girl wiped the drops of sweat with her hand and thought about the fact that she wouldn't go as she was too weak. She remembered what the guards had told her about what they had detected, that the energy of that abyss was very unstable. Xingjian bandaged her own wounds, and they asked her if she was sure she wanted to go there alone. She sat staring intently in front of her and thought that her goal was to conquer that place, the highest level of the Tower of the End. But her progress was too far from that of her older sisters and brothers. The girl stood up and thought about the fact that this was the reason why she couldn't get close to them. Liz somehow thought that if she was having trouble clearing the abyss, then she wasn't worthy of her family's surname. But the beauty did not stop and began to further fight the bloody monster. There was no time to think about anything else. The group members who came here together with Xingjian stood to the side and carefully watched everything that was happening. The girl clutched the huge sword harder with one hand, and a flag appeared in her other hand. It was a frost flag, and Liu set it up a few meters away from the bloody monster. A system message appeared saying that the speed of all allies within a 30-meter radius was increasing by 50%. The flag worked perfectly. All the ground and the monster began to freeze very quickly. The girl walked closer to the frozen monster. She clenched her sword harder, and a system message appeared in front of her that the speed had been increased. She pressed her lips together and thought that if the ice didn't kill the monster, it would at least delay it for a while. Liu watched the frozen monster and decided to use a skill called Comet Strike. He watched everything carefully and said that this is what God's chosen C-grade profession was like. And he wondered who was stronger, the king-level bloody nightmare or Liu Xingjian's chosen one. The girl looked in front of her and said that there was absolutely no effect at all. The ice that was on the monster melted very quickly, and the bloody monster was very angry. Liu started to fight off its tentacles and thought that she had C-grade, but her strength still couldn't compare to her sibling's strength. She became very angry because the thought of feeling like a detached and weak link kept her angry. The girl remembered her relatives and thought about how they always made fun of her, criticized her, called her a disgrace to the family and very weak, and the abysses were too dangerous for her. Xingjian jumped up and thought about the fact that she had to become stronger, even if she had to start with an easier abyss to do so. She realized that she could overcome great difficulties as long as she kept throwing herself a challenge and would be able to outmaneuver everyone, and shouted that she had to handle it all by herself. Our hero, who was standing off to the side and watching everything carefully, frowned and a drop of sweat appeared on his face. He tensed up very much as he saw that the bloody monster began to attack the girl, and she could neither overcome the attack nor bounce aside, so she fell to the ground. The brunette who was in the group opened her mouth wide in surprise and asked if the bloody nightmare had killed Lou. And then she added that they should run away because the C-grade person couldn't handle it, but the monster began to approach them. The young man didn't think for long. He clenched his teeth and started attacking the monster with his special skills. The other members of the group, instead of helping Ye, began to run away with their heels blazing. Shangjin slowly regained her senses and got to her feet. She clutched her weapon tightly in her hands. She opened her eyes wide with astonishment as she couldn't believe that a garbage man was fighting a monster. The boy attacked the monster as best he could, yet he managed to dodge its attacks. The young man activated his omniscient eye skill in order to weaknesses. And he thought to himself that this monster was a king-level monster, and it could survive under any circumstances, and its level was quite high. Qin clenched his hand into a fist and made the decision to activate all his characteristics to their fullest extent. The young man immediately afterwards began to attack the enemy again, but more intensely. The monster was burning, yelling, and wanted to attack our hero, but he began to run away from him very quickly. Lu stood aside and drank a health potion, and the girl who was standing nearby noticed that the young man is very fast. He was running away from the attacks and thought that once he found the weak point of the bloody nightmare, they would all be saved. Shane ran up to the monster and started attacking it, and thought that no matter what part he blew up, it would still grow back, and he hadn't noticed the weak spots on its body yet. He pressed his lips together, and the thought hit him that it was as if the monster was being remotely controlled by someone. This thought shocked him, and the young man froze in place for a few seconds. And he shouted to the members of the group who were sitting very far away that the tablet had something to do with the bloody nightmare, and then told them to kick it quickly closer to him. The man in the metal helmet with horns began to slowly approach the stone. Although he was afraid, he still complied with the request of our hero, and the tablet flew. A notification appeared that the intelligence test had been passed, and now E could decipher the ancient writings. He needed to decipher the spell to break the blood curse. Chun tossed the tablet up and thought about the fact that the solution was in front of their eyes. And if only he knew, he would have used the all-seeing eye from the beginning. At this time, the stone tablet flew into the monster right into its huge, toothy mouth. The monster froze in place and a system message appeared, stating that the invincible mode had been activated. Someone asked why the monster froze. The brunette said she was really scared, and the guy just whined. He turned his head to the side and calmly said about the bloody nightmare going into invincible mode. Lu approached the young man and asked if they had met before, and added that he seemed familiar to her. The boy was covered in drops of sweat, opened his eyes wide and asked if his girlfriend recognized him, and then said that they had met in the abyss 2 years ago. The young man said that he was a scavenger who earned experience points, and she witnessed him getting his first experience point in life, and Xingjian remembered that he was a scavenger, and then said that she remembered that the guy's name was Yezin. The young man had even more droplets on his face and corrected that his name was Ye Qin. Ta smiled and remarked that she didn't know that the guy had also changed his profession. Ye folded his arms on his chest, smiled, and stated that he was now a level 1 garbage collector. Shangjian became sad and thought about the fact that the young man had risked his life and accumulated points time after time. She was surprised that the guy had become so strong and thought about why he was looking at her like that. And then she came to the conclusion that this scavenger was stronger than her. Lu gripped her weapon harder in her hands and said something about how that didn't sound cool anyway, and then pointed out that the tablet would circulate inside the bloody nightmare's body and she could freeze it. That would stop it, and asked Qin to use the time to find the tablet. The young man tilted his head and smiled and remarked that 1 head, good, but 2, better. He turned his head to the girl and said that she could consider those half points as a reward and offered to defeat that monster together and held out his fist. The girl smiled back, folded her hand into a fist and said, "Just don't get in the way." The team members came closer and asked what about them, and then added that although they weren't of much use, they were willing to fight to the end. Qian suggested that they should all go together and remarked that this way they would definitely get out alive. So the young men approached the monster and saw a tablet in its stomach area. He said that they had 5 seconds for the bloody nightmare to go into invincible mode. Otherwise, the monster would go into a berserk state and the slaughter would begin for the next 30 seconds. And he shouted for everyone to listen carefully that 30 seconds was their last hope and they must return alive. A man in a metal helmet with horns started yelling that they had to come back alive. He yelled like a raging man, and our hero read a system message that the morale had risen. A notification also appeared in front of Lou that the weakness had been reduced by 100% and the regeneration rate had been increased by 15%. She stood back and watched as the group members shouted that they needed to return alive. The girl thought about not underestimating the scavenger and ordered the soldier to keep an eye on the monster's fury. The man immediately began the task. He tried to anger the monster, and this he in truth succeeded very easily. The bloody nightmare roared and tried to reach the soldier with his tentacles. Liu ordered the mage to target the monster's regrown tentacles and cover the scavenger. The girl listened carefully to the order and began to follow it immediately, while the monster rampaged. You said that the stone tablet would help finish this trial. If one destroyed it with a fireball, the trial would never end. Hengjin was very tense. Sweat drops appeared on her face from worry, and she asked what to do. Our hero replied that he was thinking about it, and then noted that he could carry the tablet with one hand. The girl was very much surprised by such a proposal. She could not believe her ears and asked what he had in mind. Does he really want to dive into the stomach of the monster, and that to get the tablet? The guy stretched his hand forward, hesitated for a moment, and then replied, "To be frank, that's exactly what he wanted to do." Liu looked at the young man very intently, and she was speechless for a few moments. She came to her senses very quickly and ordered the gunner to aim for the roof and make a ladder for them to climb up. The kid immediately loaded an arrow into his bow and raised it upward in order to carry out the order quickly. He fired in huge chunks of concrete. Rocks started falling from the ceiling. The monster that was caught under the epicenter screamed like an insane person. Jingjin shouted that she would freeze the monster's lower torso and wanted to add something. But our hero began to approach the bloody nightmare and declared for her to leave it to him. The monster roared, clanked its teeth, stretched out its long and huge tentacles to E, and he was getting closer and closer, thinking about the fact that his regeneration ability could patch up minor wounds, which meant that non-serious wounds were fine with him. At this time, Liu set up a freeze flag and froze the lower part of the monster. When already the young man was near the bloody nightmare, they began to shout to him to aim at the chest because it would be easier to hit. But the young man was bothered by the fact that he was not fast enough as he would have liked. So he added 20 points to his speed. This was because he activated the berserk state. Then he drank to activate the poison resistance skill. Because of that, his speed also increased. He thought about how he could finally use the potion cards he had picked up at the entrance to the abyss. From the system message, the guy learned that his defenses had increased by 15%. He became even faster and came closer and closer to the monster. E shouted that this was his finest hour. But the monster, although it was half frozen, the upper part of its body was perfectly in control. It swooped its tentacles from side to side. Shin didn't have time to dodge the attack, and the monster hit him several times and the guy screamed in pain. Liu, who was standing below and watching closely, opened her mouth wide in surprise. The bloody nightmare hit the young man very hard. He was flying from a great height. After a few seconds, the young man landed and said that this was his finest hour. But he screwed up. And then added that nothing else should be expected from a garbage man. But after all, he really thought it could work out. Our hero couldn't think of anything else to do but activate the recycling ability, but decided he would be the item. Just then, a huge purple monster with a huge number of clawed paws appeared. The bloody nightmare, who also saw it, opened its mouth wide in surprise. The players started asking each other what it was and where this monster came from. A message appeared in front of one saying that it was impossible to process a living organism, so the operation was canceled. But he couldn't calm down and shouted, if it couldn't be processed, then it should be thrown away. He frowned, looked intently in front of him, pressed his lips together and added that he should throw it away with all his might. And the trash zombie understood his request very well and threw the young man towards the bloody nightmare. The one just from surprise opened its mouth wide, and in a few seconds, E was already there. And after some more time, the young man, along with the tablet in his hand, shouted that the plan had worked. The monster collapsed to the ground with a huge rumble, and our hero clutched the stone tablet harder. He stepped aside and loudly, clearly recited the spell that was written on it. The monster began to crumble to dust, and a message appeared in front of the guy saying that he had passed the blood test. The team members who were standing aside began to swear. The mage girl couldn't understand what had just happened. Alu opened her mouth and eyes wide, and then wondered if they had won. The young people started laughing, jumping up and down and shouting that they had won. There was a notification that the level had been raised. The raid participants were very happy as they received extra points to their characteristics. Yingjian was surprised that she had also increased her level. A solid amount of points had been added to her characteristics, and a message appeared in front of our hero that he had already reached the maximum level and he only scratched his head. As suddenly a chest appeared, and the members of the group shouted that this was their real reward. One of the cards Chin managed to catch, by the way, a huge number of them appeared. The card depicted a sword and stated, "It deals damage, but the player must have level 10. The young man cringed and shouted that his maximum level was only level 1. A system message appeared and alerted him that the card could not be used at the current level. He looked at the gear that fell out and thought about it being his reward, but he couldn't use it. He almost cried. Lo remarked, since the guy was the one who defeated the bloody nightmare, he should decide how they would distribute the reward, and the young man was embarrassed at such words. He walked closer to the girl and whispered that he had something to tell her. Near the portal that served as the entrance to the abyss stood a huge number of people. The man ordered to contact the headquarters and prepare to send a rescue team. Suddenly, silhouettes appeared from the portal, and Xingjian calmly remarked that none of this was necessary. After a few seconds, it showed itself. The girl was collected and very serious. The mustachioed man was holding a walkie-talkie in his hands and was crying with joy straight to the point of tears. He was very worried. He rushed to Lu, and the reporter who was standing not far away shouted that no other was expected from the Xingjian family, and the girl had already cleared the abyss. She was very proud and remarked that there was nothing she couldn't handle, and the team members quietly whispered in her back that it would all be their secret, and Lu noted that she was C-class after all. A young man approached the beauty and asked if it was true that their family was not poor, and he offered to sell her the cards, and also noted that he would make a discount on friendship, and it would all cost 500 crystals, and Xingjian agreed. And the young man told her that when she left this place, she should pretend as if he had never been here, and this abyss she had cleaned up herself. The girl opened her eyes wide in surprise. Drops of sweat appeared on her face, and she agreed to this proposal as well. Ye went back to the dungeons, and Lu said about her going with the other players and he would pull up later. Xingjian lowered her head and thought about how this guy wanted her to stay in his debt. After a while, our hero sat beside the stone tablet and looked at it intently. He reached out his hand to it, used his skill, and a small worm appeared on the stone. Xian smiled and noticed that even a pathetic creature like him didn't want to be like trash and let others step on it. And he offered to become his power. The guy didn't listen to anything but activated his skill again. After a few seconds, a notification appeared that the bloody nightmare had been successfully recycled. From the second message, the young man learned that the body of the nightmare uses the life essence to summon a clone, and the one can imitate the host and deal damage. From the card, our hero learned that this ability can be improved, and the recharge time is 30 seconds. He got to his feet, applied the skill, and cheerfully said that it was all very splendid. The young man pressed his lips together and thought about how he couldn't wait to put this ability into action already. After a while, the young man sat in the cafe and watched the screen intently. He thought about the fact that he had given away all the equipment that Lu Xingjian's high level required, because a scavenger with a bunch of cool equipment would definitely not go unnoticed by the observers. Kay reflected on the fact that scavengers were so inconspicuous that no one would even notice if he started selling gear secretly. He closed his eyes as he was well aware that no one would buy from a scavenger anyway. The boy accidentally touched the screen with his hand, and a message appeared saying that the gear was recycled, and he received 1 standard point. He was very surprised. A drop of sweat appeared on the young man's face, and he said that he had accidentally recycled it. Then a system message appeared. It was a training that told about recycling and also about the standard number. The young man was very much surprised that unwanted gear could also be recycled. He thought about whether or not he needed to follow the prompts, whether or not it was worth recycling an ordinary dagger since it had already become unusable. The young man read the notices carefully and decided to recycle 4 weapons. The guy was very excited that the weapons were not only repaired, but also better in terms of durability. It surprised him that trash weapons could be improved. Our hero smiled. He was very excited and motivated by this discovery. The system congratulated E on completing his training, and he had the opportunity to choose a reward for himself. The young man decided to choose a magic potion that instantly restored mana while regaining strength. Shine thought about the fact that he had no need for attribute points right now, but what bothered him the most was that he couldn't predict its depth. Unprepared guys often run out of mana before they find the boss lair, and have to retrace their footsteps to resupply, and magic bottles would be a key means of survival. A notification appeared in front of the boy that he had learned how to regenerate items. From the next notification, the young man learned that a magic potion required 6 points and any container was needed as well. He thought about the fact that it was clear why the points were needed, but what did the container require? He understood the hand and asked the bartender to give him some container. After a while, there were 4 empty cups in front of our hero. And after a few more seconds, all the garbage was recycled, and he realized that the next step, it was regeneration. The young man was very much surprised and asked if this was all a minigame. Ken was very enthusiastic and spoke to the entire room about how cool it was, and at the same time, the cafe worker was watching him. From the tension on the guy's forehead evaporated, and he wiped it with his hand. Ye was very tense. A large glass appeared in the young man's hands, and he noticed that it all looked strange, but still quite usable. The boy sipped from the glass, and a system message appeared, saying that a magic potion had been drunk. But he immediately spit it out, noting that it was very nasty and tasted like rotten eggs. A message appeared in front of Chin that the magic, strength, and stamina stats were increased. He said that he could directly feel that the mana had increased and the physical weakness was gone. He began to leave the cafe and thought about the fact that today he would clear another abyss. No sooner had the young man stepped outside than he was accosted by a huge bald man who was smiling achidically. The young man stopped and stared at his opponent. He tensed up a little. The fat man laughed and noticed that only a few days had passed, and E's behavior had changed noticeably. The bald man put his hand on the guy's shoulder and asked if he really hadn't found the crystals while he was rummaging through the garbage, and added that he had been looking for it for a long time and wanted to report it missing. Our hero calmly said that he had paid all his debts and asked to be left alone. The man put his arm around Chin and asked if he thought he was free, then added that he may have paid the money, but his contract was still in force, and asked him not to forget that he was a garbage man. His opponent frowned and added that E was making himself look so tough and clarified who he was trying to scam. He knocked the guy's glass out of his hands and remarked that he was really pathetic, then remarked that he'd been showing off and was probably guessing how this was all going to end. The men who came in with the bald guy laughed and said that the garbage man was always disgusting to look at, and according to the rules of overseeing Z job changers, the use of abilities outside the abyss was forbidden, the only exceptions being law enforcement officers and special armed personnel. So, Ye looked at the camera and thought about the fact that he needed to find a blind spot to use his recycling regeneration skills. And the fat man said that the guy should eat the scattered pearls one by one and then lick up everything he spilled clean. He began to laugh, calmed down a little, and added that he would help to collect the pearls because they should help our lesser brothers. Our hero frowned, said that he agreed, kept quiet for a while, and then said that his opponent should first kiss his anus. The bald kid was very angry. He clenched his hand into a fist and yelled like a madman, but he quickly calmed down. All because he saw Rodrigo Caesar, the head of the Blood Oath Class C hunting group. The man grabbed the fat man by the tie and asked if they had gathered enough men. The man replied that they needed one more man. Caesar's eyes lit up with hatred. He frowned and asked where that last one was. The blonde saw that our hero was standing nearby and decided to call the young man. And then he noticed that the guy was hired. The bald man was speechless. His face was covered with drops of sweat. And he pointed at Ye stammering and said that this guy was a garbage man. Chin only looked at the men in surprise. The fat man said that Rodrigo would be fine with anyone who could fight and he would go and find someone now. And the blonde man remarked that all the monsters under the blood moon at the entrance to the abyss would be very ferocious. Our hero frowned, pressed his lips tightly together, and thought about what this red moon was all about. Then he remembered that monsters would go into a berserk state during the red moon, but the rewards for killing them would be doubled and the quality of crystals would increase. He pulled the hood off his head, smiled, and said to sign up for the trek as well. Caesar noticed that the guy was very bright, and the fat guy who was standing off to the side started to pour sweat. After a few seconds, the blonde waved his hand and told the guys to come closer to him. The young man stood there confused. He couldn't understand who Rodrigo was calling. The young man stood there confused, trying to cover his mouth with his hand and trying to cover his teeth with his mouth. It was Lao, and the young man immediately jumped on him, trying to cover his mouth with his hands and telling him through his teeth to shut up. Literally in a second, he took the kid behind the wall. He started wiping his face with his hand. Chen asked with hatred if he was awake, and he was really a garbage man, Chen remarked. If he didn't use the power of each of them, then they would all be dead, and thanks to him, the kid is still alive. Rodrigo approached them and asked if the young men knew each other. He smiled and replied that they didn't. The blonde turned around and remarked that he understood, because a man who killed members of his team could not have friends. Lao was shaking, and our hero asked him how he was able to get out of the dungeon. The kid said that the committee wanted to sentence him to 15 years in prison, but he paid a fine of 1.5 million and was released, and now he is bankrupt and has lost all levels. Then Chen said that Ye should reimburse him, or else he would report to the committee. Chen interrupted him and said that if the kid said another word, he would recycle him like rotting garbage. After a while, the young men were already standing near the portal that led to the abyss. Zhou Tong, a level 3 bard, greeted them, noticed that they had joined the ranks of cannon fodder, and asked what their profession was. Our hero replied that his name was Ye Qin, and he was a level 1 scavenger. Lao Chen also introduced himself and added that he was a level 1 mage. Zhou put his hand on the young man's shoulder and said that all the rabble had gathered here, and no one would make fun of him, and added that he himself had decided to trade his life for money, and there was nothing more humiliating than that. He thought that there was no way to fit in with this group, and the bard said that he wanted to introduce the other members of their suicide club, and then added that the team needed a leader, and he nominated himself. Lao Zhu, a level 2 healer, replied that they would comply since Zhou has the highest level. Lao Zhang, a level 3 warrior, reported that he had no objections. Caesar reported that in addition to the 6 main members of the Blood Oath, 5 temporary members would be joining. Someone in the crowd remarked that they shouldn't speak so highly of the cannon fodder. Rodrigo said that the cannon fodder is used as live bait to reduce casualties, and then added that the abyss is shaped like a maze. Each room has many traps, but you need to find the boss room. He clenched the key harder in his hand and noted that he had hopes for them, but if they met a monster, they should run away. The man was quiet for a while and informed if they wanted the money, at least one must stay alive. If one survived, then all the money would be his. He angrily asked why Lao Zhu was coughing and looked at the man who was covered in sweat. The man stammered and replied that he couldn't retreat as he had 4 daughters and had to feed them with something. Lao Jing sighed heavily, sweat streaming down his face, and said he had to take the risk because his wife was dying. The bard didn't think for long and told all the players that it was already time to go into the abyss. The 2 brothers who were walking behind said that when someone dies in a cannon fodder squad, someone else always takes his place. It was all natural to them, but what was bothersome was that the new player's face looked too relaxed. The man remarked that it was the first time he had seen someone going to their death so calm. After a while, the young men stopped and looked around. The bard told Chen that everything was very strange. Since they didn't meet any monsters, the man got very angry. The brothers started talking about how it suddenly became very cold. It was most likely because the temperature had dropped. The bard tried to warm up, jumping from foot to foot and whining that he knew he should dress warmer, and he asked them to just keep walking. Just as something unpredictable started to happen, a huge clump fell in front of Zhou. He couldn't understand what had happened and was informed that he was trapped. And our hero thought about how he had even managed to live to see this day. Tun whined that he was lucky and almost quacked. Chin rolled his eyes and thought the kid was too careless. The bard ran forward and suggested to forget about everything and just calmly move on. But he didn't run far as he saw some maggots. He opened his mouth and was covered in drops of sweat. The maggots were very big, and they were getting bigger and bigger by the second. The Lau brothers came closer, and one of them wondered if they were alive. Suddenly, their shells began to burst and huge, sharp spikes appeared. The men screamed in fear. Level 5 demon spiders appeared in front of the players. They were screaming and baring their huge teeth. They were elite monsters that spat venom. Zhou looked at the monsters and screamed as if furious. He hated spiders. Chen, who was watching from the side, immediately activated fire. But the result of his skill was exactly 0. The monsters only screamed. Everyone was very nervous. Some were swearing, some wanted to immediately deal with the elite monsters. Only of the players took out a weapon and began to attack the elite monsters, which squealed. What is the power? Our hero stopped beside an elite monster and scrutinized it. The monster grabbed the guy's leg and began to clench its huge teeth. But the damage done was 0. Just a second later, there was an explosion, and the spider shattered into several pieces. Chen watched the young man from the side and asked why he was so arrogant. After all, he was just picking up trash. A system message appeared saying that raw materials for recycling had been found. Naturally, E confirmed the recycling. Thanks to this, he earned 1 attribute point. The guy also received a harness, a hardening poison. When the weapon hits the target, it is accompanied by a poisoning effect. A notice appeared that harnesses, an additional type of ability that can be used on items and equipment, once used, once it disappears. The young man was very surprised that he could get not only skill cards but also arcana for recycling corpses, and he began to think about them enhancing equipment. One of the players was fighting monsters and shouted to E to stop dangling in the clouds, and if you can't help, you should retreat. Our hero had a sword in his hands and replied that he was on his way, and added that he wanted to try hardening poison on a regular blade. Meanwhile, the bard was running away from the monster and thought about the fact that he was the oldest in level, but he was very scared. The monster got very angry. It tried to attack the guy, but he dodged. He looked at his opponent and thought about the fact that his profession does not involve any fighting skills at all. He can only boo others. A microphone appeared in his hand. He raised it up. The kid was well aware that the situation was dangerous, but he knew what to do. Chotong brought the microphone to his mouth and began to sing cheerful songs. At the same time, he tensed up a lot. Our hero stared at him intently and couldn't understand what the bard was doing because it looked ridiculous. A system message appeared that the enemy had become stronger, and the monster began to yell very loudly. Chu had tears in his eyes. He started to run away and shouted that he had sung the wrong song. And the monster was very evil. It was jumping high up. The bard turned his head. He was very much frightened. The young man squinted his eyes, calmly watched everything that was happening, and then put his blade forward. Some of the players shouted very loudly that the monsters had gotten stronger, and those players rushed forward. The brothers were covered in drops of sweat, very scared, and started yelling to retreat. The mage tried to use his skills against the monsters, but he could not succeed, so he only swore. Our hero threw himself into the fight. He made the decision to fight the monsters no matter what. Spikes from the spiders flew in different directions. Chen, who was standing nearby and watched everything carefully from astonishment, wide open his mouth. Just a few minutes later, the monsters no longer posed any danger, and the young man clenched his weapon even more tightly and calmly walked forward. The brothers, who were standing with their backs to what was happening, couldn't understand who did this. He was thinking about the fact that spider demons were resistant to poisons, and it lessened the effect of the poisoning. While the men were discussing the bard's strength, Tun was covered in drops of sweat, didn't know what to answer, and thought about how he wanted to buster someone in the group. Qian looked at the monsters and thought about the fact that the monsters in this abyss had intelligence and wouldn't attack a target they couldn't see. His eyes glowed with purple fire, and he thought about the monsters that were left alive would turn around and leave. The monsters began to clack their teeth and make their own sounds, and the boy remarked to himself that it was all very predictable. The men who were standing nearby noticed that the monsters were retreating. Someone said that this was only the first location, but it was already so frightening. He calmly replied that there would be more, and added that he had recycled enough arcana, left 1 card just in case, and exchanged all the others for attribute points. A system message appeared in front of the young man saying that he had 54 attribute points. The bard said if the monsters retreated, then we should move on. The mage agreed to this suggestion. Tun held a torch and loudly announced that their mission was to go as far as possible, and they should be more careful from now on, and noted that no more traps were to be fallen into. Our hero listened carefully, rolled his eyes, and wondered if the bard was talking about himself. Suddenly, the young man saw a bluish glow near the columns. In the distance on the side, it interested him. A system message appeared in front of the lad, saying that he had discovered a secret berserk zone. He thought about the fact that such zones appear because of the red moon. He wondered whether he should explore it. And our hero made a decision to choose a bloody nightmare that would help him. Literally seconds later, his absolute doppelganger appeared in front of him. Xian asked him to walk with the group for a while, and then he would pick him up. The bard turned his head and asked our hero's doppelganger with surprise where he was. The one only opened his mouth wide, and Tun remarked that he should keep up as he might die. At this time, the young man calmly began to enter the berserk zone he had recently discovered. As the hair on his head suddenly ruffled, he heard some suspicious sound. The young man turned his head to see who was behind him and clenched his teeth. He saw a monster, the kind they had already met with the whole team. The spider immediately began to attack E. The guy barely had time to bounce aside, and the monster yelled and clenched its huge teeth. Just a few seconds later, Chin had a dagger and began to attack the enemy with it. But he was very surprised as his attacks did not do any damage to the monster. He opened his eyes wide and thought that the monster had a defense against physical damage because it didn't have a scratch on it. While the guy was thinking about what to do, the huge spider was screaming like a frenzied spider. The monster tried to attack the young man, but he dodged at the last moment. Our hero decided to use the skill of the all-seeing eye to learn the weaknesses of the enemy. The young man recognized that in front of him was an elite monster of level 20, a tarantula. He squeezed one eye shut and said, if he recycled this monster, elite abilities would most likely fall from it. But then the monster began to attack the young man. It began to release a long, thick web. Our hero barely had time to sidestep, just a little more, and he would have been caught in the spider's web. Chin stood aside and immediately decided to use the Big Bang skill. But that didn't help either. The spider attacked the young man with a web. He barely had time to dodge this attack. The thoughts in the young man's head were a whole swarm. He realized that the monster was not afraid of flames, as it was fireproof. A weapon appeared in the boy's hand and he shouted that he would kill the monster in the classic way. The tarantula shone with 3 pairs of eyes and tried to attack the young man again and again. But our hero did not think long and immediately made a critical strike on the weak point. He read about it in the notice. The monster screamed in pain, it jumped up, and the guy dodged it. He said that level 5 demon spider bites were poisonous, and a level 20 tarantula spider was most likely poison resistant. He was surprised that this was its weak point. He thought about how it was most likely due to the changes in their defense and ability to reproduce, as they didn't rely on their own hunting abilities. What was surprising to Qingyu was that it was very ironic that the monsters were being poisoned by their own venom, and the spider had started to let out webs. The guy opened his eyes wide, for he was definitely not prepared for such a development. He tried to bounce away so as not to get caught in the sticky web, but there was a lot of it. And in just a few seconds, his whole body was covered with spider webs, from which he tried to get rid of. The young man moved from side to side, but to his great regret, he could not do anything. So he pressed his lips together and thought of nothing else than to activate the berserk state. Thus, the guy managed to disentangle himself from the sticky, long spider web. He immediately approached the huge monster, which was no longer a threat. The young man attacked it with hatred, and the remains of the tarantula spider flew in different directions. A notification appeared in front of him that the berserk card could be improved. He could also choose one of the improvements. Splashing increased the effectiveness of the berserk state. As for the second option, it was clawing rage, which increased the duration of the berserk state. He looked at the notice carefully and said that people would choose the second suggestion as it was more reliable. He recalled the time he fought the monster and noticed that the tarantula was an unusual monster. Qian pondered that if he chose the first option, he would enhance his berserk state, but the health drain was too detrimental a side effect. The young man thought briefly and decided to choose the first suggestion. After all, with his regeneration ability, this side effect would be less noticeable, and his level immediately increased. Our hero activated Blood Splash and thought about the fact that he would be able to damage everyone with a strong resistance to physical damage. That was the advantage of this card. The young man stood and considered more cards that were in front of him. It wasn't an easy choice. He needed time, and after a while he made up his mind. He began to look at the card and said that this was the gear he could officially take from the abyss. The guy made the decision that he would sell it for 15,000 and recycle the rest. He stood looking at the victim, who was no longer a threat and had gotten 20 attribute points. The young man smiled and said that he was very curious about what skill he would get from this tarantula. A notification appeared that he had obtained a rare tarantula card. He could summon up to 4 tarantulas that would fight with him and evolve according to combat experience. The young man opened his eyes wide and wondered if he could not only summon, but also pump them. In the meantime, the bard stopped, reprimanded himself, and remarked that he hadn't thought about the fact that they would stumble into a mine in the abyss. The man noted that there was a huge amount of crystals in it and asked if it was the influence of the red moon. The mage remarked that finding even one was great luck. One of the players clutched Fury's eye in his hands, which marked everything within a 60-meter radius, allowing others to see the place on the map. Chen grabbed his partner by the pecs and shouted that with such a fortune, he would be swimming in gold for the rest of his life, and asked why he had marked the place. But the latter shouted that they wouldn't be left alive if they found it. Another player came up to them and told them that their task was to pave the way for the top, and if they died here, they would write it off as an accident and wouldn't blink an eye, because they were just trash to them. The magician clenched his teeth, frowned, stared at the men, but could not answer them. Then he shouted that he was not trash, and that if his opponent was trash, he could be thrown out. Drops of sweat appeared on his face, and he repeated over and over again that he was not trash. In a few seconds, he was screaming in fear as the huge paws lifted him up. He clenched his teeth, and the thought that it was all because of our hero did not leave him. The mage was well aware of the fact that although his level is low again, but it does not matter because he can raise dough. Chen started collecting crystals and thought that if he could get good equipment to cover his zero skills, he could get into the main force of the scavenging groups. There was a huge crystal in his hands. The guy frowned, opened his mouth in surprise, and thought about stealing a couple of them. Suddenly, a notification appeared in front of the players that they were trapped. They were all very confused, and at this time, a red beam of light stopped on one of the team members' forehead. And in just a second, he was lying on the ground and gave no signs of life. Chen only asked what it was. And in the meantime, our hero looked at the tarantula and admired this little creature. The young man noticed that these monsters at the initial level looked absolutely defenseless. And a message appeared in front of the guy that the tarantula could grow into a level 5 demon spider, and it was suggested to increase the level to level 5 if he wanted the spider to survive on the battlefield. So our hero made the decision that he would cast points on the spider since he wanted it to survive on the battlefield. The tarantula smiled happily, and the young man read that the level had been raised and the spider skill had been gained. A man was lying on the ground with his head bashed in. His brother was very scared and was calling his name. The mage was covered in drops of sweat and tried to say in a calm voice that it was an accident. But Lao Jing grabbed Chen by the pecs and shouted as if furious that he was the one who killed him. The man shouted that his brother was doing it for the family and he wanted to feed the children, but he died because of the mage. Chen began to yell that he also needed money, and if he didn't sink to the first level again, he would live well and not have to deal with idiots. Zhang pointed his gun at the mage and yelled that the one in front of them was a traitor, and the mage remarked that the one in front of them was no better since in this world, it's either you or you, but it's still all about money. Chen frowned as drops of sweat appeared on his face, and he noticed that the man would have done the same thing if he had been paid enough. Someone behind the mage's back started clapping his hands, and he noticed that it was well said, and he liked those priorities. It was Caesar and asked Chung if he would join them in the blood oath, and added that they would find a place for one. The team members looked at the men, covered in drops of sweat, but said nothing. An assistant walked over to Rodrigo and calmly informed him that the player was still warm. The blond man scratched his head and noted that death was a common occurrence here, and that beggars were willing to risk their lives for a chance to earn money, and the desire to earn more was not something shameful. He hugged the mage and told him that you can buy cities with these crystals, which appear only in the red moon. One piece is enough not to work for the rest of your days. He closed his eyes and reported that he had forgotten something, that the price for appropriating one such thing, and fell silent. Then he opened his eyes, laughed, and said that the price for one crystal was one life. To the company of players approached a huge man, or monster, who would be armed, his body covered with armor. The young men only stared at him intently as they could not find the words. Rodrigo's assistant reported that the boss was saying that they could all take a crystal each and put it in his bucket, and if they tried to escape, only death awaited them. Zhang covered himself in drops of sweat and remarked that any of those crystals could kill them, and then asked if they really wanted to get rid of the players in such a sophisticated way. Caesar grimaced and wondered if the man didn't need to pay for his wife's treatment. He stepped closer to the player and asked if he was the one who had said he would go to any lengths to save her. Rodrigo frowned and added that wanting to make more money was not something shameful. The player clenched his teeth. Sweat poured down his face. He was shaking with fear, and he stared at his opponent intently. But he still calmed down a little and walked over to the slide on which the crystals towered. Zhang clammed up. He was covered in drops of sweat. He held out his hand, apologized, and said he couldn't. He sobbed profusely and talked about how he had actually lost all his money and had come to pay off his debts, and he didn't want to die. Rodrigo grimaced and remarked that it was all pathetic. He looked at the man with disdain. The mage looked at the blond man and thought about the fact that the man was much tougher than he was, and he couldn't have pulled it off even on his best days. And he asked if it was true that Caesar had said that the blood oath could accept him, and added that he was only a fire mage and would like to join. Rodrigo opened his eyes wide, hummed, and asked if he had really said that. The aide informed him that it was all true. So the boss called the young man to him, and he ran closer and kneeled in front of him. Chen frowned and shouted that he was ready to give his life for the boss. Caesar clarified if the kid really thought there was a place for him and would take trash like him into the ranks of the elite. He slapped the mage and said that the kid was a pathetic traitor and death awaited him anyway, and he would betray his death with some value, and added that it was okay for Chen to be angry, since he wouldn't get out of here alive anyway, and yelled that he would make everyone the Walking Dead to collect all the crystals for him. The boss told the mage that he had already died once. One time more, one time less, the bard thought they were creeps, and E managed to get back from the raid. He grabbed Toon by the shoulder and asked him not to do anything stupid. The kid was very surprised. Our hero went calmly forward and told his opponent to leave it all to him and wait calmly in place. Just took a few steps forward and wondered how dangerous collecting these crystals could be. Rodrigo's assistant clenched his hand into a fist and asked what the shit on a stick had just now appeared. The young man didn't react at all to this lunge. He walked over and snatched one crystal. Everyone immediately started hiding and yelling that he hadn't warned them, and so would just fucking kill everyone. The aide noted that the guy had outsmarted even death itself, and the other asked if the trap only worked once. And he thought about the fact that even if it was a death trap, he wouldn't die, he would only be injured. He collected crystal after crystal, and then a message appeared that the trap was not activated. The boss shouted that the trap works, but the guy has luck, and its level is over 60. The assistant doubted after all, a level 1 can't have such a high luck score, and he decided that the trap wasn't working. The second assistant boss walked over to the crystals and noticed that the kid had taken 2 crystals, which meant the trap was broken. He took one, smiled evasively, and noticed that nothing was wrong. He was insanely happy. While the guy was laughing happily, a red beam hit him right in the forehead. He didn't even have time to realize anything. A few seconds later, Rodrigo's aide was lying on the ground, and another aide rushed over to him. Caesar calmly noted that Chin had the highest luck rate among all of them, and added that it was probably something to do with his profession. Our hero listened carefully to the boss's words and thought about just distributing the points equally. And Rodrigo said that he planned to turn everyone into corpses, which would then be able to use. But the plans have changed, and now he wants a corpse with a high luck index, and he will just get rid of the rest. And the boss immediately told the members of his group to keep the young men from leaving. Zhang was shaking. He had drops of sweat on his face and said that they were finished as they couldn't handle the blood oath. The bard remarked that they had time to slip away. Chen didn't think for long but clenched his teeth, clenched his hand with the crystals, and started to run away. Our hero asked why that kid is running, because they can take the enemy in numbers. But the man who lost the money said that now they will do nothing, because they are 1 short. The young man smiled and calmly said that the man was wrong, and they were all enough. The members of the Blood Oath were whispering amongst themselves. They were asking each other what their opponents were saying. Just then, quite unexpectedly, the tarantulas appeared, and it came as a shock to them. A notice appeared that E had summoned the demon spiders. That was how he wanted to solve the problem. He succeeded. The members of the Blood Oath began to scream like frenzied people, for the monsters were approaching them. Toon was very upset as he thought that they needed to swat away not only the bandits, but also the monsters. But E calmed him down and said that the spiders were on their side. Our hero then activated a skill to scan each enemy in detail. The man in yellow robes was an enemy necromancer. He had level 20. The man with a huge sword and metal armor was a berserker, and he was level 17. There were also 2 enemy hunters in the group. They each had level 18. The man with a shield and wearing a brown robe, it was a 19th level paladin. He thought about the fact that he wasn't sure about the level difference between them and his spiders, and his gut told him that there wouldn't be a problem. But he tried to determine the level of the Blood Oath boss. It was because you can't determine the profession and level of an enemy close in strength. Rodrigo said that Chin could subdue the abyss monsters, and added that the guy had learned something while scavenging here and there. Our hero reflected on the fact that Caesar's level was not much lower than his, and perhaps even higher than his. The boss stretched his hand forward and said, "If the level of the monsters is not higher than 10, then it's not even worth mentioning, and advised to deal with the monsters and then the trash." He quietly told the players who had been with him from the beginning that the plans had changed, and if they wanted to, they should take an example from Chen. Jung thought about how the kid was a complete idiot if he decided to sacrifice himself to delay them. He didn't wait for the young man to insist, but immediately started running away. Wenwen told the bard that he was sure he had his own motives for going into this abyss, but if he wanted to live, it was worth running. The kid stared at Yim, was silent for a bit, and then stammered a reply that he would never forget him. And he started to run away. There were crystals on the ground. He ran and did not look under his feet. After a while, he stumbled and cursed. Then he froze in place and didn't move. Zhang frowned, covered in drops of sweat, and shouted what happened this time. Drops of sweat appeared on his face. The bard stammered and began to apologize and added that as soon as they entered the abyss, they had only bad luck. But he didn't know why. The Blood Oath member was holding a huge metal hammer, his eyes glowing with hatred. He was swinging it as hard as he could to destroy the tarantulas, but they were deftly dodging. The man frowned and yelled that he could not knock out the monsters with one blow. He was very angry. The spider was not frightened by these words and began to attack the player with its sticky web. The fighter's face was covered with drops of sweat. He was shaking with disgust and tried to get rid of the web. He managed to free his eyes from it. The man stared intently in front of him, and his pupils narrowed very much. He saw our hero, covered himself with a shield, and shouted that the guy was too small to attack him and asked if he was crazy. Then he hit the young man with all his might and asked with a sneer how he liked his shield, and he had a dagger in his hands. Our hero thought about his spiders and realized that they would not be enough to equalize the forces, but not to win, because he knew perfectly well who he was dealing with. And a struggle began between the man and the young man, the mustachioed man swinging his hammer as if insane. But just a few seconds later, he shouted that his leg was hurting badly. Qin was the one who had attacked him. The members of the Blood Oath were watching from the sidelines, holding bows. Then they fired arrows directly at our hero, but he managed to dodge at the very last moment. The boys were very much surprised and noticed that he could not dodge and decided to try again because they thought that they missed. The shooter released an arrow, but the young man caught it on the fly and calmly snapped it. The Blood Oath member stared intently in front of him and couldn't believe what was happening. The young man didn't have to be ceremonious with his opponents for very long and used the Big Bang skill. The gunmen watched everything that was happening as if mesmerized. They were very surprised. When they realized what was happening, they started running to escape the fire. One of the team members said that Qin was very uneasy and a tough nut to crack. Berserk swung. He was holding a huge sword in his hands. He shouted that there was a monster in front of him. In one blow, he was able to deal with a tarantula spider. Its head flew aside and landed not far from the bard. The Blood Oath player rushed over to the kid, and the kid asked him not to get heated because everything could be discussed. Berserk didn't want to hear anything. He waved his huge sword and shouted for the men to get out of his way. Jun shouted to Tung that they couldn't escape from this place because of him. The man was covered in drops of sweat from fear. His pupils narrowed very much. He was covered in drops of sweat and shouted for all he was worth. If you want to live, you have to be able to fight. At this time, he was attacked by a berserker. He hit the shield that Jun had managed to put up in time with all his might. The enemy struck the stone with his weapon and splinters flew off of it, ricocheting into the man. He was hit in the face by small pebbles, and the player groaned in pain and coughed as he got dust in his nose. Toon sat back and watched, his sword embedded in the ground a few centimeters away from him. Berserk pulled it out, put it on his shoulder, and went to Zhang, who still hadn't moved. Literally seconds later, the man stood up and laughed in his opponent's face. Then he said that he shouldn't have looked into the abyss because he would have been killed anyway. His opponent stood in bewilderment, and Jun shouted that debts are not asked of the dead and asked that the berserk kill him quickly and painlessly. His opponent did not need to beg for long. He immediately swung to strike, but he remained frozen in place, unable to realize what was really going on. Berserk tried to see what was going on off to the side and said he couldn't move. Toon said into the microphone that he would try again and told Jun that he was holding his opponent. But the guy yelled like a raging man that the kid was also holding him and then started swearing. Our hero turned his head at the shout and thought about what was going on. A mage appeared in front of him and noticed that if E had some hidden ability, it would sooner or later end, and he would not be able to fight forever. The boy thought about the fact that summoning magic does waste a lot of energy. He had summoned the clone a little earlier, that mana is almost all used up, and summoning spiders also continues to waste mana. So the young man decided to use the skill, and in a few seconds he had a glass in his hands. The mage came closer to him and asked with interest what the young man was drinking. Not getting an answer, he said that he didn't care, and with the help of some drink mana could not be restored. He shouted that necromancer is a very powerful S-class profession, and the corpse he controls will beat forever. The young man finished almost all of it from the glass. His pupils narrowed and he clarified, "Is it really corpse control?" He tossed the glass aside and said his mana was restored, and all the dead should rest in peace. The mage began to look around. Drops of sweat were even on his mask, and he began to yell where his corpses had gone. He was very angry and started to attack our hero, but he dodged and struck a blow, and the Blood Oath member flew aside to his boss who was fighting the monsters. Caesar told Ye that he had interesting abilities and added that it was now clear to him what had gotten him at that drink stall. Qin calmly replied that it would be great if they did a little work and went home, but the boss only gives crystals in exchange for lives. The young man got very angry and remarked that it was immoral to recruit people as cannon fodder. Rodrigo asked if the guy thought if he had potential, he was no longer cannon fodder, and added that they were all his property, and then remarked that whoever is strongest has the power. That's how the world works, and E should remember that. The bard started yelling not to be killed, since he was just a handyman. The boss said that judging from the situation, they are cannon fodder and will not come out of this dungeon. Jiang, who couldn't move, shouted like a raging man that Tong shouldn't listen to anyone and kill the berserker. The man replied that he could only boo others and was incapable of killing a monster himself, much less a human. Rodrigo moved closer to Qin and said that one of their side would be destroyed. Our hero laughed and said that he understood what he was talking about, and then fell silent for a few seconds. He changed his face and remarked that everyone has the right to enter the abyss and get out alive. Caesar's eyes lit up with hatred. He folded his hand into a fist and called the guy naive. He didn't think for long, and with all his might, he hit the young man right in the stomach. He flew a few meters away. He thought about the fact that it was a very strong blow, and he had never met a stronger man. And in Rodrigo, all the same, that the demon became possessed, he began to laugh and looked completely insane. He wanted to hit our hero again, but he was ready for it, so he managed to dodge. Caesar looked intently in front of him and happily reported that his fist was invincible. The bard's face covered in drops of sweat, and he heard himself being asked what he was waiting for. Berserk did not think long and immediately began to attack the kid, and also called him a weakling. Joe flew a few meters away and landed on the ground. He did not even try to fight, just looked at his opponent. Xiang rushed to the berserker and tried to hold him back. He realized that otherwise Tung would be finished. The man frowned and shouted to the bard to do something already. Naturally, the berserker heard everything, so he turned around to straighten up Zhang. His pupils narrowed very much. He was scared and still yelled for Tun to do something. He talked about how the kid was strong after all. There was a reason why he volunteered to be the leader back then. But Joe remembered that situation and remarked that he was thinking about if he became the leader, he wouldn't have to kill with his own hands, and added that he wasn't strong. He fell to his knees in front of the berserker and informed him that he was just a nub and begged for mercy. He was asked if it was true that he couldn't do any damage, but could boo others. Toon heard it said about him that he couldn't pick the right target for a boost, and Rodrigo yelled for the guy to get the hell out of his team. So he went off to the side, but after a while the boss of Blood Oath came up to him and asked him what his job was. Tun looked at him intently and stammered and replied that he was a third-level bard. The boss invited him to come with him. In the meantime, our hero came to his senses, recovered a bit, and decided to attack Caesar. But he was not a fragile 10 and immediately repelled the attack. He landed on sharp rocks. The head of the Blood Oath noticed that it was a martial arts technique that inflicted lasting physical damage at the point of impact. And if he tried to use magic, the wound would only worsen and he would die. Rodrigo applied the skill and informed him that this blast, an indicator of martial skills that would cripple even the strongest mage. Our hero clenched his teeth. Drops of sweat appeared on his face from worry, and he thought that it was too fast. He started to run away. The boss of the Blood Oath ran after him and shouted, "Does he really hope to dodge?" Qin wondered if his opponent was losing blood when he used this skill. After all, that would be cool, as he suddenly became aware of something. He was running near Rodriguez and decided to call out to Tuna. The guy was very surprised. Caesar attacked Qin so hard that our hero flew away from him a few meters. The young man was lying on the ground and clutched his weapon tighter in his hands. The bard approached him. The young man told Toon that it was useless to hope that others would be merciful to him, because he was weak, and added that he had dreamed of it himself more than anyone else. He noticed that he too, like the young man, was frustrated by his weakness. He remembered fighting the monster and reported that when he was weak, there was nothing he could do. Chin pointed out that there was no need to give up, and added that there was no need to be afraid of one's weakness. He was silent for a while and reported that one should fear one's cowardice first. Our hero said that one should be afraid of falling in spirit. The bard was very much surprised by such words. He told about how he was scared then in the arms of the monster, but he supported himself. And still he was able to gather his thoughts and strength and inflict critical damage on the monster. He told Toon that he succeeded when he gathered his will in a fist and made the first step. Our hero was able to get up, he sat down, wiped the sweat from his face, but he did not let the weapon out of his hands. And then said that he knew that he had been preparing to become a king all his life, and even when he was a weak scavenger. These words surprised the bard very much. He could not understand what the young man was talking about. But he clenched his sword and remarked that if he didn't get stronger, he would die. And compared to the taunts, it was better to just disguise himself and avoid fights. Toon looked intently in front of him and said that he wanted to get stronger and wanted to be strong in spirit. Berserk moved closer and remarked that the bard was talking nonsense. His level was no match for his 17th, and he couldn't beat him, and added that he was very interested and would just stand there, and Toon picked up and tossed his weapon aside. Berserk was closely watching everything that was happening and was very much surprised. As suddenly the bard had a microphone in his hand, it honestly came as a shock to everyone present. And the kid brought the microphone to his mouth and shouted that now there would be poetry and lyrics. Berserk stared intently at the bard and couldn't understand what was really going on. The boss of the Blood Oath was very much surprised. He couldn't believe that Toon was behaving adequately. Our hero laughed merrily and announced that he had found the best booster in the world. A notice appeared that all damage dealt was increased by 15%. Defense, speed, and resistance also increased. And the young man summoned a bloody nightmare, which literally in a few seconds jumped on the berserker's back. And the latter stood in bewilderment and could not understand what was happening and what E was so excited about. And the bloody nightmare began to gradually consume the berserker while he was at a loss. When he pulled himself together at least a little, he began to scream to be let go. He was very scared. The bard, who was standing off to the side, was watching everything that was going on intently. To E jumped Rodrigo and began to attack him. He was a young man in the face and screamed to die. He punched our hero with all his might. He put all his hatred into his punch. Chin pressed his lips tightly together and thought about the fact that he had fast regeneration due to his strong magic. He looked closely in front of him and was able to determine that the berserker's condition left much to be desired. The duel between him and the Blood Oath boss continued. E didn't think to back down. He attacked Caesar again, and the guy wondered what was happening to his armor, why the guy was able to wound him with a regular dagger. And the guy thought about how Blood Spatter didn't care about armor, but still Rodrigo's martial arts were making him sweat. The young man thought about the fact that this fight needed to be finished as soon as possible. Caesar frowned, his pupils becoming like dots, and he thought about the fact that this was all very interesting. He was fending off attacks, and the thought of having 20 years of practice kept him on his toes. He just couldn't lose to some garbage man. So he hit the young man with all his might and wondered if he could feel the difference in strength. Rodrigo hit one more time and noticed that those who had a martial arts skill could change their profession to King of Destruction or Street Fighter. And the fight continued. Despite the fact that our hero was not easy, he steadfastly held the blow. The young man clenched his teeth and looked at his opponent with hatred. His pupils narrowed with anger. The boss of the Blood Oath said that he hated weakness, so he focused all his attention on strength. Ye didn't listen to him but jumped up and used an instant heaven-shattering punch. The bard, who was standing to the side, watched everything that was happening with bewilderment. Caesar smiled wryly and remarked that it was stupid, and Chin wanted to meet his instant death blow face to face and asked if the young man thought he would lose to him. Such a brat in strength. The kid grabbed his clothes and said he wanted to add all the unallocated points to his strength. A system message appeared saying that 176 points had been added to the strength, and the young man tore at his hoodie. Rodrigo looked at the notification with bewilderment. He couldn't believe it. He thought about the fact that his strength increased instantly, and even his muscle mass gained. The boss of the Blood Oath laughed and caustically wondered what was the point of all this. The young man thought about the fact that he was still behind in martial arts techniques, but he clenched his hand into a fist harder. He realized that he now had enough strength to hit his opponent properly. The young man didn't think for long and attacked his opponent first. Caesar looked at his curved fingers and noticed that the blow was very intense. The bard, who was standing aside and watching everything, carefully thought about the fact that E was so strong. Our hero accelerated to deliver another blow to Rodrigo, who was just lying on the ground and had no intention of getting up. He put his hand on his opponent's forehead and said through his teeth that he would not leave a wet spot from him, and added that from that day on, Rodrigo was cannon fodder. And he recalled the event of 8 years ago, when they had ordered him to surrender his equipment, since they would be descending into deeper abysses. Caesar looked frightened and, because the opponent said about the lion-hearted hunters, the rules are, whoever is stronger is right. They also said that if a player wants to join their ranks, he has to show who can do what, and the blonde man's eyes lit up. His opponent laughed and said that the way things were going, they would be cannon fodder forever. Rodrigo opened his eyes wide and thought about the fact that if he proved his worth, he could get a higher place in the hierarchy. And he was about to prove to everyone that he was very strong, brave, and there was no equal. Caesar looked at his hands and said unboldly that it was not that complicated at first glance. While he was thinking about something, weighing pros and cons, his opponent attacked him with all his might. He lay on the ground, rolled his eyes, and groaned in pain. He felt humiliated. The scientist in the lab noticed that his lower jaw was shattered, 8 ribs were broken, his heart was pierced through, and his liver, spleen, and kidneys were damaged. He replied that it would take a lot of crystals to replace all that. And he added that technology made it possible to extract valuable cells from abyss monsters and transform them into a human body, and Caesar's DNA had many similar fragments to the monster's DNA. The scientist smiled evilly and stated that the good news was that the guy would live, and the bad news was that he would now be a monster-human hybrid, and laughed again. Rodrigo was informed that he had proven himself worthy to join the Lion and Heart as a full member. The monster told him to pick up the badge that lay on the floor and become his extra hand, his dog. The blonde began to stare at it and then wondered where the others were. The monster's eyes lit up with hatred, and he replied that the useless rats were dead. Caesar was covered in drops of sweat, and his opponent declared that this world would swallow humans whole. He touched his nose and thought about the fact that if he couldn't show his worth, he was nothing more than trash. A notification appeared that the indestructible skill had been applied, and the defense, damage dealt, and speed were greatly increased. Our hero stared at his opponent and wondered if he had regained his strength. And he began to attack the young man with all his might. He hit him with hatred. Sparks and lightning flew from his hand. He said that the hallmark of magic crystals is rich energy and bubbling magical power, and during the blood moon, they are especially strong. Rodrigo, who had a change in his face, reported that thanks to the transplanted monster organs, he could also be energized by the power of magic crystals. He showed his fearsome teeth and noted that he could briefly become stronger than the Abyss boss. A message appeared with a hint that the boss, Rodrigo Caesar, had been discovered. The next notification alerted that the berserk state had expired, and the state of powerlessness would last 30 seconds. He asked what happened to the boss's body and added that it was bad timing. The bard asked if everything was all right. Rodrigo rushed forward. He clenched his hands into fists and shouted with all his might for Chin to surrender. But our hero answered nothing, only stared intently in front of him. Intune was terrified. Caesar began to kick the rocks and shouted for Ye to let go of his human body and become an unkillable monster. Huge blocks flew towards Ye and the bard, who barely had time to dodge them. And the boss of the Blood Oath raised his hands up and shouted that he was accepting the price of this power. His eyes glowed with red fire, and he grew red horns on his head and laughed like a raging man. Tun opened his eyes wide. His pupils became like dots. The kid was shaking with fear and started swearing. He looked at Caesar and thought about how they couldn't handle high-level players. But Chin, who hid his strength, was much worse than his companions. But the boss could take him out with a single blow. Rodrigo, though, exhausted, but he still has his indestructible strength, his monster essence, and this fight won't be easy. Caesar's face became even scarier. He laughed and noticed that he had to show that ugly part of himself to get stronger. The bard noticed that the blonde man was very ugly, and he noticed that the kid had failed the mission, and he was the last piece of cannon fodder to see it. He walked over to the young man and began to hold out a clawed hand and said he was about to give him a heroic death. Toon stammered and asked him to wait and remarked if he was going to die anyway. He wanted to make a point. Rodrigo placed a hand on the kid's chest and remarked that the bard was too stupid and talked too much. He lifted the young man up and then asked him what his last wish would be. Joe informed him that he wished to leave the abyss alive and added that he was not the last of the cannon fodder. Caesar turned his head, and what he saw shocked him. He only snorted. Our hero clenched his hand into a fist and noticed that thanks to the bard he had bought some time. He threw the glass on the ground and said that the state of powerlessness canceled the potion, and added that Rodrigo's weaknesses couldn't be seen with the naked eye, so he relied on the bloody nightmare to get secret information through direct contact with his body. His opponent frowned and asked if he had killed the clone. He hesitated and asked when Ye had time. Shin replied, accepting the price of his strength, and added that the berserk combat skills had increased his strength in a short period of time. The price for that was 30 seconds of exhaustion, and added that with that body blurring the boundaries between man and monster, stretched his greedy hands to the abyss itself, so the abyss naturally wants him to pay the price. Caesar laughed and said, "Stop joking around. It was his power that asked what the abyss had to do with it." Then he raised his huge paws up and began to shout like a raging man. His eyes glowed with hatred. He began to run towards our hero to attack him. But the young man was not confused, and with all his might hit Rodrigo on the head with his fist. The guy thought about the fact that the changes in the body increased the speed of his opponent. The young man clenched his teeth and thought about the fact that he was so lacking in weapons right now. But he continued to fight as he suddenly heard his barber calling his name. He turned his head to the side and saw Tun throw a dagger in his direction and shouted for him to catch it. Our hero deftly caught the weapon, he looked at it and was very happy. And the fight continued. Chin felt much more confident. He jumped on the enemy from the back and attacked him. He clenched his teeth and angrily asked if every blow was critical, his eyes glowing with hatred. The boy said he was too much for him, but he had just added a few points of agility. Rodrigo shouted that the young man had angered him and added that he could not live now because he would destroy him, as he was a superior being. He began to attack the young man, but he easily dodged his opponent's blow. The young man laughed, clenched his hand into a fist and laughed, then used his special skill. He attacked Caesar again and calmly noticed that the man was no more than a monster in his eyes. The entire back and head of the Blood Oath boss was ablaze with fire, and he screamed in fear and terror. This made him all very angry. Rodrigo was approaching our hero. He wanted to straighten him out once and for all. He calmly watched everything that was going on and noticed that the monster had gotten hold of Caesar and he could not be saved as he was mutated. He calmly asked his opponent if he could hear the call of the abyss, but he remained silent. After a while, he shouted as if frantic for E to bend as he had shown his worth. He shouted that he should not die as he was not cannon fodder and began to run forward. Toon noticed that Rodrigo had gone off the rails, but be that as it may, this was still their chance. He spread his arms out to the sides, looked up somewhere, and continued to laugh like a raving lunatic. E approached the bard, called out to him. He turned his head and was very much surprised. A bloody nightmare was consuming his body. A message appeared in front of our hero that he could get a rare reward if he defeated Caesar without killing him. This surprised Chin very much. He thought about the fact that this madman won't come out of here alive, but if he accepts this challenge, he will get the reward and decided to try after all. The young man disappeared and managed to tell the bard to divert Rodrigo's attention and added that 5 seconds would be enough. He thought for a while and said that Rodrigo could not be killed. He heard some screaming but did not pay attention to it. Our hero confidently stated that the monsters belonged to the abyss and monsters could not leave it. The young man calmly summarized that the abyss will accept with open arms those who have given up their humanity. Caesar went somewhere, and the young man informed that such were the rules of the abyss. Kien spoke of hearing that monsters enter a berserk state during the blood moon, and Rodriguez went into the cave. He gradually moved away from the young men, not even thinking of attacking them. There was a man sitting above the chest who was talking about smelling fried. But if he survived, it was a huge fortune, and time to grab it by the tail. He saw a lot of treasures. It was Magician Chen who shouted that he was rich and free. He had pumped up skills and a new life. And behind his back was the boss of the Blood Oath, who was coming closer and closer. He was so excited that he didn't even notice or hear anyone behind him, and that was Caesar. The guy was beating his bows in front of the young man and asked him to be his boss, and promised that from now on he would always be with him. He covered himself in drops of sweat and replied that he couldn't be that cool. And Tun remarked that when he heard him say that Chin knew he had been preparing to be king all his life, he realized that he would follow him anywhere. Our hero remarked that he was just pretending to be cool at the time, and if you look at it now, it's total bullshit. The bard noticed that it wasn't bullshit, and only after listening to him, he realized that he was worth it and had goals. The guy asked what Tung's goals were, and the guy said he was talking about how the bard was the best support for him. Ye was surprised to hear that he didn't remember such a thing. Joe, on the other hand, smiled, frowned, and said that he wanted to become the king of support. The young man stared at him intently and thought about the fact that a guy with agility 2 and luck 1, and he would miraculously survive on the battlefield. And if he kept encouraging him, it could only hurt him. And the bard said to Chin, just imagine that he's the boss on the front lines and he's reinforcing him in an ambush and they have a team. But our hero interrupted him and remarked that he wouldn't want him to go further into the abysses. Tun opened his eyes wide, drops of sweat appeared on his face, and he asked, stammering, why he had made that decision. He thought about the fact that his opponent could strengthen others, but he himself still needed to be protected, and it was so supportive. And then said that he didn't want the young man to risk his life. The bard sat puzzled. He showed his savings and asked Tun to promise that he wouldn't go into the abyss. The kid got very upset. He pressed his lips together and replied that he understood that this was the reality. And then he shouted that he still didn't want to live like trash, and even when he dies, he didn't want to be looked down upon. Shine smiled and thought that the bard was determined, and it could be seen in his eyes, and asked if Tun couldn't protect himself. How could he help others? Our hero remarked that if he remembered correctly, he could hold a microphone in one hand. Zhou asked if that was Lao Li's sword. Ye noted that from what he knows about bards, this profession is a balance of physical and magical power, and the kid can cause damage using weakening and strengthening spells. And then he added, if Tun had been bad with Lao Li's sword before, now was the time to learn, and he would repay him with it. The kid clenched the sword in his hand, lowered his head, and replied that he didn't need those crystals. He smiled and said that the bard could give them to Lao Li and Lao Zhu's families, as they would earn more in the future. The young man smiled, put the sword on his shoulder, and replied that he would do so. There were 3 people near the portal entrance. They looked in front of them and were silent. The young man said that after the incident with the blood-red moon, a small S-rank squad had been sent to clear the abyss of all demons, and the corpses of the Blood Oath team and its infected later were found in it. He said that he was now to be neutralized, and then added that the bodies of outsiders were also found, including one of their acquaintances. The man asked which one. The girl provided the documents and replied that Lao Chen, whom they had recently proclaimed as the team's assassin in another Abyss invasion incident. She also revealed that when the body was discovered, he was wearing top-notch gear, and remarked that she assumed Chen had a battle in the mutated Caesar, but lost. The girl said it was a random factor that popped up, and the man questioned her, and she replied that he was the only one. The blonde-haired man summarized that their plan had failed, and the red-haired man replied that Caesar was a useless dog who had failed to prove himself. In the hospital hallway sat a man who covered his face with his hands and begged forgiveness from everyone, including his dad. In his hands was a purple key. It was far from simple, and the man noticed that he was left with no choice. A huge purple stain began to spread very quickly through the hospital building. People began to flee from it in different directions. They couldn't understand what was happening. The man stared in front of him. His pupils narrowed very much as he began to guess something. The gawkers looked at everything that was happening and then came to the conclusion that it was a portal to the abyss. Someone yelled that they needed to call the cops right away, and the monsters began to move closer to the people. The guy held the girl's hand and told her to listen to him and not look back. The monster struck with such force that the young people separated their hands and flew in different directions. The girl reached out with her hand and called for her brother. She was very badly frightened. Our hero sat down on the bed with a jerk and began to scream very loudly. He clenched his hands into fists with anger. He lay down on the bed again and, breathing heavily, said that he was disturbed by the dream again. He reached for his phone to see what date it was today and remembered something. After a while, he was at the flower store and asked Sis Jung to give him a bouquet, and the girl asked if he was going to meet his little sister. He replied that he was, but he was delayed because he was meeting someone. She replied that she was very happy to have a brother like Yi, and added that the guy had a good haircut. Jishun said that he was walking by and met Uncle Jun, who offered to give him a new haircut. The young man took the bouquet and told the vendor that he would help her, and she thanked him. When they went outside, saw a huge number of patrol cars, the girl noticed that they were all rushing to the hospital. Our hero was very tense. He did not think long, but used force and went straight there. A few minutes later, he was near the portal that led to the dungeon and heard someone order to speed up the cordon. The young man was very much surprised and asked why the abyss gate had appeared here. He stopped not far from a patrolman who was following an order from a superior officer. The policeman turned around and said that the civilians were told to evacuate and added that the passage was blocked. When he saw Chin, he couldn't say anything but covered himself with drops of sweat, and the young man moved closer to the portal. Another patrolman appeared and asked the first one what he was doing and why the civilians were missing. The blonde-haired policeman replied that this guy was like the others who had entered. They couldn't deal with them. The young man flew forward and told Xiaoju to wait for him, then added that he wouldn't be late this time. He said that the gate created another space inside the hospital, much larger than the entire building, just like last time. He looked around and noticed the room was empty. A squad of profession changelings had been here, most likely before he arrived. The young man picked up the vial and noted that the potion it contained was not available to normal changelings, meaning they were not so simple. Our hero realized perfectly well that the large vessel contained none other than a regeneration potion. A notice appeared saying that the magic regeneration potion instantly restored 85% of magic energy and got rid of the feeling of fatigue, reducing all mana consumption. Qin said that he would go alone to look for Xiaoju, so the consumption of magical energy would be huge and one must be prepared for anything. After a while, the young man stopped near a fork. He didn't know where to go. That was why he decided to use such a skill as the Eye of Observation. A notification appeared that he would not be able to return once he chose a path, and he said he had to choose one direction as it was a one-way route, and he chose a different path than the one the rescue team had chosen. He noted that the abyss is vast and he doesn't know how long it will take to get to the end, so the worst thing is to try to go through all the offshoots. He realized that there was no time to think about it, and ordinary people wouldn't last long here and needed to act fast. The young man ran forward and said that this clear red path meant he was the first one here. He turned back, his face covered with drops of sweat, and the guy said that the way back was swallowed by darkness and there was no way for him to return. A certain object appeared in his hand, and he said that he had already seen the power of this object, and if he was in the maze, he would be able to mark the places he was already in. A notification appeared that he had used the Eye of Argos, and the young man asked to see the map. A system message alerted that it was impossible to display the map outside the area. Qin said that it was now clear why they were marking the road with the sword. The device didn't work in the abyss and remarked that it was most likely the legendary Rule Abyss. He looked carefully in front of him. There was a maroon slurry spreading across the floor, and the boy assumed it was a trap room. The young man clutched the weapon in his hands and said that he didn't hear the sound of the mechanism, so it wasn't. A monster appeared behind his back, but our hero looked ahead and noticed that the abyss was very quiet, and the monster, which very quietly crept up, had already brought his huge weapon to strike. The young man sensed something wrong and managed to dodge at the very last moment. A system message appeared advising that the young man was fighting the monster ineffectively. He clutched the dagger harder in his hands and wondered if it was physical immunity. The monster became very angry, its eyes glowing with hatred, and it roared. He pressed his lips together. A notification appeared in front of him that he had deafness status. He thought about the fact that perception was indeed greatly reduced. He looked at the monster and thought about the fact that he had underestimated the danger of this place. Khan squinted one eye and concluded that he had encountered a rule monster. This all reminded him of an event that happened to him back then, 3 years ago. He was young and naive, looking around, seeing silhouettes that made interesting sounds. They were strange statuettes. When he examined them in more detail, he almost died of fear. The boy continued to collect crystals and reassured himself that it was just a bunch of strange statues. The young man looked carefully at the prey because he realized that they should not go to waste. But when he turned his head back, he saw that they were not statues but monsters, and their eyes were glowing. The young man wondered if it was an illusion, for they had just been a pile of stones. A kid came up to him and said that he should not turn around, and if he looks at the monsters, should not blink. As they are demonic crying statues, our hero noted that he even titled somehow uncomfortable. The kid in yellow clothes shouted at him not to turn around and look at them. Chin had drops of sweat on his face. The kid explained that demons follow logic. The higher their level, the more logical they are. And weeping statues usually don't attack, but only act when you confront them with a look. And then added, if the young man averted his gaze, the monsters would pounce on him at super speed, and then added that this is how they kill. Our hero asked what to do next. The kid informed him that he should listen to him and step back slowly, not blinking until they left the room. Shin replied to his opponent that he understood everything and began to walk back slowly, but suddenly he stumbled. The young man began to fall. The box flew out of his hands and the crystals scattered in different directions. His partner was frightened. The demonic weeping statues started clacking their huge jaws. The kid in yellow clothes reacted very quickly to everything. He picked up a wooden bar and started running. With his help, he managed to close the door, and the monsters couldn't get into the room. He lay down on the floor, laughed and thanked his partner. He told him that he wouldn't have known what he was doing without him, and the latter remarked that the young man was very lucky. The kid laughed that they were inexperienced in combat, but he knew all about such monsters. Our hero used his skill and thought about how he was as good as some profession changers. He folded his hand into a fist and said that this monster was immune to physical attacks and thought that magic attacks, its weakness. The monster clenched the weapon harder in its hands and suddenly there was a large explosion. The young man's hand began to burn and he was surprised to realize that he couldn't control fire here. He was covered in drops of sweat. As their magic attacks, he only had fire. Sean pressed his lips together. His pupils became like dots. He was very much confused. A card with a wolf-like monster whose eyes were burning suddenly appeared in front of the young man. The monster was not going to retreat, and while our hero hesitated, he began to attack him. He was well aware that time was short, and he still didn't know where the target was. He couldn't stay in the first room for too long. The young man realized that the monster is physically invulnerable, and the attacks are mostly aimed at one type of damage. The only thing that pleased our hero was that it was possible to dodge the monster. The guy thought about the fact that he finally understood what to do, because the monster materializes only after the attack. He understood that before the sickle is swung, the monster loses its defense against physical attacks. Our hero rejoiced because he realized that this was the monster's weakness. Suddenly, the monster changed and he thought that this is his second form, and it is very interesting. He changed in his face, covered in drops of sweat, and thought about the fact that he only lost his hearing, and now he can't see normally either. He wondered whether he should activate the clone to save his life. Shita refused such an idea because if he used it now, it would take 30 seconds to recharge, and with the remaining magic power, he would definitely not be able to deal with the monster. While the young man's mind was full of thoughts, the monster attacked him. The young man grabbed his hand and thought about the fact that luck was on his side. A little more, and he would be a corpse. He realized that it was too difficult, and he could not cope even with a set of attributes. So our hero made the decision to activate super regeneration. He simply had no other choice. Notifications appeared that the lacerations were healed, and the deafness condition was eliminated. The monster was not ready for such a development, and E thought about the fact that he needed to regenerate HP to avoid dying. The guy said that the monster's second phase is afraid of light. Even weak light does not allow it to get close. The young man smiled as he realized something and decided to use his special skill. The monster, who stood to the side and watched everything carefully, laughed merrily. Our hero held on with his hand and lit up like a torch. His entire body was on fire. Qing clenched his teeth in pain, while the monster stood aside and watched everything happening. One by one, there were messages saying that the burning mode had been activated, and the guy said that he could at least see something now, as suddenly he rushed straight towards the monster, and the monster started to run away from the young man very fast. Kay frowned and said that the monster is afraid of flame, because darkness, his life force, only fire abilities are cursed, which makes them unusable. But this is for those who do not know how to spell. A card with a wolf-like monster appeared in front of our hero. This skill was called Soul Jerk. The young man shouted that he himself will become a fire and began to attack the monster, and that so screamed that the blood ran cold in his veins. This guy did not stop in any way, and he used the skill of the Big Bang. The young man was thrown a few meters away from the epicenter of the strong fire. He saw notifications that the monster was defeated, and he was also notified that his health was reduced by 10%. From the next system message, the young man learned that his arm was badly burned and he couldn't hold a weapon or cast spells. E said that the price of victory was high and he needed to wait for HP to recover. He looked at the fire and shouted for it not to burn the monster completely as he wanted to dismantle its materials. But his monster helper didn't even think of listening to all of this, and Chin shouted for him to return everything. After a while, a card appeared in front of the young man. It was a Soul Reaper artifact. Thanks to the Reaper, one could summon a demonic spirit with a scythe that dealt 5 times more damage. The guy was also notified that if attacking with this artifact resulted in death, he would also gain the amount of true level, and it was also bound to a soul and was not exchangeable. He stared at the card intently and was happy to say that he finally got something useful. Oh, this was the first time he had seen an artifact card tied to a soul. The guy said that the Scythe of Souls seemed to be able to convert the killed target into health points and mana. If you used it to battle a large number of opponents, they wouldn't stand a chance. After a while, the young man found that the passage had been unblocked. Then a notification appeared that the super regeneration recovery time had expired. Chin clenched his hand into a fist, and through his teeth, he spoke about the fact that he was already walking towards Xiaozhou. A huge brat with an axe stood beside the table, drops of blood splashing in different directions. Xiaozhou's face was covered with drops of sweat. She was very serious and was holding a bottle in her hands. After a while, the girl threw it to the side and there was a clinking sound of broken glass. The monster broke away from its work and screamed, exposing its terrible, sharp teeth. The girl began to crawl toward the soft toy and whispered that when she wouldn't let him hurt her. After a few seconds, she saw that a huge foot had stepped on her teddy bear. Xiaozhou raised her head and saw the monster, his eyes glowing with hatred. He was very angry and clutched the weapon in his hand harder and harder, but the girl couldn't move. She only quietly began to ask her brother to help her, and drops of sweat appeared on her face. The huge man had already swung his hand with a large cleaver, but there was something silhouetted behind his back. And just a few seconds later, the huge, scary monster was not a threat. It was chopped into 2 pieces. The girl who was watching all this closely screamed with fear. In front of her stood a young man with a 2-handed sword. He clenched his teeth and stared intently in front of him. Xiaozhou, who was still lying in the same place, said that the hunter was in front of her. The kid put the huge sword on his shoulder, turned around and started walking away. The girl crawled up to him and begged the guy to get her out of here. He turned his head and said that the monster was gone and she could go, but if she went with him, she would surely die. She clenched her teeth and said she had to get out of here for her little brother, and it was all because of that promise. 7 years ago, the doctor said that the spinal nerves were badly damaged, and Sister E would never be able to walk like she used to, maybe move her upper body. The boy stared at the doctor and asked if she would not be able to stand up in the future. He replied that it was a severe spinal nerve injury and it was theoretically incurable. Shin folded his hands into fists and asked if there was any chance of recovery and clarified if there was anything he could do. The doctor replied that theoretically science is already useless here, but he knows cases where blind people have seen in the abyss. It can cure diseases that in reality are incurable. The young man wondered if there was a cure for this disease in the abyss, he would be able to cure his sister. The doctor said that only those who change their profession can enter the abyss. And if the guy goes down, he will die, and suggested to think about something more real, and the cost of treatment requires a lot of money. Our hero got up from his seat and repeated like a mantra that he would find the money. The doctor escorted him into the hallway and told him he would try his best, but bills needed to be paid on time. E informed him that he would cover everything as soon as possible. He went forward and the nurses began to whisper behind his back, whether they were talking about him earlier. They were talking about how Chin's parents had died that day, and the girl had become disabled. The kid was all alone. The young man opened the door to the room and told the little sister that he had come to see her. Xiaozhou opened her eyes wide and was very surprised that her little brother had come to see her. The boy sat down on the bed and told her that he had gone to the doctor and added that he was going to a place called the Abyss. The sissy looked at her brother carefully and asked if the Abyss was safe. The young man smiled broadly and replied that it was absolutely safe there. E informed that that place was very peaceful and she would soon see that they would cure her. He got up from his sister's bed, stepped aside and noticed that he had forgotten something. After a few seconds, a soft toy in the shape of a teddy bear appeared in Shin's hands and noticed that he would protect it instead of his little brother. Xiaozhou shouted that she had him, all she had left, and added that she didn't want him to be in danger and started begging him not to go where there were monsters. He said that he had found a job and pretty soon he would make lots and lots of money, and then they would fix her leg and she would be able to walk again. The girl said if he had to sacrifice himself, She would rather be in a wheelchair for the rest of her life, and again asked him not to go to dangerous places. It was then that our hero promised that he would never risk his life. Xiaozhu told the hunter if she stayed here, her brother would definitely go into the abyss after her, and she didn't want him to risk himself and added that she shouldn't die. The guy was surprised by her zeal for life, and he lifted the girl up, began to put her on a wheelchair, and noticed that if monsters attacked, he would not protect her. The girl got upset, touched the wheels with her hands, and was glad they were intact. The hunter informed that she wasn't his client, and he didn't care if she lived or died. Xiaozhou replied that she wouldn't interfere. The guy looked intently in front of him and said his name was Ming, and he was a warrior with a two-handed sword. He walked down the corridor and said that when he worked as a scavenger, he saw many potions that could repair physical injuries and heal body parts that were damaged by abyss creatures. But the rule of the abyss said that one could not go beyond the physical state, otherwise he would have found a way to heal his sister. Suddenly he stopped as he saw the warriors in front of him who were dead. He noted that there was a fierce battle here, and the level of the monsters was higher than the warriors, and they were most likely destroyed by a group of monsters. He looked in front of him and noticed that there were no live demons visible, and there were most likely survivors. The guy saw a giant monster and got closer and saw that it had been chopped up with a sword, and the eye of discernment found nothing useful. He said that most of those killed were not strong in agility or strategy, and most likely relied on brute force. The young man laughed and said that he was much stronger than this bunch of profession changers. He was an unkillable being. Min along with Qin's sister were walking forward, while bright yellow stars glowed above them. Suddenly, quite unexpectedly, they began to attack the hunter with the two-handed sword. That one lowered his head and didn't make a single sound, but his body still had wounds from the wound. The girl approached him and stammered and asked him how he was all right, if he was in pain. And he looked surprised and replied calmly that he had forgotten what pain was. He remembered the event that happened 4 years ago in the abyss tomb of the Class A ancients. The king of corpses, he was also still very often called the bosom, had held a man by the throat with his hands. Min stood to the side and watched everything that was happening. He clenched his teeth in anger. The bald man shouted that they were idiots and added that he had spent a lot of money to hire them all, and then noted that the most important thing for a mercenary was to get money and fight to the death. He pointed out that he paid double the price for their lives, and Min was a criminal and had no legal status, so he joined the ranks. But among the desperate ones were those who didn't care about their lives. They were the ones who went for suicide, asking for a double reward. The hunter remembered this well. Baldy shouted that he would pay 100,000 and they would kill the Demon King, because they had already gone so far that he would not give up the final treasure, and then he offered 200,000. And the privates kept asking for more. The numbers overwhelmed them, but after all, they were only a bargaining chip, or rather, their lives. Min was willing to agree to 250,000 and was not going to let his partners take his money. The Demon King began to scream like a frantic man as the hunters began to attack him. The bald, muscular guy was hitting him with his weapon and shouting that $250,000 was at stake. But that wasn't all. The two boys began to attack the Demon King together. After just a few seconds, they were no longer a threat. So Min began to attack the monster because he was in this abyss for a reason. The Demon King was very angry. He was just tearing and throwing, attacking with fire, and the bald man was shaking with fear. He yelled to be protected, and then added that they would only get the money if he stayed alive. Min gripped his jaw as it ached, and the bald man yelled about paying for their lives. The Demon King ran somewhere ahead and gritted his teeth, and the young man ran after him. He was able to catch up to the monster and hit it with all his might with his huge sword. In just a second, he shouted with all his might that he was finally able to do it. And in front of him, a huge chest fell at his feet, and the hunter wanted to open it. But the bald man pushed the guy with all his might. He fell off his feet and shouted to let him open the chest. Min stood aside. He frowned and noticed that this was the promised double payment. The bald dork smiled through his teeth and replied that the kid was almost dead and asked why he needed the money, where he was going to spend it. He laughed and said that he would get rich and said that the information he had bought about the dungeon had paid off and began to look in the chest. What was his surprise when he saw that it was empty? He asked why there was nothing there. He pouted. Tears flowed from his eyes, and the man pointed out that he had put so much into this, and the chest was empty. Sand sprinkled out of his eyes, mouth, and ears in different directions, which is how the sand curse affected the bald man. A rivulet of sand also appeared from Min's eyes, and he stammered and asked if it was a curse. He thought about the fact that he was also affected and wanted to pick up the orb that had fallen out of the corpse king. The kid picked it up and learned that this artifact transformed the wearer into undead, and holy and healing spells would deal lethal damage to it, while normal damage didn't work on undead. The price of this transformation was also the loss of the sense of pain as well as emotions, thus the hunter and became a person who cannot die. Xiaozhou inquired if his blood had turned into sand, whether he was cursed or not. But Ming only gritted his teeth and answered nothing. The girl began to call out to him and asked why he was ignoring her. Our hero saw monsters armed to the teeth, whose eyes glowed with hatred, and they also gritted their teeth. He thought about the fact that he was in a hurry and couldn't distribute the points properly. He only had to continue to evenly pour in the points he had accumulated earlier, and now he had almost 200 points. He fought against the monsters as he realized that it was impossible to know the information of the monsters in the next room until he entered it, and if he forgot about his health, he would most likely die. Qin thought about the fact that the monsters in the abyss are reinforced, but they are unable to withstand the physical strain of constant fighting. And our hero actively fought them. In his hands was a very sharp dagger with which he killed monsters. The guy began to call frantically shining daggers, but before him appeared a notice that the amount of mana is less than 5%. He mentally cursed and wondered if he would be able to use the skills. But after all, monsters don't slumber, so the young man made the decision to take out on his fists. He looked to the side and heard more monsters approaching him and said that there were getting more of them. He thought about the fact that after 4 battles with monsters exhausted completely, and his mana is almost at 0, light magic potions he has already used up, only the ones found in the abyss remained. The guy ran forward and thought about the fact that potions are better to save for critical moments. He rushed to the huge monster and with all his might began to strangle it by its huge neck. In just a few minutes, only the head of the monster remained in his hands, and the torso collapsed to the floor with a clatter. And after some more time, an artifact card appeared in the young man's hand. From the system message, he learned that it was a Soul Reaper's sickle, and he was not too happy about it. He knew that it wasn't the best weapon because it had side effects, but he hoped that the Harvest of Despair was able to cause a recovery effect, and the Soul Reaper's sickle was actively fighting the enemies, which were very numerous. A system message appeared saying that the special effect of the artifact's special effect of Soul Reaper sickle had been activated, and health and mana had been restored. The guy frowned and said that he had saved potions and reduced the frequency of using super regeneration. From the next notification, the young man learned that the validity time of card skills would increase as they accumulated. As something suddenly crunched under his foot, he looked down and saw the goggles. He was very surprised as he couldn't understand where they could have come from. From the barrel showed a hand and heard a voice that begged for salvation. Our hero was confused. The stranger's whole face was in droplets of sweat, and he asked if the guy had seen his glasses. Chui held them out to the man. The man was very excited and said that he was a research doctor and his name was Song Qingshan. He said that he didn't know what happened, but monsters suddenly appeared in the room, the same ones that Ye had just killed. The doctor said that he was very scared that he ran into a completely unfamiliar room, and to stay alive he hid in a barrel. The young man looked at him carefully and asked if the doctor had seen other survivors. The one was very much surprised by such a question and stated that this abyss was huge and few people could survive here, not to mention the invalids and cripples from the hospital. Qin grabbed him by the chest and asked him what he meant by the words disabled and crippled. Because he was a doctor and had to save people, he replied that he was just a doctor and on the verge of life and death, one should pay attention to oneself. He closed his eyes and said that if he was strong in battle, then he wouldn't have to hide in a barrel, and asked if the guy had come to save him. The doctor gave E a hard look and said if he was sent to save him, then he should stop talking nonsense, and then remarked that Lionheart had probably promised an amazing reward for his life. Our hero reconsidered the man's name he heard, pressed his lips tightly together, and thought about the fact that it was Caesar. He remembered the badge and the system messages about defeating Caesar, and for doing so, he would receive 150 characterization points. He remembered asking Tuna what it was, and if it was the same guy who dropped it. The bard replied that he had seen it before, and it was the emblem of the Lionheart hunting party. Qin then thought for a bit and replied that this squad belonged to the strongest clan. He covered himself with drops of sweat and said that the bar of these powerful hunting groups was too high. He went forward and the doctor shouted if he had come to save him. He was interested in why the guy was leaving. The The young man asked if the doctor had really come from the ward. The doctor asked why the young man should save the sick. They were all poor and no money could be seen from them. Our hero apologized and said that he had to save his little sister, and looked at Sun. He was covered with drops of sweat and noticed that the guy wasn't here to save him, and he wasn't a monster hunter. The young man replied that he was recycling trash, not saving it up, and looked at the doctor intently. Shan walked forward to the passage from which the purple light was scattering, and the doctor ran after him. Shan said that the place was a labyrinth, and if he went there, he would definitely run into a branching path and get lost. He added that he could show him the way and offered to go together, find his sister, and then the young man would lead him out. He was silent, and the doctor summarized that silence was a sign of agreement and offered to go forward, for he had come from that portal. He ran forward, and there was no trace of Sun, only a glimpse of his clothes. After a while, our hero also passed through a portal to another room. The doctor smiled and asked the young man which hunting guild he was from. The young man stared at his opponent and answered that he was not from any guild, as he was not a member. The doctor corrected his glasses, very much surprised, and clarified how he could do all this alone, and added that anyone with a little bit of power would change hunting groups. Yes, hunters there get high salaries and unite to fight dangerous opponents. He replied that his sister's name is Xiaozhou, and if Song wants to come out, he should just shut up and stomp off. Shan was covered in drops of sweat as soon as he heard this name, and his face changed with fear. He remembered the documents and the voice that inquired about the experimental couple. The opponent asked if it was true that the girls were underage. The fat man laughed caustically and told the doctor not to worry because the girls' families don't care about them, then added, Xiaozhou lives with his only brother. He said that the kid went to the garbage collectors to save money for treatment, and she won't even know about it if she dies. And the other girl is Lin Shuyan. Her family went bankrupt when her father got out of prison. Sun asked the man how he convinced the girls to agree. This question surprised him a lot. He laughed and asked, didn't the family want to finally be free of the burden? After all, it was too troublesome to maintain and pay for the treatment. The fat man with a wry smile on his face remarked that the father had been visiting Lin Shuyan less often lately, and his daughter had probably become a burden to him. He pointed his finger at Xiaozhou and remarked that her brother risked his life every day. The man said that her brother had to pay for treatment every day, and it was worth it to lighten his burden. The girl happened to overhear part of the conversation and became very upset. She agreed that her brother was not easy. The fat man laughed and asked how about the fact that they had a new treatment and it would help them stop being a burden to their family and help them start making changes in their lives. He asked if they were willing to try it. The girls shouted out that they agreed. Xiaozhou shouted out that she wanted to get back on her feet and stop burdening her brother. The man smiled, said they were good girls, and told them to sign the contract. Already in the laboratory, he informed the doctor that it was very easy to fool these naive ones, and the man replied that the fat man had done a good job. He remarked that the result of the research could help people gain strength and power, and Sun would benefit society. The doctor said that each cell of the abyss could be sold for hundreds of millions of dollars, and it could be a shortcut to becoming stronger. The lab technician prepared a syringe. A certain solution was dripped into the dropper, and the first test was started. The girl in the flask began to scream. Her body began to disintegrate into pieces. The lab technician was terrified. The doctor clenched his teeth, covered in drops of sweat, and asked what was going on. The nurse who sat at the computer reported that the subject's body had rejected the abyss cells, and no energy fluctuations were detected. She summarized that the injection of the cells had failed, and there was a decomposition process going on in the flask. Sun said to proceed without panic. After all, this is just an experimental body, and they have more. The nurse told him about someone making a commotion outside, and the doctor was very stressed about it. A man shouting where they had taken his daughter. It was the girl's father, Lin Shuyan, who came in. The doctor told the guards to bring the man into the lab. The fat man didn't mind. He told the guards that you can't beat up a patient in the hospital, and informed Lin's father that the doctor asked him to bring him to him. The fat man smiled evilly and said that his daughter was in the lab and he needed to follow him. Shan said that he was the doctor of this hospital and his daughter was here and pointed to a flask. The man looked at it and then asked where Lin was. The doctor calmly said inside the flask. Sun said they were acting on an agreement, apologized, and added that something had gone wrong during the test and promised to compensate according to the agreement. The doctor fixed his glasses and informed him as if nothing had happened. that they had yet to take the body out and examine it. The father got angry and started hitting the doctor and yelling to get his daughter back. And Qingshan was just a scumbag. He asked why they were doing horrible experiments on ordinary people. The doctor shouted that instead of living his meaningless life, it was better to sacrifice his body and contribute to society, and the allowance that was specified in the contract was enough to pay off his debts. The man shouted that his daughter was a minor, and there was no difference between saving and killing, adding that he didn't need the money but his daughter. The doctor rolled his eyes and told security to get the rude man out of the lab. He yelled that Sun was a scumbag and he would send them all to hell and they would be sorry. When the lab was calmer, he asked what happened to Ye Xiaozhou, the second test subject. He was told that there were no energy fluctuations and would have to wait a little longer. The fatty frowned, asking if this girl's brother would make a similar scene. Qingshan clenched his teeth and replied that there was no reason to worry since the guy had a level 0 and was just a garbage collector. Our hero stared at the doctor. His pupils narrowed greatly and asked if he knew his sister. The doctor covered himself in sweat, laughed and replied that it was the first time he'd heard of her and noted that she was probably from another department. He thought about the fact that he had been told that the girl's brother was a simple garbage man, so why was he so powerful? He wondered if the monster was probably not in the room either. The doctor clenched his teeth, covered in sweat as he realized that if the boy was so strong, he was definitely finished. And the young men went forward, the tension between them only increasing. Suddenly Ye turned his head and asked Sun if he knew his sister. The doctor had drops of sweat on his face. He stammered and said that it was the first time he had heard of her, but he was just afraid that nothing would happen to her because there were many monsters in the room and he had to run away as fast as possible. He had tears running down his cheeks and the man thought that he was finished. But if the girl turned out to be dead, he would blame it all on the monsters. He said he had nothing to do with it. Suddenly, our hero grabbed the doctor by the scruff of the neck and he screamed, either from pain or from surprise. Xian, after a moment, replied that this time it was not a monster, and the doctor asked who then. A guy appeared in front of them, apologized, and stated that he mistook them for locals. It was Min. He turned to Mr. Sun and remarked that he had received an order from Lionheart and had come to rescue him. He replied that he understood what the guy was here for, and the doctor yelled that this grief-stricken rescuer had nearly chopped him to pieces. Our hero said that he should have guessed that those tracks near the entrance to the dungeon from the Sword of the Hunter, and noticed that he was able to break through the depths of the abyss without a team, and said that he was very strong. The kid said that his name is Min. He is a mercenary and works here for double pay, and he would kill a few teammates for money like nothing to do. The young man thought about seeing mercenaries with double pay. They are willing to sacrifice their lives for the reward, and Sun shouted that the hunter came to save him, so we need to get out of here quickly. Quan noted that the kid is not here for that. After all, his sword has a murderous aura. Qingshan adjusted his collar and noted that he didn't feel anything like that, and our hero said that he wasn't going to stop him from doing his errand, and added that Mr. Sun had promised that he would give him away to his sister. Meng was very much surprised by these words. He lowered his head, thought for a while, and said that he had seen a girl here. The young man had drops of sweat on his face. He began to ask where she was, and the doctor thought that now he was definitely finished. And the hunter threw a toy into the hands of our hero and told him to catch it. It was a soft teddy bear. Khan began to look at it and then asked where Min took this toy. The kid closed his eyes, sighed heavily, and replied that it was very cute, and then added that it was a pity it didn't survive. Our hero looked intently at his opponent. His pupils became like dots, and drops of sweat appeared on his face. Sun was very much relieved by such news. He thought about the fact that he would definitely live. Min replied that he told the girl that if she was attacked, he wouldn't protect her, and he didn't care if she survived or not. But he promised to pass on his last words if he met her brother. He lowered his head and noticed that Xiaozhou had said she would meet her little brother at the gate as he came to rescue her. The boy rushed over to Min and asked if he was just standing there watching and couldn't save his sister. He replied that it was the duty of a mercenary to strictly fulfill his assignments and get rewards for them, and he didn't care about the rest. And added that because of his curse, those around him are constantly dying, so he is always alone. He attacked Ye and noticed that even after his words, Xiaozhou decided to go with him, so to some extent, the girl herself was to blame. Qin rushed to his opponent and shouted with all his might to tell him where his sister was. Ming told our hero to leave Mr. Sun with him, and he would tell everything, and Ye asked what would happen if he refused. The doctor was very worried and replied that he agreed to the mercenaries' option. Hunter shouted that he feels no sympathy for those who stand in his way, and even if they are teammates, he wouldn't hesitate to send them to hell. The young man struck Min's hand with all his might, and a huge sword fell out of his hands. The young man folded his hand into a fist and told his opponent that he had no weapons, and then asked what he was capable of now. Min frowned and grabbed our hero's wrist with all his might. He was very angry. He then grabbed his other wrist with his other hand and squeezed both hands with all his might. E's weapon fell out of his hands and a system message popped up saying that disarming him disarms him for 8 seconds. The hunter let the guy go, and the guy said he thought his sword was his primary weapon, but he wasn't bad in hand-to-hand combat either. Min said that they should act, even if the mercenary has little information about the monster. One should be able to use his body in battle, and this skill can be mastered after countless battles. He added that he had not demonstrated his full strength, and Xingyu would not be able to overpower his blade now. The kid looked intently in front of him and decided to use the rock breaker skill. Our hero thought about the fact that the opponent's sword is very powerful, but because of the weight of it is quite hard to swing, and it is worth to strike before his attack. And he did not think for a long time and immediately attacked his opponent, but he easily repulsed the attack. He closed one eye, clenched his teeth, and thought that his opponent was too powerful. And the young man decided to summon tarantulas to attack Ming. And the one through his teeth wondered if the guy knew how to summon monsters. He was not afraid. The spiders immediately began to attack the kid. They were very actively releasing their sticky, long web. Literally in a few seconds, the hunter was all in the web. He was blocked by it. Min took a full chest of air, screamed very loudly, and thus got rid of the spider's shackles. He looked up and asked if Ye was going to defeat him with a bunch of monsters, and then added that it was very funny. The hunter slumped to the floor, and our hero decided to use a skill called Rock Destroyer. Min told the young man if he thought it would hold him back, he was very much underestimating him. He clenched his sword harder in his hands and said if it was charged with 100 points of strength, this strike might as well kill him. The hunter remarked that Ye was not one of those incompetent scavengers whose level was 0. He added that the young man's strength was much more powerful, and the latter replied that he was not inferior to him, let him not doubt it. Qian said through gritted teeth, asking one last time where his little sister was. Xiaozhou pointed out that uncle is so strong and she doesn't know who is stronger, him or her brother. Ming was then very surprised. And the girl said that she has a brother, although he is a garbage man and works hard every day to become stronger and change their lives. She added that she admires him and also wants to become strong. Hunter then remarked that all scavengers have 0 level, and what kind of strength can the girl even talk about? But she shouted that she knows better. Xiaozhou said she had enough of his serious look to realize how strong he was. Then Min replied that he would like to see it, and she promised to introduce them. The hunter noted that this look could really only be that of someone who had gone through countless trials of life, and added that he respected Ye. Qian, on the other hand, thought about the fact that the last potions should only be used at a critical moment, but he should get out more information first. Right now, he knew that this guy was a two-handed swordsman. He understood that if he hit critical hits on weaknesses, he could defeat him in 3 exchanges. But he is different from those he fought before, and he doesn't even have armor. Chen looked in front of him and thought about the kid attacking hard and not thinking about defense. He wondered what kind of crazy fighting style it was. The hunter was attacking our hero, and he was dodging his intense attacks as best he could. The young man frowned. His pupils became like dots, and he appreciated the quick reaction of his opponent. That was why the young man decided to use an artifact such as Soul Jerk against his opponent. He dealt a critical strike to Min, another successful critical strike. Thanks to this, the damage was increased. The hunter's neck was damaged. Our hero turned his head and stared at him intently. He thought about the fact that the opponent did not even think to dodge, but only took the blows, and it was all very strange. The young man saw that his opponent's sand began to fall from the damaged area. He was very surprised. There were drops of sweat on his face, and he could not understand what was happening. Min clenched his hands in fists but did not let go of the weapon and began to scream. Then he began to attack our hero. He barely managed to dodge the blow with his sword. After a while, the trash monster appeared and grabbed Chin's opponent by the shoulders. He tried his best to get out of the shackles, but he kept screaming. The explosion was very strong, and Min stood with his head down and stared at his opponent. He squatted and looked at his opponent with a tired look, drops of sweat appearing on his face. The hunter said that he couldn't be killed by normal attacks. The young man asked him if he was immortal. Min said that the abyss could grant things that modern technology could not even understand, and informed that he had a profession, skills, characteristics, equipment. But there was something more special. It was a curse, and it was a divine punishment that had to be endured to gain power. The kid noticed that he had no fear of death, and after getting someone else's share, he vowed to take it all for himself, and the god suddenly saw him. He shouted that the god had given him the power for fun or wanted to laugh at fate, and gave him the power he craved. The hunter's face changed and added that he had not been told that his most precious possession would be taken from him. Our hero covered himself with drops of sweat and stammered, asking his opponent if he had become a monster. He replied that the rumor that ordinary people in the abyss can become monsters is true. The undead have a superpowered feature. As long as the energy is not exhausted, they can continue to resurrect. The young man listened to his opponent with his mouth open and didn't even notice a hand appearing from under the floor. Min said that in the moment before he died, he reached out his hand and touched eternity and was reborn alive. It was then said about him that he was a loner and would definitely slaughter all of his teammates, but there was no proof. But all of his teammates were dying. The hunter told Chin that he had already managed to know the price of eternal life, and then he added that he was dead but still alive, and clenched the weapon he had in his hands harder. And he once again swooped down on Ye, who wanted to activate the Deathlust skill. He clenched his teeth and thought about the fact that the combination of this skill and curse, it was just cheating. But he had no other choice. He activated the artifact and started attacking the opponent. He fended off Min's attacks and asked if immortality really meant he was unkillable. He frowned and replied through his teeth that he had no doubt that he would win this fight. Ye didn't think for long and immediately activated the Soul Priest artifact, as he realized that his opponent was not an easy one. Ming raised his head, frowned, and was very surprised. He was not prepared for such a development. He fended off the attacks and then noted that this was not a physical weapon, but a purely technical effect. Kim replied that if someone died from this skill, the Harvest of Despair would trigger, health and magic points would slowly regenerate, and since Ming's body was dead, the skill would trigger at the moment of each hit. He pointed out that the reason why the undead can live forever is because of its magic power, which is why the health bar is just an ornament for those who have become a monster, and the health bar is unrealistic to see. The hunter replied that he would guess and pointed out that his ability to analyze is much better than normal humans. Our hero replied that for every riddle, there must be a way to solve it, and a strong man can be clumsy. The weapon, because of its immense power, can have a fragile body. The young man said that everywhere has its weaknesses, and Min does not wear any piercing and prefers to rush into an attack without a backward thought, sacrificing himself to mislead his enemies and make them fight to the death. The hunter agreed with all of this and remarked that Ye also has weaknesses, and added that among all the characteristics, there was one that received less attention. Chin replied that it was a little different from normal people and said that he needed to get it over with before the wound healed. He thought about the fact that Ming's speed, strength, and reaction were much higher than what other professionals his age had. And the man clutched the weapon in his hands and reflected on the fact that he could use everything from fancy tricks to underrated talent. He shouted to his opponent that physical attacks couldn't kill him, but continued to consume mana. He noticed that it was enough to slow his regeneration, and when the mana was gradually depleted, he would die completely. Our hero didn't think for long, but made the decision to activate his artifact again. Ming, whose sandy arm began to crumble, replied that it was his advantage to wage a war of attrition. The boy replied that there was a solution to any seemingly unsolvable puzzle. His opponent looked at him intently and said that his weakness was not in fighting, but somewhere outside of combat. He turned his head to the side, saw the soft bear, was very much surprised, and asked who had left it here. While the young man was looking at the toy, his opponent didn't hesitate. He gathered his strength. In a few seconds, he was beside Chin, whom he immediately fell to the ground and pinned with his hands so that he couldn't move. Min said that he had no sympathy for those who stood in his way. He wouldn't hesitate to send them to hell, and then added that Ye was different. He pressed the guy harder and replied that our hero has the character of a living person, and added that even knowing that his customer is a complete scumbag, he still can't stop him. The hunter asked if he had to choose between the child's life and Song Qingshan's. Who would he choose? Our hero was very surprised by this question, and he clarified if his sister was still alive. Min took his hand away from Ye's face and wondered if he had said she was dead, and then added that this bear was proof that he knew her whereabouts. The hunter started to walk away and noticed that the girl was not as easy to kill as Shinya, and laughed. The young man's face was covered in drops of sweat, and he asked what Ming was carrying. And just a few hours ago, the hunter was fighting huge, very vicious monsters. Xiaozhou floated in the air and carefully watched everything that was happening on the battlefield, for she was being held by a monster. The girl sobbed and remembered Ming saying that he wouldn't protect her since she wasn't his client, and he didn't care if she survived or died. She also remembered Ye telling her that he had found a job and would now make a lot of money, and it would be enough to heal her leg. Xiaozhou thought about how she didn't want to always be a hindrance and a burden to her brother, and begged to become stronger, if only for a moment. The monster had drops of sweat on its muzzle and started clacking its huge teeth. The girl became a huge bear, and a notification appeared that the transformer profession had been awakened. The bear grabbed the monster in an armful and threw it several meters forward, and it shattered into several particles. Min wasted no time and fought those monsters that attacked him. Parts of the monsters flew in different directions, and after a while the kid dealt with all of them. He turned his head to the side and was very surprised to see that the girl was not there. Ordinary people who had successfully undergone induction by the Abyss cells were likely to awaken their professions, Min thought to himself. The girl was one of the victims that poor father was talking about. The guy clenched his sword harder and said that the changes induced by the Abyss cell caused the host to lose consciousness and become like a monster attacking everyone indiscriminately. The bear spoke in a woman's voice and asked what was wrong with him, if he had become taller and could walk, and then remarked that it was so strange. The hunter was very much surprised and asked if Xiaozhou was conscious and asked for his name. The bear said the girl's name, and Min noticed that it was probably very much true. Monster ran over to the mirror and noticed that he had become a teddy bear, and the kid remarked that he didn't know whether to congratulate her or not. The girl cried, for she no longer looked like a human being. She didn't know what to do or how to show herself to her brother. Min replied that she didn't know, for it was her profession. He said if Xiaozhou doesn't want to go with him, it's okay, and he will continue his mission and finish it himself. The bear held out a toy bear, and the girl asked to give it to her brother and told him that she would need time to mentally gather herself and prepare to meet him. Min took the toys and replied that if he met her brother, he would give it to her personally. He told Ye that if they kept fighting, his position would be disadvantageous. But he wanted to see his strength and then added that they had no reason to fight. Dr. Sun came closer and asked if it was true that Xiaozhou was alive. Ming lowered his head and stated that the doctor behind Shin was to blame for everything. He squinted his eyes and remarked that the appearance of the abyss was more to his credit. The man sitting on the couch was the father of the second Dioshka, who said that there was no other choice. And if you used the key to open any door, the energy of the abyss would permeate the entire area, eventually turning it into a solid abyss. He clenched his teeth and remarked that a rescue team would definitely come for Qingshan, but he wanted the doctor to stay in the abyss forever. He also wished that all the results of his experiments would disappear. Min frowned and asked if the doctor knows the price he will have to pay for all this, and added that he doesn't care about money in this matter. Song asked if he was talking about Lin Xian, and replied that he had offered the father compensation and had already sent it to her father, and then remarked that the girl was incurable and it wasn't worth spending money on her treatment. He stared intently in front of him and asked the doctor what he would say about Xiaozhou. He replied that the girl had gotten here by accident and he couldn't help her in any way, and it was her personal desire to participate in the experiment, and then stated that he could make up for it. He started smiling and saying something incomprehensible, and Shin repeated the words after him. He was very angry. Then he repeated the doctor's phrases again and hit him in the face with his fist with all his might. Sun fell to the ground, and cowardly with fear, he didn't even think of confronting the young man. Drops of sweat appeared on his face, and he asked who would want an invalid who couldn't even walk. And he added that if he used the girl, it would be more beneficial to the society, and she would sacrifice for scientific research and contribute. He kept muttering something to himself, but he was grabbed by a huge trash monster. Hien said that his sister had been through so much, Sun would never understand it. He looked at the guy frightened and stammered, and replied that he didn't mean it at all. The monster with all his might sealed the research doctor to the floor. He calmly watched everything, but absolutely nothing happened to the doctor. He stretched his head forward and stared in front of him. The young man grabbed him by the pecs and remarked that the one was not even needed in hell and he was useless trash. Min stood to the side and watched everything that was going on and didn't even think of interfering. The guy tossed the doctor in his direction and calmly informed him that he was his now. The hunter clenched his hand into a fist, but did not move to help the doctor. Min looked after our hero and asked if they had reached an agreement. He replied that he just wanted to make sure his sister was safe as soon as possible, and he didn't care about the rest. Min grabbed the doctor's head and informed him that the duty of a mercenary to fulfill the receipt, and the father of that girl wished that son died here, and he offered to pay double and asked what the old man promised him. The kid replied that he had one life and how he was going to give him double the price. He looked in the direction where our hero went and said that next time a grand battle awaited them. The young man walked calmly toward the portal. He not only didn't answer anything, but didn't even turn his head. After a while, he saw a huge bear appear from around the corner. He called a brother, and he immediately apologized for finding his little sister so late and stared intently in front of him. Xiaozhou replied that she was the one who should apologize, and he always risked his life for her. Qin calmly replied that it was all nothing and remarked that the monsters were gone and she was safe. She apologized again and replied that the monsters were still here. Xiaozhou sobbed and remarked that she was a monster. Huge tears flowed down her cheeks. Mishka started wiping her tears and said that she had always relied on her brother, but she wanted to become like him. But even if she didn't become a hero, she would at least get up from her wheelchair and stop burdening him. She began to ask the young man for forgiveness again and again, but he only sighed heavily. He looked at the teddy bear and noted that many people look like people much more, but inside is worse than monsters. Although she is so, but nice and good. Sis replied that it looked very scary and was very upset again. He noticed that his job is to fight monsters and he can perfectly distinguish them by their appearance. The guy told his little sister that he felt like she was much stronger than she was before and pointed his hand in the direction, then asked if it was her. Xiaozhou replied that it was not her. Mishka approached the young man and said that she had no control over it. After all, she had only transformed, and the young man noted that her level was clearly not low. As here with the monster began to happen very interesting things, he stared intently at his hand. Just a moment later, the girl appeared as if the huge bear had disappeared. Xiaozhou looked at herself, yelped and asked what happened, then exclaimed happily that she was back. Qin noticed that transformation requires constant consumption of magic power. When one's mana is depleted, one transforms back, so this is Sis' ability. He noticed that Xiaozhou could transform into a bear, and back again, he congratulated her that she had also gained abilities. You put her in a chair, and her sister asked if she had become like him. He said no and remarked that he would not let her be in danger, and asked the girl if she had met a strange guy here. The girl said he looked a bit like Qin, and she noticed that he said that he wanted to meet her brother in person, and they had a lot to talk about, and added that he was as hard to kill as Ye. Our hero replied that he didn't think they would have anything to talk about and took the girl to the portal. The young man was sleeping sweetly as here very suddenly his cell phone rang. He picked up the phone, and at the other end of the line he was asked when he was last at work. The interlocutor remarked that he hadn't seen him since that assignment at the People's Mall, and then a rumor came to him that he had lost faith in himself and started working alone. He covered himself in drops of sweat, apologized, and replied that money was tight, so he had started looking for more lucrative work. He was asked if he was in the garbage collection business. He answered in the affirmative. The interlocutor yelled that the guy was a reckless fool, and he was worried about his safety and added that he needed to think about himself and his little sister. But Qin only thanked him for his concern. The cell phone rang again, and the young man looked at it in surprise. He read the message that Liu Xingjian had transferred 2.4 million yuan to him. The young man noted that it was, as he expected, very prompt. The guy opened the message, where the interlocutor asked him not to forget to thank him when he sold everything else. Our hero was very happy. He looked at the message and shouted that he had never seen so many zeros before. He said that he had put up for sale some resources and equipment that he had gotten during his recent visit to the Abyss on behalf of Liu Xingjian. After all, she was a celebrity. Last night, he showed the girl the equipment, weapons, and resources. She was very much surprised and asked what he had done to snatch so many good gizmos. He smiled and said that he had just been scavenging in the Abyss and found all this stuff, and Liu couldn't believe her ears. He smiled and said that he couldn't use these rare items right now. That's why he was asking her to help sell them. The girl asked if he was still a level 1 scavenger and laughed. After a second, she became serious and noticed that Ye's body had become much stronger. The young man laughed and replied that he had been through a lot, so he had gotten a little stronger. Xingjian frowned and replied that she thought that scavenger was just a profession that was not yet listed as a major profession, and added that it seemed like the level couldn't be improved with it, but he had somehow gotten stronger. Qian smiled and said that it was logical that even a garbage collector could become stronger. The girl asked if the young man had thought about going to the World Guild to get a hunter's license, since the treasures he gets in the abyss need to be legally identified. The boy asked if he gets the license, he can only enter the abyss as a hunter. Liu answered in the affirmative and added if anyone finds out that he used to plunder the abyss, he will be raked into jail. Xingjian revealed that the test would be to convince the examiner of his competence to be a level 1 hunter, and added that she had no doubts about his competence. She also pointed out that a recommendation was needed for the hunter's annual evaluation, and she would look into it to make sure everything went smoothly, and the guy asked if he could handle it. Liu turned to the guard to report that she had gotten all those items, and he agreed with what she said. The girl bit her lip and told Qin that he had helped her, and she would repay the favor. The young man covered himself with drops of sweat, scratched his head, and thought about how he felt indebted to Liu. As he walked, he caught his foot on a box and wondered what it was, if it was a delivery. Sis said his apartment didn't even have a kitchen, so she had to order food. The guy noticed that Xiaozhou was up very early. She replied that today was her first day out of the hospital and she didn't want to spend it in bed. You started to eat and asked how the girl's legs were. She replied that something had changed in her body since yesterday and now she could walk a little. She got up from her wheelchair, smiled, and took a few steps forward. The young man was very much surprised and asked if she had really done it overnight. She replied that she was afraid she would turn into a bear again and trash his apartment, so she concentrated all the magic in her feet. Qin remarked that there was no need to be in such a hurry since he was with her and didn't need to force himself. Xiaozhou smiled and replied that she would practice gradually and hoped to be walking soon, and added that she didn't force herself. The young man began to dress, and with his mouth full, he remarked that it was impossible to get fat after one meal. The girl was very much surprised that the brother was leaving, and the one calmly replied that he had to go. The sister noticed that today was a day off. The young man smiled and replied that he doesn't rest on weekends. He always has work and only work. Xiaozhou frowned and said that it all sounded somehow ambiguous, and remarked that maybe the brother had a girlfriend and went on a date. Our hero went outside and looked in front of him. He was standing on the bridge. He saw some young men standing off to the side and started to look at them. He covered himself with drops of sweat and wondered if all hunters looked like that now. He heard someone ask if he was here for a license and what guild he had his eye on. The young man turned his head and saw Zhou Tong. The young men were surprised by this encounter. The bard asked what Ye had forgotten at the hunter testing place and clarified if he didn't have a license before. Qin replied that the exam cost a lot of money and he had just recently earned a good amount of money, and asked what qualification was needed to become an official hunter. Our hero asked the kid how he was doing. The kid replied that he started practicing close combat, but now he has a license for auxiliary activities. Toon told the young man if he was applying for a license, he should only tag for the primary position, and the kid replied that he was still thinking. The jocks came up to them and started chasing the young man out of the way. They were unceremonious. The red-haired man took a puff and asked if they still had to stand in line. The pumped-up guys started chasing other people out of the way, saying that if the exam was delayed, they would be in trouble. He thought that this was the first time he had seen a god's chosen profession, and thought that Liu Xingjian was a god's chosen knight. He was silent for a while, and then announced that he would go right after the red-haired boss. The latter rushed inside and shouted to be let in for the exam quickly. He was very angry. The girl took a deep breath and asked him what license he wanted to apply for. The one replied that it was for the best one. He smiled achidically and added that it was for the almighty license. The people who were standing aside were very much surprised and asked if it was true that the type was applying for the almighty license. Someone said that he was God's chosen one, and it was easy for him to get it. The jocks who came with the boss asked why the guys were staring at them and added that their master was the best. A stranger came closer and asked if that man was the best, and he lingered and replied that he didn't expect to see such beauties here and asked if she wanted to join them. The girl frowned and said that the man had better go and sleep it off, and she would not go to anyone. And the man remarked that he had better not show his teeth, as he was God's chosen one. All these words made the stranger very angry. She clenched her teeth and snapped her fingers. The man caught fire and flew aside for a few meters. The jocks opened their mouths in surprise. The boss yelled, and his assistants were surprised that not everyone here was new, and started threatening the girl. He noted that it was an explosive flame technique, and the stranger was no novice. The man clenched his teeth, and the players began to say that this was God's chosen one, and he looked disgusting, and someone laughed at him. The boss was swearing and yelling that the girl had made a fool of him in front of everyone, and she needed to be taught a lesson. Someone put a hand on his shoulder, but the redhead yelled out if he had had enough of life. He turned his head and saw the glowing eyes and became very scared. Drops of sweat appeared on his face. He noticed that there were cameras everywhere, and he could get in trouble for his recklessness. The boss thought about the terrifying aura coming from the guy. The attendant remarked that using professional abilities in public places was forbidden. Chin replied that it was fine. It was just that the room was hot and stuffy. That's why everyone was angry. The girl approached the clerk and informed her that the red-haired man was out of line. But the clerk remarked if she broke any more rules, she would be arrested according to the law. She also clarified what the stranger's profession was and what license she was applying for. The woman replied that she was a fire elemental mage and needed a license to use spells. The listener replied that a background check was needed given her uncontrollable behavior. She gave the mage a huge crystal in her hands, the one who didn't mind the checks, so she squeezed it hard. A distinctive cracking sound was heard. The clerk remarked that it was an abnormal indicator of strength. She added that recently there were cases when unregistered hunters with high powers left traces of destruction in the abyss and invited the girl with her. She smiled and remarked that the detector was probably wrong and asked for another touch. The mage touched the crystal, and the servant asked what it was then, because now the readings were normal. The girl got very excited, jumped up on the spot, and shouted that it worked. Kin watched from the sidelines and said it was strange how she had changed so drastically. The bard started to talk about something, but our hero put his finger to his lips to keep him from saying anything. The attendant asked who was next. Tun remarked that E wouldn't pass the crystal test with his power, but he replied that he wanted a license. The girl clarified which license the young man wanted to apply for. He replied that it was the Almighty One. She asked what the boy's profession was, since he had chosen the omnipotent license, and remarked that it was not for everyone. E started stuttering. He became uncomfortable and informed her that he was a level 1 garbage man. Everyone nearby was very surprised. Some laughed and some insulted him, but Chin said he wanted to take the opportunity to get a specialty. The attendant replied that there was nothing wrong with the application, but did the young man know what the test for such a full license was? Our hero was very much surprised that there was also an examination, and the stranger asked if garbage collector was a new profession. He was answered that with a regular license, participants create a team to explore the abyss based on their chosen specialties, but E would do everything alone. The young man was informed that not even the easy difficulty would be advanced level, and most likely only death awaited him. Chin asked if he could mop up solo, would he get a license? The clerk replied that this level was used to evaluate senior hunters. Going there was tantamount to murder. She added that if he was so sure of himself, he must not be weak, and asked him to take a crystal in his hand. Our hero took it, and the clerk grimaced and remarked that it looked like he had no strength at all. The gawkers started laughing. One of them remarked that the guy had no magic power, while the other kids shouted that he was disgracing the bard. Chin took the key in his hands and asked if there was anything else he should know about the exam. The attendant replied that they wouldn't be responsible for his life, and added that they had a prop that would unlock the portal. He could use the key to make an emergency exit. But Ye replied that he definitely wouldn't need that. He didn't finish speaking as Tun started running towards him, asking if the guy was leaving or not. The young man looked away and calmly replied that he would return safely. Just then, the red-haired boss shouted. His concern was why this kind of scum could defy the abyss. He demanded that the clerk give him the key, and he would also go to the same abyss as Chin. The girl replied that there was only one key, and if he wanted, he could try another time. He grimaced and asked if he could go with the young man, but not as a team. The attendant asked if he wanted to go as a competitor, and remarked that there was no permission to do so in the rules, nor was it forbidden. She coughed and remarked that by competitor, she meant that only one was allowed to get a token for defeating the boss, and only one could successfully pass the assessment. The attendant noted that the difficulty wouldn't be the same, because the more people there are, the harder the level of the abyss, which is why they only allow one at a time to enter the difficult level abyss. And added, even if the abyss is curated by the World Guild, updating the rules may lead to uncontrollable factors. For example, the structures of the abyss may undergo unpredictable changes. The girl clarified if they wished to go together after all that was said, but the men did not reply. Our hero thought about the fact that reinforcements can significantly increase the XP or strength of monsters, make them immune to some attacks. The man replied that he had better armor, and such a garbage abyss was not a problem for him, and began to increase strength and agility. He looked at them and thought that the equipment was really high-end and not simple. Even a beginner can increase their performance through equipment. The attendant asked what they decided. Chin replied that it didn't matter to him. He just needed a hunting license, and whether he would have a company or not, he didn't care. He thought if level enhancement would lead to rare monsters, then he could get more interesting rewards. The bard asked the young man to reconsider, because the boss could appear at random, or magic would be blocked, and even a spell could not remove such debuffs. But E asked him not to worry. The man said that they are competitors, and if the guy gets into trouble, he won't help. After all, only one can pass the test. Chin said that he can open the gate. Maybe he will get them a good deal. The redhead smiled caustically and noticed that the young man knew his place after all. He thrust his keyed hand forward and shouted for his god hand to lead them forward. System messages appeared stating that the difficulty level of the abyss was difficult, and other data. Our hero looked up and read that monster damage was plus 70%. This was not all the notifications. The debuffs that appeared in the abyss increased by 300%, and the players were also informed about the spread of spoils. The man opened his mouth wide in surprise and asked what these debuffs were. He said that he had specially prepared potions and planned to drink them to pass the test, and he thought about the fact that not only had the potions gotten weakened, but also the passive health regeneration was reduced. The young man was well aware that what was more frightening was the effect of severe blood loss, so it was worth being careful. And the redhead shouted that he had bought the biggest backpack to hold all the potions, and now he would have to go light. But he put on the gear anyway and said that he could crush all the monsters with it. And the boss shouted that he would go first. He accelerated and ran forward swiftly. A message appeared that a second participant was joining the challenge, and the difficulty was raised to hellish. From the next notification, the players learned that this was a legendary challenge, and a legendary monster would appear in the abyss. If they handled it, they would receive legendary rewards. The attendant was very surprised and asked what the guy's luck level was, and decided to tell her superiors about it. Each player stood near their entrance to the abyss, with fans near each of them. Tun was near the simple level gate. He raised his weapon up and shouted that they should succeed too. Drops of sweat appeared on the bard's face, and he said that he hoped that E could return safely. The red-haired man hummed and remarked that the door, when opened, would take you straight into a super spacious room, and added that it was just like the one in his mansion. He couldn't keep his mouth shut and asked what this stupid ruin was, and noted that no one was there. Chin calmly said that it was the boss's chambers. The man was very surprised and asked if the young man wanted to say that they went straight to him exactly after opening the gate. A notice appeared that players were waiting for immortal, extremely fast attacks, constantly causing bleeding, and they are incredibly strong. Our hero thought about the fact that they had gotten 4 attributes. Here came a nightmare-level dungeon, and these guys would be hard to deal with. He wanted to summon a spider to distract an attack from the back. He swung and thought that the Knights of Chastity have a lot of armor in the front, and their weak points are in the back. So he can't use Berserk right now. He needs to attack the vulnerable points. But he didn't have time to do anything. His competitor knocked him down and shouted for the monsters to die, and he wouldn't let them get the loot that would drop from the boss. The redhead clutched his weapons tightly in his hands and was already very close to the knights. He was yelling that today they would see something interesting in action, namely the King of the Crusher. Our hero had drops of sweat on his face, his pupils narrowed, and he shouted that his competitor had definitely lost his mind. And he did not pay attention to anything, and began to immediately attack the monsters, which are very angry and hit him very hard. The man fell with his back on the floor and shouted, "Where is it customary to hit so violently from the beginning?" Chin looked at everything carefully and thought about the fact that his armor withstood the blow, and it was a miracle that it did not break. He turned his head and saw one of the Knights of Purity approaching him. He shouted that they were now starting to focus on him and added that his plan was over. But the young man tried to avoid the attacks of the huge monsters. He dodged the blows. He failed and fell to the ground and said that the attacks of the Knight of Purity caused constant blood loss. In other words, even the slightest damage would be fatal in this abyss. The rival shouted that the knight was tricking Qin and then asked why they were also beating him. Our hero shouted that the knight didn't care about that, and if he was hurt, it was better to hide in a corner. The man got angry and asked if the guy was implying that he was ballast and remarked that he just slipped. He saw a system message that the Knight of Valor was shrouded in protective armor. He was immobile and had destructive power. The young man thought about the enemy easily overcoming defenses and thought about the fact that it was designed to fight tanks. That was why he made the decision to use an artifact such as Spirit Dash. The redhead rushed forward again and shouted that the young man was of no use and he would do everything himself. He thought about the fact that his competitor wasn't completely hopeless. After all, he was reducing the tension of the battle. And since there were two bosses here, they should fight as a team, collectively. But Qin's rival didn't succeed. The knight attacked him and he flew back a few meters. The young man thought that a tank with a broken defense would be useless, and the monster got even more angry. The man moaned that he was in a lot of pain, and the guy thought that the guy was really born to take damage. The Knight of Valor had two huge cleavers in his paws. He got very angry and went towards the players. A notice appeared saying that the target of using the taunt skill could only deal damage to the caster, and the target spell would be forcibly redirected to the performer. He told the redhead that they couldn't focus on one monster, but should try to defeat another knight that was even bigger. The monster screamed and ran to meet him with such force that dust and stones flew from under his feet. The notification reminded him that the monster's ironclad armor and defense reduced all damage by 95%. Qin gritted his teeth and noticed that attacking with a dagger against a knight would have no effect. His competitor wondered why the monster was different from the ones he had fought before, and noticed that everywhere else, monsters died in one or two strikes. Another knight clutched a huge sword in his hands and rushed towards the young men. He was very angry. He stared at him intently and thought that it was a curse as he also decided to join the fight. He shouted to the man that he had spent all his defense points, and now there was zero damage from him at all, and asked how he managed to level up without attacking. The redhead shouted that it was because he had spent, and added that he had leveled up solely on his strength. He wanted to say something else, but our hero yelled for the man to not be an idiot and not get distracted in the middle of a fight. The man turned his head, saw a huge evil monster near him, and started running at the speed of light. He ran and didn't look under his feet. After a few seconds, he got caught on a huge rock and collapsed. Wuxia noticed that his agile fighting style was at odds with his heavy armor, which was why his movements were limited. While the young men were talking, the monster struck the floor with a huge sword just a few centimeters away from them. They barely had time to bounce back. He shouted that the abyss was never a place for fun. This was where people made their living through sweat and blood. He ran forward and noticed that he would have to resort to the most primitive method, brute force, since normal strikes didn't work. So he very quickly ran towards the monster, who stood in confusion and did not raise his weapon. The guy clenched his hand into a fist and shouted that even one buff from the stat power would be enough to do real damage. He began to attack the knight and thought about the fact that this was a favorite tactic of poor men, fist fighting. The man shouted that the young man had just knocked back a monster in such heavy armor with his bare hands alone. All this made the monster very angry. It wanted to hit E, but the man started to dodge. A notification appeared that a critical strike, a weak point strike, and a stun appeared. Qin was very much surprised that it had caught him in just one strike and wondered if his luck stat had played a role. A new notification appeared that the strike might turn out to be a stun. While the young man was thinking about something, the knight was not confused and started attacking him again and again. Wu Sanxi screamed in fear and covered in drops of sweat. He shouted that his opponent had just been torn apart. He stood back and thought that it was business as usual. Meanwhile, our hero was recovering. He thought about the fact that San's DPS was too low to support the monster's aggression, but his damage resist was also too low. He didn't expect that one to be useful, but he was having a hard time. Qin approached the knights and shouted to the man to move aside. This time he agreed, and began to strike. System messages began to appear one after another that a critical hit had been struck. a weak point crit. The young man barely had time to bounce aside as the monster began to fall and almost crushed him. But he didn't stop, as he was aware of the fact that there was a second opponent left, and he needed to fight him as well. Shai watched everything happening with his mouth open and thought about the fact that this guy was avoiding all the places with heavy armor and was attacking the weak areas. He noted the accuracy of the competitor's technique. He shouted to E, "Isn't the guy a beginner? But after all, he uses such complicated techniques." The guy said that as a new class fighter, he was considered a beginner, but years of fighting monsters as a scavenger had helped him accumulate points and drastically improve his skills. She replied that he didn't understand anything and clarified if the young man was getting stronger, depending on the gear. Kian stated that gear, it was just a thing that changed as the level increased. It appeared that Berserk greatly increases attack speed, and each successive attack gets stronger. Our hero said that his main equipment, it's just his body that keeps getting stronger. They saw another mechanical monster. The young man looked in front of him and noted that they could only counter the spikes with ranged attacks. She smiled widely and stated that it was his turn to shine, and added lest the kid think he was limited to just swords. He could use magic as well, especially against ranged monsters. The man shouted that he could cast an awesome spell like a lightning arrow. He shouted for the young man to watch and learn, and shouted for the knight to taste his lightning arrow. This time our hero didn't count on his rival's support at all, so he applied his skill. The monster from a great height plummeted directly to the ground, and E thought about the fact that when activating the spikes, the resistance of enemies to all elements decreases, so it is easy to inflict crits. He attacked the monster again and shouted that a flash of great flame was on its way. The monster's head landed a few meters away from Wusan. The latter was greatly admired by Qin. The redhead shouted that it was impossible, that melee fighters usually couldn't learn item magic, and asked how the guy did it. But our hero didn't answer his rival's question, as the fight wasn't over yet. He had to fight another monster, and he was not going to put the battle off. The monster was very angry. It immediately began to attack the young man. A system message appeared in front of the young man saying that spikes had been applied. A few seconds later, a new notification appeared, saying that all the damage had been reflected. The man shouted that the guy was using the spikes to counterattack and noted that he hadn't expected such a thing. The monster was holding a huge cleaver and already wanted to strike. The young man started to run away. He clenched his teeth and swore, as the spiritual tug was still on cooldown. Xian put his shield in front of him and made the decision to just take the blow and gritted his teeth. The monster started attacking the guy with all its might. It was very angry and wasn't going to retreat. He thought about the fact that the knight's attacks were unpredictable and its strength was superior to any elite monster he had faced before. He realized that without enough attributes, he wouldn't have survived. He looked at the monster and thought about the fact that the speed of the attacks would increase, only to slow down after a successful hit. The young man was well aware that the more one dodged, the easier it was to get hit, and he just needed to bitch about the hit, and it would most likely justify the hellish nightmare level. And the young man just stood to take the blow from the monster. A dagger appeared in his hand. Wusan shouted as if frantic, "Is Yi going to take a direct hit?" and asked if the kid wanted to die. Naturally, our hero didn't answer anything. He applied his skill and didn't pay his attention to anything. The knight didn't understand anything at first, and then began to scream very loudly as his body was burning. Just then, Qin replied that he wasn't going to die and thought that he should become faster than the monster. He activated his trash helper to become much stronger. For Wu San, it became checkmate and mat. He couldn't believe his eyes that Ye had another skill. Just as suddenly, a notification appeared that living beings could not be recycled. The knight's body began to be pierced by hundreds of thousands of lightning bolts. He raised his head up and screamed like a wounded beast. The berserk mode was activated, making the young man more unstoppable, and his physical attacks dealt critical damage, but at the cost of losing health. Our hero shouted for the opponent to take this blow in full force. He was very angry. And the guy delivered a devastating blow to the armor. He delivered several dagger blows right in the eye, for it was the weak point. Suddenly, E said that he didn't have time to kill the monster before it completely bled out. A system message alerted him that he had 20 seconds of life left, and the monster was holding on to its wounded eye with its paw and screaming very hard. Yes, so much so that the blood ran cold in its veins. Just a few seconds later, a notification appeared that the monster had used the instant regeneration skill. Qin clenched his teeth and thought about the fact that these attacks only knocked down 70% of the monster's XP. The guy was frustrated as he realized that he would die if he gave up, and if he became hesitant, he would also die. He summoned a second berserk and put whatever was left of his health on the line. He couldn't let all his hard work go to waste and decided to use those 7 seconds. A notice appeared that the double health loss effect had reduced the duration of the berserk to 7 seconds. The young man decided that it was necessary to end it all in one blow. So he began to approach the knight very quickly to deliver the fatal blow. Literally in a few seconds, he realized what he had just planned. Wusun opened his mouth in surprise and noticed that Ye had surpassed the boss in strength in an instant. Or was it all in his mind? He stared intently at the young man and thought about how he still wanted to compete with him. A notification appeared congratulating him on his victory over the Knight's Guards. The test at the gate was passed, and the debuffs from the difficulty of the abyss were removed. The guy started using health potions immediately as his HP dropped to 10%. He tossed the empty cups aside, then laughed and said he almost died again. The young man looked away and said that if he thought about it a bit, he hadn't eaten normally in a long time. He shouted that the long-awaited recycling was now starting and laughed merrily. Wusun started to ask what those monstrous hands that appeared earlier and wondered if Ye was being swallowed by the void. The man stood back and said that the guy was eating the boss's corpse and noted that it was a strange class skill that he had never seen before. He walked closer to Chinya and thought about how this kid was even scarier than the monsters. And a notification appeared in front of our hero that the refining had been successfully completed. He had obtained a skill card, Multi-Sword Strike, which required a sword-type weapon and delivers a series of blows instantly. But that wasn't all. He got the skill card Reva Grit Enemies, which requires an equipped shield. Ye grimaced and noticed that he didn't use shields often, but it was capable of transmitting debuffs, making it a pretty strong skill. Wusun said that the 2 huge monsters were devoured in the blink of an eye, and other than the bloody stains everywhere, there was no trace of their existence. Just as suddenly, he started running away from his spot at the speed of light and shouted very loudly. A chest fell and a message appeared, saying to put an item of equipment inside, and the knight's soul would merge with it, with the ability to create a new random equipment. It was a legendary reward. He said he remembered the brigadier mentioning it when he was a scavenger, and the man pointed out that it was one of the rarest prize events in the abyss. His mouth drooling, Wusun asked how Ye was lucky to stumble upon it. And the guy thought about whether the difficulty modifiers increased the chances of getting this prize event, and answered the man that the harder you push yourself, the more surprises you'll get beyond your expectations, and offered to test everything with an old dagger. Wusun shouted that you should use the best equipment, but Qin replied that he only had a starter weapon. His opponent replied that he had forgotten. Then the young man had only level 1 and had been fighting without any high-level equipment all this time. Our hero smiled and remarked that there was no other way out, and he would have to upgrade only this dagger. A notice appeared that the upgrade has a chance to fail. The probability of failure depends on the value of the luck characteristic and the base level of the weapon. Again, there were messages about what the level and type of dagger should be. By the way, the estimated success rate was 200%. This surprised the young man very much. He had never thought that the chance could exceed 100%. A new notification appeared. Did he confirm the improvement attempt? After all, improving the dagger with the soul of a knight would turn it into a longsword. The young man tossed the weapon and confirmed the enhancement. A message notified him that the attempt was successful. After a while, he was congratulated for his weapon being upgraded to a legendary weapon. He looked in front of him and said that it wasn't bad at all, and it looked really legendary. A description of the trash, a sword appeared in front of the guy, that it was flashy and not practical, but it was also unique since it was legendary. He also received another trash sword, a perfect replica of the previous one. Our hero smiled and remarked that it wasn't bad, and he liked everything. Wusun, who was standing to the side watching everything, was very much surprised. He laughed and remarked that the characteristics of these swords looked extremely Trikino, and added that luck had taken the day off today. The guy turned his head to the man and calmly replied that to him they were trash, but to him they were perfect. Wu shouted for Ye to just not tell him that he had never seen divine level gear. But the young man didn't listen to him at all, and instead took the weapon to the side with all his might. He stared at his hand and said that the recovery process had begun. Kin raised his sword hand up and said that he had a weapon that could be restored and asked if it wasn't a kind of divine weapon for him alone. The man looked at the guy and thought about the fact that his abilities are amazing. He uses trash to become stronger, and he doesn't care about divine-level equipment. On the contrary, he is interested in trash. He is a god of trash. The young man walked over to the used altar of the forging master and noticed that it had now become trash and said that he would take it for himself. Chun smiled and shouted for the minions to recover the altar, and the recycling process began. After a while, a notification appeared that the recovery was successful. Our hero held the card in his hands and read the message that he had restored the Master Forge's altar, and now he could summon it at any time. He rejoiced and remarked that when he got the materials, he would improve the swords, and even if the improvement failed, he would restore it and try again. The guy said he was tired of daggers and needed to try something new, and his competitor was very surprised. He informed E that using 2 different weapons would incur penalties, and his attack speed, accuracy, and damage would be reduced. The young man opened the weapon panel and read that he had to learn the use of 2 weapons and that his attack speed would be reduced by 50%. The young man was surprised that he could spend points to accelerate the learning of the speed skill when he saw the next notification. He thought about the fact that the points from the trash equipment could be spent on skill acceleration. Kun shouted that he could pump it to the max, and Wu-sen was very surprised. He stared intently at our hero and covered himself with drops of sweat from surprise. His pupils narrowed very much, and he asked what Ye had just done, and system messages began to appear one after another. Thus our hero's proficiency in the 2 types of weapons had reached S level. The young man clutched his weapon harder and said that his journey of being a beginner in wielding 2 types of weapons started at S level. They walked around the huge room, and suddenly Kin said that they had completed all the tasks, and he wondered when the new gate would appear. Wusenshi stammered and announced that he had made a decision that he was giving up. The man was quiet for a while and remarked that if he had known it would be so difficult, he wouldn't have gone here. He turned his head and looked at the gate, which began to open, and Wu remarked that he had a lot of money to spend outside, and he didn't want to risk his life. A notification appeared that warned of extreme danger, of going into battle mode. Our hero stared intently in front of him. He didn't like this fog, and he knew very well that something was wrong here. Suddenly, he shouted very loudly to the kid that it is very dangerous and you need to step aside. The kid didn't listen to him, so the young man was forced to rush towards him. Sansi cried out very loudly in pain, and the young man cursed and asked why he was so slow. Yeb wondered if it was a trap because Wu's defense, which even the knights couldn't penetrate, was shattered to pieces. He began to guess that the real boss was not those 2 knights, but what they were so desperately guarding, and everything was just beginning. The young man looked intently in front of him, saw some movement, and realized that something was coming out there. It was the Dark Elf King Damast. From the features, it controls gravity and has many characteristics. Our hero pressed his lips together and said that this was the first time he saw a legendary monster with a specific name. Wu ran forward and yelled why he had to suffer through this, and asked if it wasn't obvious that he only wanted the ID for fun, and yelled that he wanted to get out of here. A notice appeared that a scare hunt had begun, and if they showed fear or disgust for Damascus, they would be his priority target. Qin reprimanded and shouted to Wu Sen that the monster senses fear, and as long as it runs away, it would become the #1 target. Damast approached the red-haired man and began to attack him immediately, and the man clenched his teeth. He began to shout and thought about the fact that he had pumped the possession of 2 types of weapons to S rank, and now it is better to use swords instead of daggers, because the strength and speed of attack is increased. Our hero didn't think for a long time, and immediately rushed to the monster to transfer its attention to himself, and began to attack Damast, giving him many blade strikes, and Wu began to run away. A notification appeared that the attack was ineffective, and the monster was only taking damage from the player it was focused on. The young man was very much surprised that his attacks were doing no damage at all. The young man clenched his teeth. Covered in drops of sweat, he swore as he realized that there was no choice. In a few seconds, Damast reached Wu, who was running away and screaming in fear, and swung his huge sword. The guards who were standing near the entrance of the room said that one and the players were dead, as only one signal was being tracked. The fat man laughed and noted that it was probably an overconfident nub, and added that this abyss was only accessible to players of level 30 and above. And he added that once the hunting team arrived, they would demand rescue money from the rich guy. In the meantime, E read the notification that Damast had made a kill and was now even stronger. In just a few seconds, he turned his attention to our hero. Kin's eyes lit up, and he said that he wasn't sure whether it was good or bad. He was well aware that this monster would be much harder to defeat. The guy apologized to the monster and said that he needed its corpse and began to activate his skills. The monster lowered its head down and began to scrutinize what was going on below. Notifications appeared that E had learned how to parry with a long sword, learned how to use a whirlwind strike, and how to use disarm. The young man said that he had to skip the class and get to the point because his sword skills exceeded the number of skills he knew. He held his weapon out in front of him and shouted for the monster to attack him. And it didn't take long for Damast to beg and plead. He immediately threw himself into the attack. The young man thought that he was very fast and began to defend himself with weapons. Our hero perfectly understood that the fight would not be easy, so he immediately used the skill meteor strike. A notification appeared that Damast was immune to hidden attacks. Chin did not retreat and immediately used a whirlwind strike against his opponent. He also had to use the clones, and the guy was very much surprised that they couldn't fool the monster. He gritted his teeth and thought about the fact that he was very much annoyed by the slow health regeneration as it affected all his characteristics. He realized that it would be hard to avoid death. The monster didn't stand still. It took advantage of the pause and applied the gravity vortex skill. The young man watched everything that was happening. He clenched his teeth and was very surprised. He held the weapon in his hands and felt attracted by it like a magnet, so he began to scream. After a while, the monster threw him with all his might on the floor. Dust flew in different directions. Kin got to his feet very quickly and said that Damast was too strong and asked what he should do. O remarked that even if the effectiveness of the treatment only dropped by 10%, he should buy some time to regain his health. The young man turned his head and was very much surprised as the monster had disappeared somewhere. He stared intently in front of him, and behind his back stood the monster, who was holding a weapon. Our hero, literally at the last second, was able to dodge a powerful blow. The guy began to run away from Damast, and he immediately applied such a skill as a gravity vortex. The young man struggled to avoid being hit. He clenched his teeth and clenched his fists, but he did not succeed. The monster struck the floor with all his might with his sword. The demonic strike interrupted the use of the spell. A notification appeared that the use of super regeneration had been interrupted. The entire floor in front of the monster was in huge holes. The air was very dusty. He showed up and started coughing, and he was unable to use the super regeneration skill again. He said that he couldn't heal, but he only had 1 health point left and could die from any touch. The young man looked at Damast and noted that no matter how well things are going, at one moment everything can change, because that is the unpredictability of the abyss, and thanked the monster for the experience. But our hero still didn't let up and decided to use a skill like recovery. Chin clutched the weapon in his hands harder and shouted angrily that everything had happened again. Suddenly, a notification appeared that the meteor strike level had been raised. And just a few seconds later, the guy read that the emergency evasion level had been raised. He raised his head up and shouted that he needed more, while he thought about what he was learning during the battle. The young man began to attack the monster and thought happily about the fact that his skill levels were increasing. He clenched his teeth and thought about trusting his body, and a notification appeared that his whirlwind strike level had been raised. He began to attack Damast and was well aware that his body was getting stronger with every move. The notification appeared again, this time that the level of the multiple blade strike had been raised. Kin thought that he needed to act faster and more indestructible. A system message alerted that the level of parrying with 2 swords had been raised. Our hero clenched his teeth and struck his fearsome, huge opponent with all his might. The young man looked at his weapons and noted that they were completely lacking in durability. He said that it didn't matter at all, as he could easily repair this trash. He shouted that he had an infinite number of attempts and could always start over again. After a while, the guy once again had a weapon in his hands and was ready to fight. As suddenly, the young man looked carefully in front of him and saw the monster's health scale. It pleased him a lot. He noticed that it had finally appeared. Kin smiled and said that he had nothing to fear now. He looked intently at his opponent. As he did so, he was alerted to the fact that Damast's rage had grown very strong. And the monster, without thinking for a long time with all his might, struck the floor with a huge sword, and pebbles, dust, and dirt flew to the sides. Out of the portal came a team, which consisted of a bard, a good acquaintance of our hero. The kid told Toon that thanks to him, the final scattering spell had hit its target, but he praised the girl who had done 90% of the damage alone. She folded her arms across her chest and remarked that the point was that guys were hopelessly useless. Suddenly, she turned her head and asked why there were so many people near the Abyss boss's gate, and the clerk asked the guards how the situation was. One of them reported that the last survivor's signal had been lost, and it looked like all the survivors were dead. The clerk calmly replied that it was nothing special, it was expected for her, and informed if he had time to mop up the area before darkness fell and the boss appeared, there would be no problem. Someone present volunteered to help. The bard rushed forward and shouted, "Did no one survive?" But it was asked to step aside. Joe was covered in drops of sweat and asked why they didn't even try to save them. The attendant looked at him disdainfully and wondered why they had to rescue any trash, and added that if the knight signaled, they would rescue him for a fee. She also noticed that Wu Senshi had expensive equipment and would have no problem paying for it. The bard yelled that Ye wasn't trash, but the clerk ordered the dude to be taken away and the remains of the 2 testers who died to be buried there as trash wherever found, and added that the volunteers should be careful and get ready to move out. A voice was heard from the gate that there was no need to go anywhere. The room became very quiet. Our hero appeared and said he had received the item and asked if the test was considered passed. The bard tearfully shouted that it was his boss and added that he was talking about Chin handling it. Ye again showed the award he was holding and clarified if it was considered passing the test. The attendant covered herself in drops of sweat and remarked that it was impossible and asked how he could stay alive since he was a level 1 scavenger. She saw a stone with a golden hand in the guy's hands and asked how he got it. Our hero came closer to her, handed her the hand, said he was up to the task, and added that she could take it for herself. The attendant stated that gold stones with the rune could only fall from legendary monsters and asked if the young man had killed a legendary monster. The guy blanked his head and calmly replied that it was correct. He had cleared the abyss from top to bottom and all the monsters were dead. The attendant was sweating very hard and thought that this simply couldn't be. In E's confident tone, it was clearly a bluff. She wondered if a lower order monster had appeared in the abyss. She said that there was no way he was a level 1 profession changer could overpower such a monster. The attendant shouted that Chin was a team killer and he had stolen the rune from a hunter with a god-chosen profession and appropriated the victory over a legendary monster. She was shaking with anger and yelled that the young man should be found guilty of team killing. The bard was greatly angered by these words and yelled that the young man had handled everything with his own strength. The attendant laughed and said that the garbage man couldn't have such strength, and he reached the end and then betrayed Wu Senshi. She had no other explanation. Tun said that they could find out for themselves, and if they didn't see any traces of the man's weapon on the body of the god's chosen one, it was worth dropping these accusations. Our hero stared ahead and calmly spoke about how they would not be able to find Wu Senshi's corpse. The guard stammered and remarked that the young man was right. The notifications at the beginning reported that the abyss was empty and there were no remains. The attendant covered herself in drops of sweat and asked if that was true, then noted that it might be a bug of some sort. E remarked that there was nothing left and no evidence to prove anything either. He clarified what they wanted and remarked that the other participants were not his concern and the rules were set by the organizers, and asked why he was being accused of killing teams. The girl started to shake with anger and began to stammer, and then agreed that there was no evidence. Our hero smiled and wondered if he had met the test set before him. The attendant smiled wryly and congratulated the guy for passing the World Guild's evaluation as a hunter and added that according to the evaluation, he was entitled to an almighty license, and added that Chin was now eligible to join normal hunter groups and asked if he was satisfied. Liu repeated the clerk's question and noted that she felt that it wasn't over yet and clarified whether she was right or wrong. The guards were covered with drops of sweat from worry. They said that the heiress of Liu Xingjian's family was here. They started running to the girl and greeted her, then asked what she was doing here and said that such an important person should not be here. And she said that those who had received the golden rune could apply for a separate group of hunters, and the clerk agreed with her and noted that Ye didn't need to join anywhere. He could have his own group. Liu turned to the boy and asked if he had reported from her when he came here. He said no. The young man covered himself in sweat drops and stated that he forgot. Xingjian got angry and clarified if he was a fool. She was very angry and pointed out that it was the registration day of the World Guild Hunter groups, and the World Rune owner could apply to form a team, and added that the clerk was silent on purpose. She replied that she didn't intend anything and said that she was going to give the golden rune to a stronger person. The bard got very angry after saying that and asked how they could have taken the rune by force. Toon noticed that the organizers created the rules and were cheating. Someone in the crowd remarked that there was nothing fair about the evaluation, and his words were picked up by others. The attendant got very angry and yelled for everyone to shut up and remarked if they gave the award to them, everyone would think it was stolen, and informed them that a leader to create a group needed a rank of B or higher. She approached E and noticed that his power before going into the abyss was only D, and added that the crystal didn't lie, and said that if he showed the rune to the elders, they would laugh him out of the room. The guard noticed that the energy crystal was registering huge spikes in attributes and added that the reading was near the upper limit. The attendant turned her head to the side. She was covered in drops of sweat and asked what was going on. She looked fearfully at Chin and asked what was wrong and remarked that she shouldn't approach so suddenly. The guard said he didn't know what was going on. No one had touched the young man, but the readings were going up and added that it was probably a malfunction. E remarked that everyone thinks he's trash and they have their reasons, but he's heard enough of them and he's not going to argue anymore. And he passed his evaluation today and doesn't want any more trouble. The attendant thought about feeling a tremendous pressure from the lower depths of the abyss and asked what the young man was up to, decided to attack the organizers. The young man looked intently in front of him and said that he wanted to take his rightful possession, and our hero applied his skill with the help of which he easily took away the golden rune from the employee. The guard said that the device was malfunctioning when it showed the results and suggested using the energy crystal, and informed E that the crystal for measurements is not stable, as if ready to explode. The young man was getting very annoyed by all this, so he decided to show what he could do. One of the guards shouted and the other noticed that the crystal had exploded, but before it did, it showed an S+ rating. The guy said that they needed to find a better way to measure it, or they'd be in a puddle even more. The attendant looked away and remarked that she shouldn't tell her that the tester was hiding his power, because that couldn't be true. Lou laughed and said that she knew that this test would be a cakewalk for him, and added that if he had said that from not, they wouldn't have dared to be so annoying. The girl noted that the organizers would have greeted him more respectfully in the outfit as well. Yi asked how he could use her name, and remarked that convincing them that they were good acquaintances would be harder than resolving things by brute force, and Xingjian agreed. Tong said that he was honored to meet Liu here, and Qin introduced him to the girl. The bard informed that he also came to take the test. The girls said that they had seen each other before. The kids said that he participated in her birthday party as one of the performing artists. Liu remembered that banquet catastrophe that came out a total fiasco because of the terrible rap performance, Tong cried. Xingjian shouted that they should celebrate Ye's success with passing the hunter's test and offered to throw a party at his house. The young man was surprised. He turned his head, looked at the girl, and shouted very loudly, "Why throw a party at his house?" Qin sat on the floor and thought he was renting a first-floor apartment, and Liu would laugh from the cramped space, while Tong suffered that his rap performance was terrible. The girl couldn't understand what was happening to them. The guy was shaking, but he remarked that he was fine. The young man was breathing heavily. He rolled his eyes and thought about the fact that Liu shouldn't find out what conditions he was living in. The guy said that they were sure to have a great performance and program waiting for them. He would be very happy if she came over to hang out, and Zhou Tong agreed with him. The bard asked why they were so tense and then clarified if they would see each other tomorrow night. Ye said no problem, and Liu said she was looking forward to tomorrow and would be sure to bring gifts. She looked at our hero again and said that they would see each other tomorrow and said goodbye. The young man had drops of sweat on his face and thought that he needed to urgently change his appearance. When Qin came home, he was greeted by his sister and immediately asked if he had gone on a date. He began to undress and noticed that it could be called that, and Xiaozhou clarified whether it was with goblins or ogres, and the meeting place was the abyss. The girl screamed that her brother lied to her again and went to the abyss. He calmly replied that he was now safe and sound, and his arms and legs were in place. He calmly said he only had a couple scratches, but his sister said he was badly scarred and needed to go to the hospital right away. A few seconds later, the boy stood under the shower and washed off the traces of dirt and blood. The young man thought about how by sheer luck, Xiaozhou hadn't noticed that there wasn't a living spot on him. He realized that it would take a few months of rest for everything to come back in one piece, and began to familiarize himself with the system. A reincarnation notification appeared. The guy thought about how that was what he had noticed when he defeated the Dark Elf King Damast. When the monster posed no threat, a few cards appeared. Then from the system notification, he learned that he had defeated the Dark Elf King Damast. The young man was overjoyed that he had succeeded in doing so, and he activated the recycle. A new notification appeared and alerted Shin that he had received a gravity vortex. He laughed and said that it was Damast's signature ability, and he got the jackpot this time. On top of that, he got PG points of attributes, and he had 140. He didn't think of anything new but distributed them equally as he usually did. He looked at the system screen and said plus sign turned gray when all his attributes reached 512 points. He read from the system message that the attributes had reached the limit and more could not be added. He read from the notification that the reincarnation conditions had been reached. This feature was opened by the system. After confirming, the level would be reset to 0, and he would be able to undergo a second awakening and level up to the 5th. The boy looked very carefully in front of him and asked if it was really necessary to reset the level to 0 to cross the growth threshold. The young man was well aware that there were risks of resetting in the abyss and had not paid attention to the message in the abyss. But now in a safe place, he decided to try reincarnation. He remembered the insults from the clerk when he took his license test. He remarked that he had shed a lot of blood and sweat to become stronger, live a more dignified life, and not let his family get hurt, and he was still so far from his goal. He said that he can't afford height restrictions yet, and this is an obstacle that needs to be overcome. Chin remarked that he can't afford height restrictions yet, and this obstacle needs to be overcome. His sister heard screaming from the bathroom and spit out the milk she was drinking out of fear. A notification appeared that the reincarnation was successful, and his level was reset, and his maximum level was increased to 5th. Finally, the guy realized that he didn't have to start from scratch at all. Kin reported that all his injuries and scars were gone, and Xiaozhou shouted for him to stop lying. After all, if he wasn't injured, how come there were bloodstains on his clothes? The young man stared intently at his sister, drops of water dripping off his body. The girl darted her eyes, their pupils very much narrowed, and with all her might she screamed very loudly. And just a few seconds later there was a very strong explosion, and it became quiet. Xiaozhou grabbed her head and announced that she was able to transform again. Yi calmly congratulated her and said that they now needed a new home. A short while later, our hero found himself in the Shenfeng City Auction Equipment House. In the abyss, all sorts of items are caught. They need careful identification before selling and buying, and other than to sell on the black market, there is still a legal method to use. A man ran up to Chin and asked him what he was doing here, noting that unknown persons were not allowed to come here. The boy replied that he was collecting equipment and had brought it to be appraised to be auctioned off. The opponent asked if the young man was an item collector. He frowned and clarified what level the young man was, since he was acting so boldly. Our hero thought that even if he reached his maximum 5th level, he would hardly impress him, and replied that he was still the 1st. The man started pushing Ye and asked if he knew what this place was. After all, only the richest spend money in this auction house, and the highest level equipment was displayed here, and started kicking him out. Keen showed the dagger and asked if the employee could appraise it, and then they would talk. But the man rolled his eyes and asked if it was worth evaluating any trash. After a few seconds, he agreed to do a favor. The auction employee defiantly pulled out a calculator and started counting something, and then said that the dagger was worth 0 yuan, so it should be thrown into the trash can on the way out, and added that he wouldn't charge a penalty for dealing with junk. Suddenly, he looked intently in front of him and took a closer look at the sharpness of the dagger, and something tensed him up. He took out a magnifying glass and looked closely at the dagger. He was very much surprised. His face was covered with drops of sweat, and he said with a faltering voice that it was a unique object. It was a blade with a blackness, like an abyss through which the light of the stars oozed as from the embodiment of the void. The weapon had a very interesting history, and it required level 31 to use it. The appraiser shouted that everything had to be divided by 0, and remarked that he had blundered and failed to see the obvious. Then he told E that he almost missed out on a unique piece of equipment worthy of everyone's attention. Half an hour later, the guy was at the warehouse and told him that his sister would have to stay a couple days at the inn, and he would have to stay in the landlord's basement. He realized that the tiny savings would not be enough for the new incident at their home. 2 million yuan had gone to the landlord to rebuild the house, and there were only 200 left in the account. A system message appeared in front of him, and the guy said that he needed to somehow realize the equipment he had accumulated, as the money was urgently needed. The young man said that he was sure that the market is full of such high quality, but not the best equipment, and most people, having changed their profession, buy a set of equipment and then take something new once in a while. He was well aware of the fact that in the eyes of the rich, such items are all the same as junk, and asked for them is not great. The application is not much, and it is hard to sell. Suddenly, he saw the icon of reforging in front of him, and he was very happy. He smiled and asked if the stations from the abyss could be used in the outside world. The altar of reforging appeared in front of him. The guy laughed that it appeared in such a tight space that it almost fell on his head. The young man decided to upgrade the quality of the equipment, rare to turn into valuable, and then into ethnic and legendary, for he had heard that the price of an item increases tenfold with every increase in the level of value. Chinna had a hunter's longsword in his hand that could be used at level 17. The young man threw the sword away because it wasn't of high quality and wouldn't fetch much on the black market, and he couldn't use it, so it would be good for practice. He saw a notification in front of him that there was a failed reforge. It surprised him a lot. He wondered if it might have been from the value level of the equipment, or because it was worth spending more points, and decided to rework the Titan arm. The young man threw it into the altar of reforging. A message appeared saying that a fragment of the Titan's arm had been received. Trash. Our hero cried that 100,000 yen was missing, only heard a sound, and that was it. Then he said, if it's not the equipment, maybe then the altar or some strange working mechanism is the problem. He wondered where the altar of re-equipping got its attachment from, and asked for the eye of discernment to determine what kind of altar it was. A notification appeared that stated that his true nature was being revealed before him. The young man read that before him was an altar of reforging trash, and the higher the value of the equipment, the lower the chance of success of the reforging. He smiled and noticed that this reforging station was specifically sharpened for trash, and asked if the god of trash had cursed him, since all of his rewards without exception were some weird junk. The guy said if the altar is only sharpened for trash, maybe that's what he's best suited for. He smiled and noted that it was a strange station, where junk was successfully improved, and tried to cast it. And the young man threw a long sword that had marks on it, and it was on the battlefield for a while. After a while, a notification appeared that the reforge was successful. The young man received a unique piece of equipment, a collector's item like no other in the world. He was very excited and remarked that this altar of trash was a divine artifact, and he definitely got a cool reward. The guy said that knowing how much junk he had in his inventory, the altar was like a money printing machine for him. Our hero smiled and happily said that it was worth getting down to business as soon as possible. Another reforging was successful. He got a unique longbow with a bowstring as soft as silk. Again, the notification came up that the next reforging was successful, resulting in a unique staff. With the next reforging, the young man obtained a unique hammer that contained the essences of thunder and lightning. Each subsequent reforging was successful, and Yes said that he spent all the trash equipment and recycled the rest into attribute points. Thus, he had stamped dozens of unique items. Shin looked up and read that he had reached the first level of scavenger. He was surprised that even without killing monsters, it was possible to gain experience for forging alone. In a few hours, he had skipped the hardest stage. The young man rejoiced. He only had to figure out how to turn equipment into money with his new hunter's license. After a while, our hero sat in front of a representative man. The one smiled and asked where the young man got all these things from. The guy said that he had previously explained that the fact that he had the first level did not prevent him from collecting quality equipment. He realized that if he told the truth, he would only cause unnecessary problems. His opponent smiled and replied that it was quite realistic, and added that collectors were not divided by level, but only by their taste, and he had such powerful items in his collection, and it showed how strong he was. The young man said that he still has quite a few things, and if the man is satisfied with the price for the auction, he can buy a lot of things. The opponent laughed, pulled out a calculator, and yelled that he was dividing everything by 0. He stepped out into the hallway and announced to get the VIP room ready and a platinum membership as well. Our hero held the card in his hand and thought about how platinum VIPs were entitled to just that. A huge brat turned to him, swore and declared for our hero to take his eyes off. He apologized and said that he was daydreaming. The opponent immediately appreciated his suit, which was bought at the market. The man asked how the guy dared to interfere with him and ordered him to give his name and hunting group. Chin introduced himself and remarked that he was a loner. Health noted that he now understood why the young man had such a cheap look and added that he was from the A+ Tattoos rank guild and his name was Lan Xiaofeng, nicknamed Mad Blade of Tattoos. Our hero thought about the fact that all the members of that guild were obsessed with war and it was best not to bicker with them. So he waved his hand, apologized again, and calmly moved on. Lan drew his sword and shouted, wondering if E thought he could just apologize and leave, and then pointed out that the guy had snuck in here uninvited. But the young man was completely calm and noted that this house was run by the World Guild, and if he used force, he would be in a bad way. But that made the dork even angrier, and he wondered if an empty place like Chin thought he had earned the right to walk the same path as him. He called for the guards and remarked that he demanded, as an important member of Tattoos, to chase the guy down and find out who he was. The guards began to ask the young man to leave the premises, and the appraiser was glad he had hit a gold mine. He rushed over to Ye and asked why he had entered through the common room and needed to use the platinum entrance. Xiaofeng yelled that the appraiser was confused about something and yelled again for the guards to round up the scoundrel. But the guards started to lead him out. The appraiser bowed before Chin and asked for forgiveness. Lan did not calm down, shouted to get his hands off him, an important member, but the guard said if he was going to be disruptive, it would be reported to his superiors and his membership would be revoked. The appraiser told our hero that he could look into the auctions and showed him the entrance, then pointed out that there were low-level items on display and they were unlikely to interest him. He replied that he had a slightly different view of things than other people and remarked that he might find treasure where others see trash. This conversation was heard by Xiaofeng. The appraiser laughed and remarked that the young man was quite right and motioned for him to come inside. A group of people were discussing the fact that the auction house had put a batch of unique equipment up for sale. Naturally, there were collectors who wanted to purchase it, even though they weren't that rich. Qian learned that some of his items had been sold and was happy that they had sold out as easily as he had hoped. He was happy that he could always forge something and display it here. The host began to announce the rules of the blind auction. He noted that equipment can be both valuable and junk, so there are no returns or exchanges, no refusal to pay a bid. And he cheerfully shouted that the blind auction was starting right here and now. Immediately, a marvelous ring was presented, uncertain for 500,000 yen. He activated the Insight Eye skill and said that it was quite a curious ring. He realized that the first item usually put up first was the warming item, and the treasures came next, and most likely the initial auction lots were a trap, and no one was in a hurry to bid. Qin smiled slyly and asked if he could rock their party a little and participate, and said that he was bidding 1 million for the item presented. Xiaofeng was very angry with our hero, but noting that this broken ring was clearly not worth a penny, the auctioneer asked if there were any others who wanted to raise the bid. Some of the participants noticed that the Veep had made a move and added that only scoundrels with big wallets were sitting at the top. Some thought that the item was a treasure. One of the men bet 1,100,000 and the host began to heat up the contestants. They one by one began to raise the stakes, actively involved in the process as the ring aroused interest. A young man said he was betting 2.5 million. Someone in the audience below remarked that this was a heavy bet. One of the men shouted that the Platinum VIP raised his hand again and noted that it was definitely a treasure. Xiaofeng said he shouldn't stand by either. He said that he was bidding 3 million and added that this price could not be outbid and he would obviously take the ring with him. The young man calmly replied that he was bidding 4. By the way, he had 79 million in his bank balance. Lan got very angry and noticed that the bastard was wiping his feet on him. The assistant remarked that there was no need to act on emotions. But Xiaofeng replied that that bastard was a big shot and he had underestimated him back then, and since he liked the ring, it was extremely valuable and he couldn't let him win. The kid frowned, clenched his hand into a fist and shouted with all his might that he was betting 5 million. Someone in the audience remarked that usually 5 million was the starting price for a unique outfit. An old man remarked that the hunting group would go bankrupt if they spent that much on an uncertain ring. Lan stood up and started yelling at our hero that he is a simple lone hunter and all his money is a few million. The young man answered nothing, but stared at his opponent intently. After a few seconds, he raised his finger up and replied that his bet was now 10 million. Xiaofeng yelled, "How could a loner easily spit out 10 million? After all, it would even be enough to start a medium-sized hunting group." He demanded that they check Chin's bank account and added that he was making these bets out of spite and disrupting the order. Even platinum VIPs should follow the rules. The host replied that the bet was verified. The people present were surprised that Ye's fortune was over 10 million. Lan clenched his teeth and thought to himself that there was no way he was going to let the guy drag him into the mud. After all, he represented an influential group of hunters here. He looked at the young man. He was filled with anger and thought that he would never let a lone hunter mix him with shit. Xiaofeng covered himself in drops of sweat, frowned, clenched his teeth, and said he bet 10.5. Our hero jumped up from his seat and shouted that his bet was 100 million. Lan jumped up in surprise and foamed at the mouth. He was speechless. He smiled and thought about how he would squander all his money today on trash and could make unique equipment for the same amount of money tomorrow. No one else was bidding, so the host leisurely started counting. Xiaofeng clenched his teeth and thought about Qin being so determined to buy this ring that 100 million wasn't spared. He wondered if it was really super valuable. The man clenched his teeth and was tormented by doubts. He wondered if he could really find a treasure where others saw trash. He also remembered the appraiser talking to the young man some time ago. Lan clenched his teeth and thought about the fact that he had met a real expert, which was why he thought he should outbid him. The auction host slowly continued counting. No one else present was interested in the ring. Just then, Xiaofeng shouted very loudly that his bid was 200 million. The people present were shocked. They realized that this was the way to ruin the hunting group. Lan got up from his seat and started asking Ye if he had a lot of money or if he had a cool way of making himself rich, and told the young man to raise more, and he would show what kind of financial power the big guilds had. Our hero sighed heavily and said that Xiaofeng had overpowered him and was now his treasure. The man rejoiced and started calling the young man names, then asked why he was teething and remarked that Ye didn't deserve this ring. The aide told Lan that they had come to buy equipment at the auction for their brothers in arms, and he had spent 200 million on the ring and asked how they would explain all this to the boss. But he was pleased with himself. The host of the auction congratulated Xiaofeng and remarked that the ring would go to him and asked the audience to applaud. Yi smiled and said that the uncertain equipment had a chance to be legendary, but the ring looked like trash. Just like that, there was a report that the iron ring from the patterns was trash that gave 1 point to the attack. Qin smiled and said that the eye of discernment would not deceive him, and he knew ahead of time how much the item was roughly worth. Lan, on the other hand, shouted for the ring to become a divine item for him and let everyone see what they had put down. A few seconds later, the appraisal of the item began. The room became very quiet and everyone held their breath. A notice appeared that it was an ordinary-looking iron ring. Those present were shocked. Xiaofeng raised his hand up, repeated the word iron. He was definitely not prepared for this. The brat's face was covered in drops of sweat, and he once again asked again, "Is it really an iron ring?" Lan yelled that it was all because of Yi. It was his fault for saying stupid things. That's why he was demanding a refund. He told the auction host that he was talking nonsense when he bid 200 million and asked that everything be considered a mistake. But the latter replied that they were acting according to the rules, and if he and his guild did not pay the full price, he and his guild would receive severe punishment from the World Guild. The guards grabbed Xiaofeng under his arms, and the host said that they would find someone to bring him to the association and get all the money. Lan shouted that Ye was a bastard, and everything that happened was only his misfortune. He broke free from the guard's grip. The people present noted that Qin had leveled an entire guild without spilling a drop of blood. After all, for a platinum vipe, it was all just a small thing. The auction host calmly said that they were proceeding with the next item. A wild transformation necklace that was unique was provided. Our hero said that this necklace was still made for his sister, and he decided to bargain a little to give Xiaozhou a small gift. And the young man smiled and said that they would make the first bid and bid 1 yuan. Those present noted that Mr. Platinum was once again trying to victimize someone. They agreed that they wouldn't raise the bid. Someone generally decided that the auction hired a whip for his own benefit. The host gave a strange smile and wondered if anyone else would bid. But the bidders, all as one, thought it was a trivial scam and only the brainless would buy it. He asked if no one would dare to bid more, because he had already confirmed that he could bid a lot, and added that sometimes misunderstandings also play into his hands unexpectedly. The host announced that the necklace was sold, and he congratulated the mysterious VIP bidder who picks up the lot for 1 yuan. The bidders were very upset as no one tried to raise the bid. Our hero looked at his cell phone screen and looked at it very carefully. He noticed that he had really made a good profit. He received a message that the proceeds of the auction amounted to 180 million. The young man smiled and said that now he could really buy something good. The realtor talked about how certain properties were meant for the richest people in the city and suggested an ordinary apartment. He interrupted her, noting that there was no need to pick up any further as he had made the decision to take this penthouse. The realtor apologized and remarked that the young man was unavailable and again stated that the penthouse was for the rich. The guy brought his face close to her and minted that he would pay the full amount up front in cash. He then added that he had a request. He wanted it ready by noon since he wanted to check in today. The bard asked E what had happened since he disappeared in the morning, and by the evening he was living in a private mansion and wondered since when he could afford such a house. The guy replied that it was very spacious, and if the sister transformed, it would not penetrate the ceiling. Xiao Jiao was very surprised, the brother remarked. If she broke this house, they would buy more. The guy drove his sister to the window and said that from this day forward, he would not let her suffer anymore. After a while, Tun said that he couldn't sing anymore, and the girl remarked that she was about to burst. Our hero was standing on the balcony looking out at the evening city, and Lu walked towards him. She said that Qin is not himself today, and he replied that he just went out to get some air, and then added that even in the most luxurious apartments, the city smog doesn't go anywhere. Xingjian said that she saw him working hard to change his life for the better, and he should be happy. She congratulated the guy on officially becoming a hunter. The guy thanked her. Lu noted that they had decided to celebrate today and asked him to remove his sour face. She held out the crystal and stated that it was her gift. The young man was very surprised, opened his eyes wide and clarified. It wasn't the same crystal. Xingjian laughed and remarked that she had decided to return it as a gift and added that she had kept it for several years and wore it every time she entered the abyss. The girl said that the crystal had always reminded her that there were people in the world who were unwilling to accept their fate, willing to defy it even at the cost of their lives. Lu said that she believed that with it, she would get out of any trouble in one piece, and then added that survival was partly a matter of luck. She smiled and said that she understood perfectly well that it was very rarely a matter of luck, almost never. E replied that in practice it was better to show action than to persuade with talk, and when you stood in front of an opponent, you could shut him up without a word. The girl smiled and remarked that this was exactly what she liked about the young man. And then she said that the crystal was not worth much money, but its value could not be expressed in numbers. She looked intently at the young man and informed him that she liked him in the mansion, in the rented apartment, always and everywhere. E remarked that getting rich in one day wasn't too interesting, and he would rather have a kebab and a beer on the street than stay and wine, and added that he needed a lot of money for that business she had once talked about. The young man looked closely at Lu and asked if she had said that if he were richer, he could get his own hunting party together. She answered in the affirmative and said that it would take a lot of investment. Ken said that he wanted to form his own group and go to the most difficult regions of the abyss. After all, Xingjian said that one is not a warrior in the field. A golden rune appeared in the young man's hand, which he had gotten when he passed the hunter test, and he remarked that if he could not adapt to the rules of the game of this world, he himself should become the law here. Late in the evening, our hero was taking the garbage to the trash cans. He walked leisurely. The guy looked in front of him and noticed that the apartments are luxurious, but it is inconvenient to take out the garbage. It is necessary to go downstairs and walk 100 meters to the dumpster, and added that the rich, apparently, there is no garbage. A stranger approached him, called him a servant, asked from which house, and noted that he decided to break the rules. He said that the servants in this expensive building dispose of their garbage in a designated place, and added that it was not necessary to carry their dirt here, because if someone saw it, they would think that they lived like poor people. The young man said that he was Ye Qin and was not a servant, but now owned an apartment here. The stranger threw a banana skin into the young man's hand and said that rich people live here, and the owners don't take out the garbage themselves, and then summarized that the guy in front of him was someone from the servants. He turned around and added to tell the guy to clean up the place, and then added to tell him to get out and not to see him here again. Our hero applied his skill, his opponent swore, and then yelled out what was going on here. He stared at the man and retorted that it was only his trash here and told him to pick it up nicely. The stranger fell to the ground and asked what was going on, and how could a servant do this to him. A notice appeared in front of Chin that the victim had been demobilized by brute force and had no combat skills available to him. So he repeated his request again, mouthed for the man to pick up the trash. The man clenched his teeth and stated that when he picked it up, the young man would lie down and asked how dare he treat him like that. And he learned from the alert that the target had used the Titan's power and his strength had increased. A few seconds later, a system message appeared saying that the Titan's power did not allow the effects of the legendary body control skill to be removed. The stranger continued to lie on the floor. He asked how such an idiot got a legendary control skill. Wuhin calmly replied that he inherited the gravity vortex from a legendary monster, and it was inherently stronger than what was learned in the pro hunter academies. The man thought that the kid didn't look like a strong man, and he said that the servant was taking out the trash and suddenly attacked at point-blank range, also from the back, so he blew it. The young man lowered his head and told the stranger to quickly pick up the garbage. He raised his head and shouted very loudly that he would pick up the trash. Our hero began to walk away and calmly said that even in rich neighborhoods, trouble is everywhere. Just as suddenly, he remembered quite casually that he had a case at his old house. Yi inhaled heavily and noted that the older the crystal, the more expensive it was. So it was the same with the house. The older it was, the more comfortable it was. The man stated that he could no longer rent the house to him, as a big shot had bought it out along with the land and paid a sum like 50 years' rent. Our hero smiled and replied that it was him, and then added that the land would now be his as well. At the World Guild headquarters, there was talk of a buyer who had built tattoos for 200 million, but everything was discounted to Lan Xiaofeng, and the group withdrew. The dark-skinned man pointed out that they were financially invested in the guild, and their problems were now disadvantageous to them, and then asked if it was known who the second buyer was. The opponent replied that he had shown up once at the hunter evaluation and had gotten a full license there. He then stated that they had older information that he was involved with the Blood Oath group, but it no longer exists. The man stated that the crystal had detected fluctuations in the young man's energy. Then he added that at the place where Caesar had died and in the testing room, the traces of magic were incredibly similar. The dark-skinned man opened his eyes wide, stared at the system message, and noticed that the young man had a special profession. His opponent noticed that this special profession, it was not displayed in the list, would easily destroy the current hierarchy. Soon enough chaos could break out in the rules they had created. The man frowned and told him not to worry as the boy would obey the rules. He looked in front of him and thought about the fact that they are a god in this era, and according to the rules of a god, everyone has to play their role. Qin walked into one building, showed his rune, and remarked that it was his reward and he wanted to form a hunting group. The girl asked if he knew the requirements to set up a hunting group and remarked that you need to pay the World Guild 50 million yen of registered capital. She added that you also need to get qualified. It's like a hunter needs a license, and added that you can only enter the abyss areas that the researcher will allow. E replied that there was no problem with money. The clerk said that there were many people in the Hunter Hall getting ready to apply to join, and the guy could look for new members there, and added that he needed 4. Immediately, there was an announcement that the House of Scavenger was recruiting new members for the team. The people who were in the audience discussed the name of the group. Some thought that there was no point in joining small teams at the start. Qian asked why the group had an E rank, and the girl said that was how the system distributed it, and he would be able to recycle lower-level resources. Our hero said that he had gone through so much, and he would have to scavenge again. The man he met near the garbage can laughed and remarked that the last time they met, the kid was taking out the garbage, and now he would be picking it up. He added that today Qin would find out how much that spitting in his face for imaginary pleasure would cost him. The young man didn't reply anything, but he heard other people talking about how that man had gathered his hunting guild thanks to his father. The players also noticed that those who stood in Fa Tanglin's way had ended badly. They believed that the new group would be disbanded as soon as they were created. He said that he had come here to look for people for himself and suggested that he would not settle personal grudges here. The same replied that the young man does not put him in anything, and they will not solve anything so easily, and noted that if the guy falls at his feet and promises to recycle garbage for him, he will give a chance to find people. Our hero replied that the man himself in recycling was not worth it. A fight almost broke out, but Fa was taken aside. He was calmed down and told that there was no need to get so wound up, and offered to just watch the guy disband the team without recruiting people. Just as suddenly, the young man heard some guy declare that he wanted to join his hunting group. It was Joe Tong. Some man said about him that he couldn't buff at all, and added that he was just a garbage team member. Ye told the bard about taking the exam himself and asked if he was still afraid of not finding a group. The man replied that he had a reputation for being so bad, and the normal groups didn't want to accept him. He smiled and said if Chin would take him, he would be willing to go into fire and water for him. Our hero was surprised and asked if he had gone through all the groups, and there were no hunters willing to take him in. But Tun said that he realized that the guy would have a hard time with the development of the group, so he made such a decision. The young man smiled and said that rank wasn't important at all, and the scavenging job would definitely suit them. The bard smiled and said that the young man had a trump card up his sleeve and that he had gotten rich. He remarked that not all problems are solved with money, and only strength is respected always and everywhere. Fa, who was standing to the side, confirmed these words and added that today he would take 10 people of the best, and the rest should not even show their noses. Men began to come up to him, asking to join his team, voicing their professions and ranks. The bard noticed that the old farts were just trying to suck up to Sion's father, for he was in charge of the hunter groups here. Fa accepted the sycophants and said that they had a head on their shoulders, not like the trash. A girl entered the room and the guild slain Sion called out to him. The attendant was telling her that there were only 2 hunting groups to choose from today, and Lin had recently become a hunter, but already had a high opinion of herself. She asked what kind of scavenger house was this. She wondered who had created the group on the last day. Toon noticed the stunning sorceress in front of them, who had also passed the hunter evaluation. The bard said that he had done a little work with the girl, and she had brought them an easy victory as she was very strong, and he offered to poach her to join their group. Kin was fine with that and agreed to the suggestion. Joe assured him that it was a done deal. No sooner had he approached the girl than Fa stood beside her, who had his own plans for the mage. He stated that he was the leader of the Heart of the Hunt and invited to become their dear member. Since the House of the Scavenger, it is a complete suck. Toon was covered in drops of sweat as he realized that they had already missed their chance. But the girl interrupted Sion and calmly informed him that everything was fine, but she had already chosen her group. Fa was confused. He couldn't understand why Lin would go to the trash and added that with such a trash team, he would waste his talent. Ye walked up to Ye and held out her hand and said that his band had a pretty good name. Toon asked if she remembered it. The girl asked to take her in. She informed him that her name was Yi Ling and she was a fire-type mage. The guys introduced themselves. Our hero welcomed her to the group and added that everyone was welcome. The young man gave the girl his hand and she got a little embarrassed but didn't pull it away. The guy offered a snack while they waited and she grimaced and replied that she wasn't hungry. The young man pretended not to hear the answer and asked the clerk if they could order food here. They were brought a menu, and Lin immediately declared that she wanted everything on it. While Chin was very surprised by the prices, Fa clenched his teeth and couldn't understand why the girl refused, and his assistant noticed that there was something wrong with the woman and added that they had enough mages as it was. Sion was very angry. He intended to go somewhere and told the members of his group to let him pass. Just as everyone turned their heads to the side, Tun recognized the person who had entered the room. It was Wu Ming. Fei immediately started shouting like a frenzy. He was demanding a priest. He urgently needed communion. People began to whisper that this kid had killed all the members of the groups he had worked with. They noted that the guy was bringing bad luck. Our hero stared intently in front of him and thought that Min really brings bad luck. And the latter approached Ye and reported that he had sensed his presence at the World Guild headquarters and remembered that there was an unfinished battle between them. The young man smiled and said that his hunting group was recruiting members and asked if he wanted to join. The guy didn't answer anything but walked over to Lin and ripped off a piece of cake with his hands directly. The girl became very indignant. The kid put the food in his mouth and said he wanted to join, and then asked if E had the courage to accept him. While Min deal near our hero's group, he was happily discussed by Sion. He knew very well that the kid was getting worse things. Group member Fa pointed out that Wu hasn't worn equipment in years because he's unlucky and gets junk all the time. You asked the guy who was picking up food from Lin if it's true that his reduced luck causes him to get worse outfits than he should. The guy answered in the affirmative. Min said that he earns his bread by running errands for clients. If the Owada is good, he doesn't look at the rewards. He doesn't care even if it's garbage. And added that the others have a different opinion. These words pleased Chin a lot. He held out his hand to Wu and said that he was obliged to join them, and they were just waiting, such a special talent. And he himself thought about the worse the item was, the more successful he would be at reforging it. Fa laughed heartily that Ye was calling Ming to join, and added that he was actually a garbage man, picking up unwanted junk. Ah Wu replied that the abyss would swallow up our hero's crew and scatter them to the wind like dust, but he must die by his hand before then. Then he announced that he was joining them. The guy remarked to Min to prepare for disappointment, as he would not give anyone to abyss. Group member Fea noted that the man aiming for E looked very strong. The other noted that he was unlucky, as all of his allies were dying. Cyan noted that Jerkchin was taking idiots and asked who would ask to join him now. And our hero smiled and remarked that his group had accepted 3 members, and he needed 1 person to get the minimum membership together and get approved before the end of the term. The bard covered himself in drops of sweat and noticed that they weren't popular for something. Yud looked around and noted that he, along with Min, were ruining things and scaring the others away. Fa laughed and talked about how the clock was ticking and they wouldn't get the right lineup and their application would be canceled, and added that he had told the reviewers himself that the application should be canceled. And then added that E would not only be unable to be a leader from now on, but he would also be unable to use his hunter's license. The boy replied that he had enough members as it was. The gray-haired man only laughed snidely. He looked at the bard and said he was just a weak chicken, and the boy had drops of sweat on his face. He called the mage a stupid woman, and she clamped her lips together and glanced at her opponent. Min got the most. Fea called him a star of bad luck and a fool, and then added that he was good at counting, and the members of the group were 4, not 5. Our hero looked at his opponent. A smile appeared on his face and said that there were 5 of them. A girl ran towards the group and talked about being stuck in the abyss and almost died. But it was all over. It was Lu Xingjian. She took a little breath and remarked that she was in favor of any movement. Fa and his group members stared at the girl and were very much surprised. One of the guys noticed that Lu's company, the sponsor of the World League, and although she is the youngest member of the family, she has a good image. Cyan was very much surprised that she is together with Qin in the same group. The man noticed that Xingjian is known for her rebelliousness and has refused the family's training program, and they don't give her access to their special resources. Fa told his group members that it was time for them to go. The kid remarked that they hadn't been assigned scavengers yet and should wait, but the man stated that they had no particular need for scavengers. The clerk stated that the scavenger house group was founded successfully and allowed to operate, gave the lineup and congratulations, and then added that they could accept job offers. He asked her if they could follow the heart of the hunt into the abyss of A-Rang and take over all the collection work. Fa shouted that he and E-Rank couldn't bitch about their A-Rang's mission, but the guy pointed out that the abyss rank didn't matter to them, and if there was an opening, they could call back. The attendant said that the application was approved and they could participate in the mission of the abyss heart of the hunt, and Cyan got very angry. The young man suggested that they should set aside their prejudices and work together. After all, A rang abyss with a good income. Fa got very angry and then said if E decided to pick up after him with the trash, that was fine with him. He then added that he would make sure he got the slop and called the guy a lousy puppy. These words only amused the young man, and he jokingly replied that he listened and obeyed. Tun clarified if Qin had volunteered to be his slave, and he said no, and added that with the status of a garbage man, one could enter any abyss without restriction. And he added that a better-ranked abyss was available to them, and that was a clear plus. And the bard smiled, and that was to be expected from him. He said that he expected to work as a scavenger, but the co-op heart of the hunt turned out to be a fluke, and they have the key to the Black Tower, the Black Stone Key, on their mission. The young man told his group members that such a job Fa was given to Fa for a reason, but because he has connections. We said that the key to the Black Tower is a ticket to the trial, and their rewards depend on the number of floors passed. There you can get curse lifting or cures for incurable diseases. Lin added that it is also possible to bring back to life those who died in the abyss, and noted that many people have tried to get the key, but only a few are allowed to find it and get there. Liu said that those who have succeeded are now without a doubt some of the strongest nowadays, like her brothers and sisters. Tun laughed and noted that everyone was aware of the key except him, and asked if it could make him a superstar. He was told no. The kid got upset and then said he'd choose to get stronger then, and that's when they'd stop tedium. E smiled and said that they had a chance to get the key in front of them, and if they were lucky, they would be the first to discover it. The bard was very much surprised and asked our hero when he had time to plan all this, wasn't it with his appearance? But the young man replied that he didn't think his group could recruit people so easily at all. And then he added happily that it had worked out much better, and the members of the scavenger house stared at him in surprise. After a while, both groups found themselves in front of a portal that led the players into the abyss. Tun was very much surprised. Drops of sweat appeared on his face, all because he saw the sky. The guy put his hands up and shouted that it was awesome. What surprised him was that there was no enclosed dungeon space. He calmly said that there are open-world abysses with no rooms as such, but also no signposts. It's especially dangerous, as you might not find your way back and get lost. Our hero looked at the girls and asked why they were dressed up for the mission, and they said they had to protect themselves from the sun. The bard spoke a verse while both groups walked quietly forward, and all around them was the sand that Moon hated so much. Fuss said he couldn't stand such open spaces, and then asked how far they had to go to find their target. The player read that according to reports, there was an oasis in the center of the abyss, and a fortress in it. Sin was very surprised by this. He angrily remarked that as long as they were walking, not a patch of green could be seen, and no monsters were attacking. It wasn't like the Arang Abyss. Some guy noticed that he had a strange feeling about this place, and the birds were circling in flocks as if they were ready to attack at any moment. His opponent raised his head up and shouted for everyone to get their weapons ready, as those were not birds but harpies. He added that when they are open like the palm of his hand, the monster has an advantage when attacking from the air. He then turned to the scavenger house and asked why they didn't hide. Did they really have enough to live for? He calmly asked what they had to fear. After all, harpies are good at picking people up and dropping them from heights, but they are generally harmless. His opponent remarked if any of them are captured, it only means they are not holding their ground. Another member of the hunting heart commented that they were just here to pick up the slack, and how dare they mock the main body of their group at all, and added that they were lucky the boss let them scavenge at all. While they were ranting, the harpies started coming closer and closer to them. They tried to fight back, but it was all in vain. The monsters had no intention of backing down. One of the members of the hunting heart group was grabbed and began to call out loudly for help. His partner jumped up to grab the guy's leg, but he didn't succeed, he only cursed. A few seconds later, there was a very strong explosion. No one realized what happened. The player who had been in the harpy's clutches for a few seconds fell to the ground. Dust particles flew in all directions. Lin, who was standing on the dais, noticed that she was thinking that the members of the hunting heart were the real elite. She put 2 fingers to her mouth, sulked, and calmly said, "It looks like some people gathered here for masses." The guy was shaking with anger and shouted that he was distracted. Otherwise, he would have quietly found cover. Kyungin noticed that they weren't holding their positions and were also adept at shifting the blame, and summarized that this was how the main forces of the Heart of Hunting behaved. Meanwhile, the harpies once again began to approach closer and closer. They didn't even think of retreating. The members of the Heart of the Hunt were frightened. One wanted to warn their opponents, but the other noticed that they had asked for it and offered to see if they would hold their ground. Our hero squinted one eye and stared intently at the monsters. He didn't even think of running away. Just a second later, a weapon appeared in his hands and he swung his sword with all his might. The members of the Hunting Hearts group were very surprised and asked each other what that was just now. One of the men was shaking. He asked how E was able to defeat them with one blow and added that it was just luck. The harpy fell a few meters away from him. The guy was shaking even more. He was confused. The monster was coming closer and closer to the man. He didn't know what to do, and only from the last strength was able to scream for help. Just a few minutes later, E appeared in front of him and calmly massacred the harpy. He bent down in front of the man and calmly remarked that the harpies had excellent hearing, and if he screamed like that, more would fly down. And if he didn't want to go into the abyss, then let them shut up and move their legs. Fa at this time was also fighting the monsters that were not giving them a pass, and he was pretty good at it. The group members who were nearby were also attacking the harpies with all their strength. After a while, the flying monsters began to fly away. The players were very happy about this. Cyan looked to the side and asked who hired the tracker and warrior, and remarked that they were useless in every way and ordered them to be chased away when they were done. The bard asked Chin whether the danger had passed or not. The latter replied that the unlucky archer had made a lot of noise, attracted attention, and was the main target. Lu said that these monsters are not so strong, but will choose the profession changers. Well heard from the air. The bard immediately asked if he was a tidbit. The girl replied that it was easy for the harpies to break through the line of tanks on defense and attack the rear ranks, and Toon thought he'd better shut his mouth. The hunting heart mage smiled and reported that they had scared the monsters and they didn't even dare approach. But just a second later, the expression on his face changed. He couldn't understand what was going on. The players were very scared, and all because the ground began to shake. Lou noticed that it wasn't them that were scared of the harpies, but a more dangerous enemy. At this time, Lin told Tung to go hide again. From behind the sand mountains, a huge number of terrifying toothy monsters appeared. They were armed. Fa opened his mouth in astonishment, then shouted with all his might that it was a horde of ogres. He immediately told the healers to go to the building rows, and the tanks were with him and hold the vanguard. He sent the scouts to the flanks and gave orders for them to screen the enemy mages. Then Cyan looked at the competitors and proudly said that he was a commanding pro and could give orders to more than 20 fighters at once, and shouted that this time they should show the scavengers the full power of their hunting heart. Fa didn't think for a long time, but immediately used his Titan strength skill and rushed into the attack. He fought vigorously against the monsters, with limbs and heads flying in all directions. The ogres were screaming in pain, and Cyan smirked and talked about how weak they were. Then he raised up his weapon and shouted for his team members to attack all at once and gave the order to destroy them all. Our hero, who was standing on the dais, watched everything that was going on carefully. He noticed that the ogres were not too strong, and the hunting heart squad should be able to hold them off. Lin asked if they would join the fight. The bard moaned that he wanted to go home, and Ye asked who was talking about wanting to get stronger. Qin pointed out if Cyan gave them a show out of the goodness of his heart, then let him do what he does, and he would only pick up the trash. The ogre shouted for all it was worth. It showed its huge, sharp fangs and shouted something in an incomprehensible language. The wounded monster flew towards the group's house of scavenger, drops of blood flying in different directions. Our hero wasn't scared. He just noticed that fey bastard who threw the monster carcass in their direction on purpose. Cyan turned his head to them and asked them snidely if they were alive, and then added to hurry up and collect the junk, because that's what they needed them for. The young man looked in front of him and calmly noticed that only trash had fallen out. A notification appeared that the luck attribute had been lowered significantly. Everyone looked in Ming's direction. The bard remarked that such things would be thrown away by their group, and noted that he had heard that rarity below purple didn't interest them at all, then added that it was gray junk. His eyes lit up, and he said that they were collecting just such gray items, as they were extremely valuable to him specifically. The members of the hunting heart were talking amongst themselves about the fact that not a single item of even blue rarity had fallen, and they were worried about the fact that there were no critical hits and the equipment was all gray. Cyan looked in front of him and said angrily that there was no point in even opening to look at anything here. The mage noticed that it was indeed an anomaly, because neither they nor the ogres did critical damage. Fa clenched his swords with all his might. He was shaking with anger and said that today was an unlucky day, and even the lucky equipment he had enchanted for so long was useless. Ye, who was standing to the side and watching everything, noticed that the main forces of monsters were not in a hurry to pounce with all their might, and it was somehow unusual. Lou noticed that the monsters must be devoid of reason and attack in droves when they see a hunter in their territory. The guy remarked that ever since he met the dark elf at the assessment, he kept thinking that the matter was unclean, and then added that the monsters communicate in their own language. And our hero pointed his finger forward and shouted for everyone to look over there, smoke rising upward behind the sand mountains. The ogres were clacking their teeth and talking to each other. Fa ordered the tanks to hold and the healers to return them to health. He was a little less cocky. The gunners were happy that they had managed to deal with such fearsome monsters. One of them heard someone shouting that there were ogres behind him, a development he was not prepared for. Someone shouted that the enemy had reached the rear ranks. The other tanks asked to be rescued as the monsters began to trap them in their nets. A member of Hunting Heart told the boss that the back lines were in danger and asked if they should break through the enemy to them. Fa replied that they should forge ahead and continue the offensive, and the mage asked what would happen to those closing the lines. Cyan yelled that they needed to show the monsters where the damn garbage collectors stood. Thus they would turn their aggression on them, since they needed to advance further and they were tugging. The mage replied that he understood the boss's order and was ready to fulfill it as soon as possible. And he performed a magic ritual very quickly. A purple cloud appeared in the air. After a few seconds, a message appeared that an aggression had been thrown out. The monster hovered for a while and stood for a while in bewilderment. And then one of them, most likely the leader, pointed his finger up and began to say something in an incomprehensible language. Min noticed someone approaching. The bards said they were monsters that had gotten past the group on the front lines. Lin pointed out that they were most likely lured here on purpose, and Lu smiled and said that they hadn't had a chance to show off since their appearance in the abyss. But Ye asked them not to do anything for now and told them to conserve mana and health points and avoid battles as long as possible. Lin became sad and asked if magic was also not worth using for now. Qin said about the mobs of ogres trapping them and added that let the hunting heart group try to poke around first. His weapons appeared in his hands and the guy remarked that as for the flanks, he could hold them quite well himself. And our hero threw himself into the attack. The monsters stood below and watched everything that was happening. They immediately set up a net in which they were going to catch the young man, but they did not succeed. The young man landed on the back of one of the orgs. He alone with 2 swords began to actively fight with a huge number of monsters. Literally after a few seconds, several orgs appeared behind the young man's back. They already wanted to give the guy a fatal blow, but he jumped up and avoided the attack. After a few seconds, he used his skills and started attacking the evil opponents. Lu, who was watching everything closely, noticed that Ye had gotten stronger in these few days. She shouted that the guy was so fast that she found it hard to distinguish the movements of his swords. The monsters screamed as the blows were fast and clear. They didn't have time to strike. Our hero was so agile that the heads and limbs of the orgs flew in different directions. Those monsters who were on the sidelines looked at everything that was happening and shook with fear. Some of them began to run away to the other side, tears streaming down their cheeks. Chen looked at them and was surprised to think that the monsters had started to run away. The hunting heart mage began to laugh and remarked that the orgs were giving the scavengers a hard time now. Another player said that they could fight safely thanks to their sacrifice. After a moment, their faces changed, pupils narrowed. They couldn't believe what was happening. And all because the monsters came back and ran in their direction. They were definitely not prepared for such a development. Our hero stood aside, looked at the dust clubs, and listened to the players of the Heart of the Hunt calling for help. He said that everything was as he thought. Unlike ordinary monsters, they don't have the intelligence to attack the weak and run when they meet someone stronger. The kid opened his eyes wide and said that these ogres clearly had some kind of intelligence. Just then, there was a very hard bang, and then, a few seconds later, a huge explosion. The hunter had drops of sweat on his face and noted that the monsters had taken out the main tank so easily. Fa frowned and wondered why the healers weren't looking after his health. One of the healers covered in drops of sweat and replied that he hadn't even kept up with what was happening. There was one fatal blow. Cyan stared intently in front of him. He saw a huge cloud of dust coming towards him. After a few seconds, a huge, toothy monster appeared in front of him, which had a smaller monster on its head. Fa clenched the swords in his hands and reported that it was a group of high-level ogres that were much stronger than the ordinary ones, and added that it was as if they came from a different difficulty. He turned his head and informed his group to reorganize the formation and hold formation. But they started shouting that the warrior ogres had cut off their back ranks and they were now surrounded by monsters. Qin stared intently in front of him and noted that the first ogres were just bait, but Qin was the first to rush to the attack. He held his swords harder and struck the monsters. His eyes glowed with hatred, and he asked who was afraid of some monsters and added that against his power of titans, they were all trash. After a few minutes, a huge ogre appeared in front of him, clanking its teeth. The boss of Hunting Heart was very angry. He raised his head up and shouted for the monster to die as soon as possible. He didn't think for long and immediately rushed to attack the huge monster, punching it in the stomach. But the org pulled forward a palm, which Fa struck with his sword and nearly broke it. Fa clenched his teeth and frowned, his face covered with sweat droplets from the exertion. The monster clenched his hand into a fist and slammed his hand into the ground with all his might. Lightning bolts went flying from it in different directions. Cyan was very much confused. He began to swear and questioned how the monster got such power. He used his skills and started attacking the man, and the man tried to fight back. The boss of Hunting Heart tried his best to fight off the monster's attacks. He clenched his teeth with tension. It didn't help. The monster threw Fa to the rocks, and he lay on them and wheezed in pain. The boss began to call out to the group members. They were very scared and didn't know what to do next. Someone talked about getting to Zion to help him, but there was a monster in their way. The players all threw themselves at the monster together. They shouted to each other to protect the leader. The tanks started attacking the monster. They were hitting it and talking about letting it die as soon as possible. One of the players fired his bow and the arrow hit the monster right in the head, right on target. But the monster didn't even move. Its eyes glowed with fire and it screamed either from pain or humiliation. As the ogre fell right on the shooter, he asked through his teeth whether he had finished him or not. The man could not understand what kind of creature it was and began to ask why it was still moving. The girl replied that it was very much like necromancy magic and then yelled for everyone to go back. A healer came up to the boss of the Heart of the Hunt and stammered to report that they didn't have time to heal anyone. Fa yelled for everyone to throw smoke bombs to take down aggro and ordered everyone to retreat. E was watching everything that was going on and noticed that the Lelas were turning into bombs and it all looked like a necromancy spell. He turned his head and yelled to his team to stay away from the corpses. A monster appeared near our hero, crawling towards him and clacking its teeth. The young man looked askance at the monster, sighed heavily and told it to recycle. A moment later, the trash monster appeared and began to recycle the organs. Lin noticed that all the bodies were gone, and the bard noticed that Qin was unrealistically cool. Ming came closer and asked what this ability was, and added that he was very curious. Yi replied that there was no time to explain, and he had to remove all the corpses or the shaman would bring them up again. And then he cursed and remarked that he thought about quietly removing the trash and recycling, but now he would have to do everything quickly and indiscriminately. Fa, along with his company, began shouting to the garbage collectors, most likely out of fear. Cyan stopped in front of Ye and remarked that he would be generous and make a great offer. Qin looked intently in front of him and said that he was listening to his opponent carefully. The boss of Hunting Heart noticed that they wanted to show off, and he asked what would happen if he wrote in the report that the House of Scavenger had made an outstanding contribution to the battle and added that it would help them raise the scavenger rank. Our hero replied that it suited him to collect garbage and asked if Fa would complain about their competence if he stuck his nose into another business, but he only laughed. Cyan squinted his eye and he called out this time from the bottom of his heart to cooperate with Hunting Heart. The young men stared intently at the Hunting Heart's boss and were silent for a few minutes. And a few minutes ago, something incredible was happening. Fa was very angry. He was swearing. He looked at what the monsters were doing and said that they were very hard to deal with. The mage pointed out that they didn't have to go head-on against high-level enemies, and in this abyss the terrain is open, and you can go on without defeating a monster. Fa said they would just go around and go back to the beginning. He had drops of sweat appearing on his face, and noted that if they did that, the enemies would attack them on their own. The mage noticed that the boss didn't like those stupid scavengers on the back of the line so much, and recommended that they bring them up to the monsters, that for now they were weakened and all ready. Cyan got excited and remarked that it was a wonderful idea, and his opponent informed him that if all the scavengers died, no one would blame him, and his father was a big shot. The man smiled at E and asked what they thought about it, and added that they were honest to goodness inviting them. The bard quietly told our hero that Hunting Heart wants them to go into battle as cannon fodder, and is acting that way so they don't get it. Min also remarked that their group fought valiantly and were almost mowed down. Obviously, they are being called to a trap, and Liu said that there are strong opponents there, and it will be a marvelous workout for them. Fa asked again how the offer was for them, and added that they would treat them like an A-rank group, and even take a cut when they split all the rewards at the end. Qin didn't think for long and said they agreed. The bard was very upset, and Xingjian was overjoyed. Xing rejoiced and said that they were worthy of the choice and offered to throw themselves into the attack as a token of their friendship. But the young man remarked that they needed to chat amongst themselves. Tun remarked that their opponent had impure intentions from the start and wanted to get rid of them. Ye gave him a hug, and the kid wondered if he was serious about working with him. Our hero gave him a shield to protect him at the most dangerous moment. Zhou was very much surprised since he was of legendary level. He was crying and yelling that he couldn't afford to repair it, but Ye laughed and said that if the durability ran out, the shield could be thrown away and he would give him a new one. And he turned to Liu and asked if she could heal them. After all, it was part of the knight's skills. She was hesitant, but decided to give it a try. The guy smiled and informed her that the girl would be a nurse, to which she got very angry. Qin asked her not to rush into battle. After all, she has the support of those in the back rows. Zhou and Lin on her, and added that only Xingjian had the skills to protect the others. The bard was shaking with fear and said that he trusted himself to her, while Lin waved her hand and said that she wasn't that fragile. But Ye patted Lu on the shoulder and noted that he was relying on her and asked her to protect them on her conscience. She agreed. Tong asked Yi to aim at the monsters when they got close but away from them. Our hero turned his head toward Min. The latter had his weapon resting on his shoulder and was poking his nose. He saw Ye beside him and asked why he was looking at him and added that he wouldn't die anyway. Qin calmly replied that he didn't care and then stated that their goal remained the same. He smiled and said that their group should defeat the monster boss without the help of those guys. Fa said that their group would close the formation and they should just lure the creepers out and added that they should be careful of the small ones, as they would ride the big ones and blow up the corpses. And our heroes group went forward, and Sun noticed that these garbage collectors are completely stupid, and they rushed into battle without any buffs. And then he told his team that they should run away quickly, because when the group of the House of Garbage will be taken out, they will Sager on them. The young man calmly approached the monsters and then shouted for them to come towards him. Literally a few seconds, a few blows, and the monsters were no longer any danger. Huge monsters began to appear from the red mist, clutching weapons in their hands. One of them had a satisfied smile on his face, his eyes glowing, and he muttered something incomprehensible. He noted that the monsters were milling about and said that they needed to analyze the language content. A system message appeared saying that the intelligence check had been successful, and he now understood the monster's language. The monsters screamed that their ogre clan had been appointed by the heavens to guard the valley where the emperor sleeps, and anyone who invaded must die and pay in blood. Tun, who was behind the hillock, remarked that it looked like mind control, high-level control magic, and that monster was the strongest shaman, and once he was killed, the others would be no longer scary. At this time, the monsters armed themselves with a huge cleaver that was difficult to lift alone, so it was carried by several ogres. The bard opened his eyes wide. He was very much surprised and noted that it was a very large weapon. Notifications appeared that the large monster had its health restored and the giant stacking skill was used. Joe shouted that the monster had plenty of health, the armor was thick, and the axe was simply huge, and he added quietly that he was definitely going to be killed. He looked in the direction where his opponents were and noticed that those were using them as bait as they were holding them for meat. Ming asked Ye what would happen now. He said that the necromancer wanted to make cannon fodder and make bombs out of them, and added that they would do tons of damage to the dead too. And Qin said he would do the chopping, and told the lad to clear the lying around. He agreed at once, and rushed to fulfill the task, and our hero shouted after him that he had not yet finished. The young man turned his head to the side, smiled, and told all members of his team to listen carefully. He frowned as he clenched his weapon harder and stated that no one should be left alive. Lu looked forward intently and announced that the back lines were upon her. A sword also appeared in her hands. Lin smiled, used her magic skill, and said that she would burn them to the ground. Ming's weapon appeared in his hands. He only pressed his lips tightly together, but didn't say anything. And Tun looked fearfully in front of him and said that he would do whatever he could. And the monsters, armed to the teeth, fled at a dash, their eyes glowing with hatred. Ming was very active in dealing with the monsters, their heads and limbs flying in different directions. Yes didn't stand aside. He had a dagger in his hand and shouted that he was leaving the small monsters for the unlucky one. The one only turned his head to the side and agreed to this instruction from the boss. A huge toothy monster approached our hero. It was very angry and clanked its teeth. Joe, along with the girls, watched the fight and shouted that he didn't expect anything less from Ye, while Lu and Lin wanted to deal with the monsters, but waited for the order. The bard turned his head back and was very scared as they had monsters behind them. He screamed in fear. He applied his skills. He sang to the organs that they were capturing the enemies. It was his destiny. After a few seconds, the monsters were wrapped in chains and they screamed in anger. Tun clenched his hand into a fist and noted that he had succeeded and learned to sing even better. And Lin noticed that the kid didn't turn out to be ballast. He wanted to say something, but the girl yelled very loudly for him to dodge to the side. The bard put a finger up and asked if she saw that he was standing quite close by. Lin replied that the boss told her to fry the monsters since they explode after they die. The guy turned his head to the side and saw the ogres again. He noted that they were like moles digging holes in the ground. After a few seconds, a mage appeared in front of them. She was ready to fry the monsters. She didn't think for long and used her skill and roasted the monsters. standing there wondering if the burrows were connected. Lin thought and remarked that she had burned them to crust and dust, and Tun remarked that he felt like she was a walking bomb here. Sangjang gave the girl a hard look and told her she was doing a good job, and then remarked for them to try and keep behind her. She promised to shield them from the monsters, and if they got hit, to heal them. Lin shouted that she had orgies behind her. But Lu snapped her fingers, and in a few seconds, the monsters turned to ice. And the girl noticed that in that case, the monsters wouldn't explode anymore. Zhou and Lin opened their eyes wide with surprise and noticed that their partner was very strong. Xingjin stared intently in front of her. She was very sad. She was wondering where Ye Hyun was. In the meantime, he was fighting a rampaging orc who had swooped down on him with a huge axe. The young man saw a system message that alerted him that the monster had activated the rampage skill, which granted him 100% to damage from attacks. He said that he didn't care how many times the damage was increased by, because as long as the orc didn't touch him, there was 0 damage. The monsters pulled their huge clawed paws toward the young man, and he clutched his weapon harder. The boy turned to the monster, held out his hand, and said he was returning the garbage they had left behind. The orcs yelled like they were mad, and a few seconds later there was a huge explosion. Fa was very happy, he was very satisfied, and he noticed that from the sounds of it, the House of Scavenger group was already dead. After a while, a huge monster appeared. It was very angry and started to devour the monster that was sitting on its head. He was surprised and told Org that devouring his comrades for reinforcement is a barbaric method to survive. The monster started screaming with anger, its eyes glowing with hatred. It ran towards the guy. And he squinted one eye, clenched his teeth, and said that the Ogtala, rather than controlling the Ogma, it was limiting in strength. The young man looked in front of him and realized that this was the true form of the Ogma, as here came the notification that the Ogma in front of him was a skeleton form. The remnants of the monsters were blazing in flames, the flames quickly burning everything in their path. Lu treated Lin and said that the healing touch was slowly returning health, and her minor burns should go away at once, and she thanked her. Tun was fighting a monster and asked where the uncle with the huge sword had gone since he had lost sight of him. Min sneered, turned to the young men, and asked if they were talking about him. The girl remarked that the very strange uncle was alive, so there was no need to worry. The bard approached the unlucky one and asked if he had heard about the team spirit, and remarked that they had had a hard fight and he hadn't come to the rescue. Ming replied that he helped by not standing around and added that his curse would have caused only fatal wounds instead of scratches. Liu was sweating and shaking, and she realized that she was not a very good babysitter. The unlucky man said that he had joined the group just for the right number and added that they should remember that he was a mercenary by trade. The man was jumped on by the monster, which he calmly slew with a single blow. He calmly looked at his opponents and noted that he would take payment for each killed separately. At the same time our hero fought with the biggest monster, he attacked him from behind. On the face of the guy appeared drops of sweat. He could not understand what was happening. The sand limited his movements. At the same time, the monster began to gradually approach the young man who was trapped in the sand. Shin clenched his teeth and thought about the fact that he needed to use gravity. The young man was well aware that this kind of attack was only easy to avoid if you were not on the ground. He didn't think for a long time and activated the berserk mode. He thought about the fact that this couldn't go on and he needed to be more aggressive. And the ravaged monster clutched its weapon harder in its paws and approached our hero. But he was able to attack him from the back and shouted joyfully that he had hit exactly the target. The monster turned around to see what was going on. It was very angry. Chin clenched his teeth and read the notice that there was a perfect parry, but the damage from the Ogma's crushing blow couldn't be completely canceled. The user took 30% damage. The young man managed to attack the opponent, thus damaging his palm. In front of E, he was notified that a captivity debuff had been applied, and his movement and emergency dodge skills were unavailable to him. The monster began to approach the young man, but he couldn't escape from it because he was blocked. So he didn't think for long and started summoning a trash monster to recycle his opponent. But first he needed to retreat, and the assistant helped the young man to do so promptly. When Chin was at a safe distance, he immediately began to heal his wounds. And the monster did not think to leave him alone and began to run towards him. Our hero immediately began to recycle equipment. Literally in a few seconds, the monster was near him and already swung to strike. In front of E appeared a notice that the effect of severed tendons was applied. Thanks to this, the speed of movement and turning Ogma were reduced. The monster began to scream very hard. It clashed its huge teeth, and its eyes glowed with hatred. From the new system message, our hero learned that his health points were only 75%. The young man opened his eyes wide and noted that the monster had a decent amount of decreased health, and he decided to continue to act in this way.